black scratch in space. The long halberd, which was more than 10 meters long, formed a strong contrast with the small cauldron. The thin man and Bai Zai couldn't help but worry. Would the small cauldron be shattered by the long halberd? Would Lin Bai be able to block this attack? Bang! Another collision sounded, and the sound was even stronger than before. However, the small cauldron and the halberd were undamaged, and it was impossible to tell which was stronger. Seeing that the attack had failed, the black-furred monster moved its feet and retreated to the center of the altar. The thin man and Bai Zai couldn't help but feel relieved. It wasn't that they didn't believe in Lin Bai's strength. It was just that the visual contrast between their attacks was too strong, causing them to subconsciously become nervous. Not bad, not bad. He is actually able to fight with my yin bone halberd to a standstill. I did not expect to meet an extraordinary human here. The black-furred monster grinned and opened its mouth. The dense fangs in its mouth were exposed, making its originally twisted and ferocious face even more brutal and disgusting. An extraordinary human or an extraordinary weapon? The green-armored monster did not hide the greed in its eyes. It stared at the small cauldron with its scarlet eyes and licked its thin lips with its long and thick tongue. While the two monsters were talking, Lin Bai gave the skinny man and Bai Zai a look. The two of them understood and nodded. They didn't intend to hide their actions. Even if the two monsters saw them, it wouldn't matter. After all, they couldn't see through their real plan. Every time I activate the small cauldron, I have to use a lot of spiritual power. I used it many times just then. I still have about 2/3 of my spiritual power, so I can't enter a prolonged battle. If the situation is bad, I can only retreat first and then find another way. We've already destroyed the altar today, so that's quite a bit of achievement. Moreover, the city lord has yet to come here for some unknown reason. However, as long as nothing unexpected happens, he'll come here sooner or later. When he arrives, there'll be a city lord and two monsters. Even if they join forces, we might not be a match for him. Lin Bai's mind spun rapidly as he analyzed the current situation. Following that, he placed his index and middle fingers together and bent them slightly inward. When the skinny man and Bai Zai saw this, they gripped their weapons tightly and exerted force with their feet. Whoosh! Lin Bai, the three of them, as well as Little Black and a few other spirit beasts, took the initiative to attack. This was Lin Bai's decision after some thought. They would have to fight these two monsters sooner or later, and the city lord was also on his way here, so it was better to strike first. Go to hell, you monsters. Don't even think about killing the living beings in our world. The thin man shouted loudly. Even he didn't realize that a special emotion had appeared in his chest. That emotion made him feel a sense of mission to protect the common people. Ha ha ha, what did I see? Ants actually want to attack me. Not bad, you have guts. The black-furred monster roared toward the sky, waving the yin bone halberd in his hand. You don't know life from death. The green-armored monster's tone was cold, its gaze still fixed on the small cauldron. In its heart, it already regarded the small cauldron as its own, and it was determined to get it. Lin Bai held the small cauldron in his left hand, and the long sword in his right hand, and suddenly charged towards the green-armored monster. The green-armored monster had never made a move, and Lin Bai and the others were even less familiar with its moves. If Skinny and the others were to face it, they would definitely suffer some losses in some moves, so Lin Bai planned to fight it alone for a while. On the other side, Bai Zai, Skinny, Little Black, Little Blue, and Little Red were fighting with the black-furred monster. Lin Bai channeled a huge amount of spiritual energy into the small cauldron. The small cauldron's body shone with golden light, and an attack filled with Tao rhythm attacked the green-armored monster. When the green-armored monster saw that Lin Bai had recklessly come to find it alone, it first showed disdain and greed on its face. However, when it saw the attack shot out from the small cauldron, it did not know why, but a trace of fear appeared in its heart. As a demon warrior, how long had it been since it had felt fear in the outside world? However, this kind of fear made the greed in its eyes become even more vigorous and wild. The green-armored monster clenched one of its hands out of thin air, and a large, full of gaps appeared. The hilt of the saber was inlaid with gemstones, and a long saber that was 10 meters long appeared. When the long saber was drawn, Lin Bai only felt a strong smell of blood assaulting his face. Moreover, The surrounding air was accompanied by screams, cries, and cries for help. The green-armored monster held the blade with both hands and suddenly slashed towards the small cauldron's attack. This blade had a scarlet blood-red light, and wherever this blood-red light went, it seemed as if it was a land of death. Bang! The golden light and the red light collided, and both of them scattered. They were evenly matched. Lin Bai seized the opportunity and exerted strength under his feet. His body was like a ghost as he arrived under the green-armored monster's body. Immediately, he lifted his foot and stepped on the monster's knee. Then, he randomly twisted his body and arrived behind the monster. Then, the longsword in his right hand suddenly stabbed towards the monster's back leg. Humph, ignorant. However, there seemed to be an insurmountable gap between the longsword and the monster's leg. Therefore, the distance between the longsword and the monster's leg could not be shortened no matter how hard he tried. How can this be? Lin Bai widened his eyes. Then, he suddenly realized something. He did not dodge. Instead, he is rapidly shrinking. The 20-meter tall green-armored monster was rapidly shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. The long blade in his hand, which was filled with holes, was also shrinking in proportion. In just a breath's time, the 20-meter tall monster had shrunk to only 2 meters. Lin Bai could only use his hind legs. He had relied on the monster's huge body to turn around slowly. He wanted to take this opportunity to leave some wounds on the monster's body. However, he did not expect the monster to become smaller. On the other side, the black-furred monster that was fighting with the thin man and the others seemed to have realized the inconvenience of its huge body. Its body suddenly shrank. "Watch me!" the green-armored monster shouted coldly. It moved its feet and left afterimages in the air. "What?" In the blink of an eye, the green-armored monster appeared behind him without any warning. As their bodies became smaller, the speed and agility of these monsters increased exponentially. Lin Bai subconsciously placed his longsword behind him. At the same time, he stomped on the ground and jumped up high from where he was. Even so, there was still a mark left on the robe behind Lin Bai. Chapter 352, Muddy Waters Alchemist Association. An old man with white hair like a waterfall and a white goatee, dressed in a long gray robe, sat on the armchair. He held a cup of fragrant tea in one hand, savoring it slowly. He looked at the red carp in the pond outside the house, feeling very satisfied. Hurried footsteps sounded, but the old man didn't care. He continued to enjoy the tea and fish, enjoying himself. "Elder, my men said that they saw flames soaring into the sky in the suburbs, and there were fierce sounds of fighting. I think this must be Lin Bai's group. Should we send someone?" A square-faced, well-built middle-aged man knelt on one knee not far from the old man, and his voice was sonorous and powerful. The old man didn't even look at him from the beginning to the end. Not only did the middle-aged man not mind, but he was already used to the old man's attitude. No need. The old man's tone was light, but there was an unquestionable tone. But Lin Bai is the devil. If we don't help now, in the future. The middle-aged man became excited and subconsciously refuted the old man's words. After realizing that he was being presumptuous, he lowered his head again. The old man with a goatee slowly put down the teacup in his hand and held the mouth of the teacup with one index finger. He grabbed a handful of bait with the other hand and threw it into the small pond not far away. The moment the bait was sprinkled into the pool water, the small pool that was originally calm became boiling. The mouths of dozens of red carps kept opening and closing, and water splashed in all directions. The current capital is just like this originally calm pool. However, if there was a handful of bait, it would make it seem as if it was boiling. Therefore, we have to sit on the sidelines and observe the situation. We cannot recklessly enter. The goateed old man's tone was still calm. He was not angry at the middle-aged man's rudeness. "Yes, I understand." The middle-aged man's eyes looked at the pool water as if he had thought of something. "I will go down and let the other disciples do as usual. I don't want to alert the enemy and let them see the flaws. However, if anything unexpected happens, I will pretend that I didn't see it." The middle-aged man said his plan. The goateed old man heard it and nodded slowly. He picked up the steaming tea and began to taste it slowly. The pond water in front of him became calm again. The middle-aged man saw this and knew what the old man meant. He didn't say anything more. He slowly stood up and retreated outside the house. The footsteps outside the house gradually disappeared. The old man muttered to himself as he looked at the pool of water. After a long while, he said, "The water in the capital city is really muddy this time." The capital city, the city lord's estate, underground secret chamber. The secret chamber was dark and quiet. Even the faint sounds of breathing were extremely noticeable in this spacious secret chamber. This damned place, why are there so many layers? Fu-hoo, are you F-seeking lost? We've been walking for so long, we haven't even seen the city lord's shadow, much less Lin Bai and the others. Fatty could not help but mutter. Not long ago, after escaping from Yang Xing and the others, he and Fu-hoo had escaped to the depths of the secret chamber. When Fatty was at a loss on the maze-like path nearby, Fu-hoo had volunteered to lead the way. In the end, after leading the way for a long time, Yang Xing was indeed gone. They had also reached the depths of the secret chamber, but Fatty felt that the two of them were walking in circles, not even seeing the traces left behind by the city lord. Cough, cough. Fu-hoo coughed softly. His face was cold, and there was no awkwardness to be seen, but there was still some unspeakable expression in the depths of his eyes. He had lost his way. Say something and give me a definite message. Don't let your fat grandfather me walk so much in vain. If you end up telling me that you've lost your way. Fatty's voice became cold, and his clenched fists also made cracking sounds. His pair of eyes stared at Fu-hoo, causing him to feel a little cold. Fu-hoo was in the wrong in this matter, so he could only swallow his anger. However, he still put on a calm expression. He pointed at a very small cave entrance. "See, that's the place. Let's go over there and take a look. Don't worry, there will definitely be new discoveries." "I'll trust you again." Fatty shook his head. At this moment, he did not know how to walk. Even if he lost his way, he could only follow Fu-hoo and try every direction. Fatty sucked in his stomach and clumsily walked into the cave. Just as he was getting irritated by the narrow passage, he was about to open his mouth to complain when he saw that the other side of the passage was extremely spacious, so he put away the dissatisfaction in his heart. "Tell me, how did Yang Xing suddenly become so strong?" Generally speaking, this kind of medicine has very strong side effects, and the time for his strength to increase is very short. "Tell me." Fatty was really bored as he walked, so he found a topic to talk about. Moreover, he had been thinking about whether he should give it a try and kill Yang Xing. Fu-hoo shook his head. "Since Yang Xing dared to take it in front of us, it means that the medicine is not ordinary. Maybe it is a permanent increase in strength?" Fu-hoo actually did not know the answer in his heart. There was only one reason why he said that. If Fatty asked him to return the way he came, then he really did not know how to return the way he came. Fu-hoo was determined not to tell Fatty about this matter. Speaking of which, this secret chamber is very strange. It should not have been created by the city lord. It might have existed here before him. Fu-hoo hurriedly changed the topic, and his eyes looked around. "I think so too, but what is the meaning of the existence of this place?" Ever since Fatty came to the depths of the secret chamber, this question had been on his mind, and he could not get rid of it no matter how hard he tried. Rumble, right at this moment, the earth shook and the mountains shook. A bottomless crack appeared on the ground under their feet, and huge rocks kept falling from the ceiling. "FCK, what's going on? Is this place going to collapse? I don't know, but finding a safe place is more important." Fatty and Fu-hoo hurriedly dodged and came to a slightly safer place. The tremors gradually subsided, but the darkness in front of them continued to emit tremors. Fatty and Fu-hoo could only stay here for a short while. Boom, buzz, ping. Why is this sound not right? Fatty frowned. The tremors in the darkness gradually turned into the sound of metal colliding and fighting. Could it be Lin Bai, the city lord, and the others? Fu-hoo's eyes lit up. Finally, he wasn't lost anymore. The two of them looked at each other and sneaked into the darkness, trying their best not to make a sound. When they arrived in the distance, the sound by their ears grew closer and closer. "Who are you exactly? How dare you ruin my plans? I will definitely tear you into pieces and skin you alive." A ruthless and cruel voice filled with monstrous anger echoed in the darkness. Fatty and Fu-hoo were shocked. They were extremely familiar with this voice. It was the city lord. "Ha ha ha, to be hated so much by you, I feel that the wounds on my body are no longer painful. Then we shall meet again in the future. No, we shall not meet again. You. Don't try to escape. Chapter 353, Traces of the City Lord and the Secret Chamber. It was silent. The deathly stillness made Fatty and Fu Hu break out in a thin layer of cold sweat. The two of them did not even dare to breathe loudly. Not long ago, the City Lord had stopped the other person from escaping. However, halfway through, the darkness returned to its peaceful state. There was not a single sound, and the contrast was intense. Fatty used his gaze to look at Fu Hu, then glanced at the darkness in front of him, meaning to say, "Is there anyone else in front of us?" Fu Hu shook his head, his face filled with anger. How would I know? The two of them waited for a long time, but the front was still silent. Only now did they dare to take a deep breath. After waiting for a while, Fatty could not help but say softly, "Just now, who was the person who fought the City Lord so fiercely?" Fu Hu shook his head again and said in a weak voice, "How would I know? But this is also good news. The City Lord hasn't found Lin Bai and the others. Lin Bai and the others are safe for the time being." "Then should we continue?" Fatty asked. "Let's go. What are we doing here? The City Lord must have left," Fu Hu said softly. He raised one leg and was about to walk forward. However, just as he took this step forward, a sound came from the depths of the darkness. Who exactly is it that dares to stop me at the cost of serious injuries? Is it the helper that Lin Bai invited? No, if it's a helper, Lin Bai will definitely ambush me here. Moreover, Lin Bai has already been trapped by those two idiots at the altar. The City Lord muttered to himself. Fatty and Fu Hu felt a chill run down their spines. They did not dare to say a single word. Fu Hu even wanted to give himself a big slap. Fortunately, he did not attract the attention of the City Lord just now. Otherwise, the two of them would have to die here. HMPH, I can't care so much. Right now, it's more important to rush to the altar. Otherwise, those two idiots will do something stupid again. The City Lord's voice sounded once again. Following that, a series of air-piercing sounds gradually disappeared into the depths of the darkness. Only then did Fatty let out a deep sigh of relief. Just now, he did not even dare to breathe for fear of being discovered by the City Lord. At the same time, he also heard a shocking secret. There was actually someone inside the secret chamber, preventing the City Lord from entering deeper. This person, Fatty, thought that he had nothing to do with the City Lord. Then who was this person? Fatty thought about it in his heart, and his eyes could not help but look at Fu Hu. Fu Hu was being stared at by Fatty's eyes, and he could not help but feel a little angry. "Why are you looking at me? It has nothing to do with me. Do you want to hurry or not? If you don't want to leave, then I will turn back and run. Then you can go back and get rid of Yang Xing while you're at it. Also, the one with the huge sword at the entrance. I wish you good luck." After Fatty said that, he patted his butt and got up to walk inside. Fu Hu was so annoyed by Fatty that he did not know what to say. He only said that he would turn back and run. Not to mention that he did not dare to, he could not even find the way back. The two of them braced themselves and walked deeper into the place. When they came to an empty space beside a cliff, the two of them were dumbfounded and could not speak. They could see that this originally flat and wide open space was now riddled with holes. In the middle of it was a pit that was dozens of meters deep. Beside it were a few huge rocks that had fallen from above, huge rocks that were at least 10 meters tall. This. Fatty was so shocked that he could not organize his words properly. At the altar, violent and savage laughter reverberated in the air, mixed with endless mockery. "I thought you were capable, but in the end, you're just a pitiful ant. As long as you kneel on the ground and offer the cauldron to me with both hands, I can consider taking you in as my slave. How about it? As an ant, this is a chance for you to mourn for the pie in the sky." The green-armored monster looked at Lin Bai in the distance with a mocking expression. "I can give you a chance too." Lin Bai's voice was ice cold. He was not affected by the ridicule. "If you kneel down, I can give you a quick death." When the green-armored monster heard this, the viciousness on his face became even more intense. He shook his head and was speechless. "Frog at the bottom of a well? Then I will fulfill your wish." With that, the green-armored monster that was only 2 meters tall swayed left and right. The wind was generated under its feet, and it held a large cleaver in its hand as it hacked down from above. This move carried a surging killing intent, and it could even affect one's mind. Lin Bai stood there calmly. He waved the long sword in his right hand in an attempt to block this attack, and the small cauldron in his left hand attacked from the side. It's useless, it's useless. The green-armored monster saw Lin Bai's every move. He knew what Lin Bai was really planning. He removed some of the force from the long saber. Instead, he clenched his left hand tightly and grabbed a ball of solidified black gas. It smashed toward the small cauldron. The small cauldron shot out a golden light. A dazzling golden light attacked and collided with the solidified black gas. This time, the black gas dispersed the golden light and continued to attack forward with an unstoppable force. What? Seeing this, the green-armored monster cried out loud, trying to twist the long knife in its hand. It's too late, Lin Bai said coldly, and the long sword in his hand moved like lightning, dodging the long knife and swinging it downward. Pachai, a deep wound was cut on the chest of the green-armored monster, and black blood spurted out. One could even see its white bones. At the beginning, Lin Bai only pretended to use the small cauldron as an attack. In fact, his real plan was to use a longsword. The green-armored monster paid too much attention to the small cauldron, which caused him to make a wrong judgment and let Lin Bai's longsword successfully injure him. What? Lin Bai actually injured this monster? The thin man saw this scene from the corner of his eye and was shocked. He, Bai Zai, and a few small beasts were fighting against this one in front of them. They all felt that it was very troublesome, and Lin Bai actually injured the monster before them alone. The few small beasts naturally saw this scene. They were originally worried about Lin Bai, but at this moment, they were encouraged by Lin Bai. Their jet-black eyes shot out a burst of energy. The black-furred monster looked up to the sky and roared, "Ha ha ha, you were injured by a single person and a human with such a cultivation level. You're really getting rusty." The green-armored monster saw his companion's mockery, and the anger on his face became even more intense. He quickly retreated to a corner of the altar. The blood on his chest had already dyed his green scales black. "I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it." The green-armored monster looked at Lin Bai, and his tone was a little crazy. What? At this moment, the thin man only felt that the aura of death and the aura of blood on the altar was getting thicker and thicker, and he was shocked. The aura of the green-armored monster increased, and balls of black aura surrounded his four limbs. The long knife in his hand was shining, as if it was craving for fresh blood. The wound on his chest, which was covered with white bones, stopped bleeding and healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The wound healed, but this is too fast. Chapter 354. Turning the tide on the altar, the thick smell of blood and the bone-chilling killing intent had reached its peak. The thin man only felt drops of sweat dripping down, and his heart thumped. In the next moment, his heart seemed like it was about to jump out of his throat, and he didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. The two monsters in front of him were emitting an aura that was becoming more and more violent. They were like the descendants of ancient fierce beasts, thirsting for the primitive desire to be violent and kill. Lin Bai could not help but feel solemn. This green-armored monster seemed to be stepping on thousands of living beings and wading through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. No, this was not as if he had actually killed thousands of living beings. Otherwise, no matter how heaven-defying the monster was, it would not have such pure and dense killing intent. Oh, you finally know fear? Unfortunately, it's too late. Even if you kneel down and beg for mercy now, I will not let you off. The green-armored monster's face was full of murderous intent, and its scarlet eyes were shining. The corners of its mouth suddenly split open, revealing two sharp fangs. "Ran, don't forget the reason why we're here. If you do this, you'll explode." Seeing the green-armored monster's strange behavior, the black-furred monster said coldly. Its words had a direction, but it was interrupted by the green-armored monster impatiently. "Shut up, Shan. Do you think I don't know? Right now, I'm just stretching my limbs before the main event. It's like a small dish before a real feast." Ran and Shan? Lin Bai frowned. Through the conversation between the two monsters, he finally knew their names. However, just knowing their names still confused him. Did they really come from another world? However, the subsequent changes of the green-armored monster made Lin Bai no longer have the time or energy to think about these questions. The green-armored monster named Ran ignored the suggestion of the black-furred monster named Shan. A thick, viscous black gas emerged from Ran's body. It covered his entire body like a solid armor, covering his green scales and turning his entire body pitch black. Ran took a light step forward and lightly stepped on the altar. Crack! Crack! The solid surface of the altar, the surface that Little Black and Little Blue had to use all their strength to destroy, had been stepped on by someone else and a hole was made. For the first time, Little Black and Little Blue felt the shock and fear that shot straight into their souls. Then, they looked in Lin Bai's direction with worry. Lin Bai stood quietly where he was. The strong wind blew against his robes, causing his hair to flutter wildly in the air. However, his eyes were as still water, as calm as an ancient well. "Aunt, I will definitely take those eyes of yours. I want to take a good look at what makes you so disgusting." However, his tone was cold and his voice had become a little hoarse. However, the killing intent contained within it was dozens of times stronger than before. Whoosh! A weak air-breaking sound was heard. It was accompanied by a violent wind that made it difficult for people to open their eyes. Ran, whose entire body was wrapped in demonic chi, arrived in front of Lin Bai in the blink of an eye. He swung his hand toward Lin Bai's chest and abdomen in an extremely awkward position. The move was decisive and ruthless. There was no sloppiness at all, except for the strange way of exerting strength. Lin Bai took a small step back with his toes. His hands suddenly swung forward. He held the sword in one hand and the tripod in the other. The longsword flickered with a dense silver light. The sacred golden light on the cauldron reflected each other, and the power of the attack suddenly increased as it smashed toward Ran's hand. This move of Lin Bai's contained 100% of his power. He planned to use his full power in the first exchange, so that Ran, who was still careless, would suffer a big loss. Then, he could take advantage of the situation and turn the situation around. However, before the silver light of the longsword and the golden light of the small cauldron collided with Ran's attack, the two weapons were struck first, and the attack, which had yet to gather its full strength, dissipated. Following that, a series of loud sounds spread out. Ran's hand collided with the longsword and the small cauldron, and Lin Bai was repeatedly pushed back by this huge force. His chi and blood began to boil. Just now, before his attack hit his opponent's hand, he was hit first, and then he was hit by Ran's real attack. No, that couldn't be called an attack. It was the devil chi that Ren emitted from his body. It was the black armor that wrapped around his body. However, no one knew what method Ran used to make the demon chi on his arm become transparent. It couldn't be seen at all, so Lin Bai was at a disadvantage. This kind of move, which could not allow the opponent to control the distance or make it disappear, could be said to be a great headache in a fight. It could give one a great advantage. A strong physique and that layer of demon chi armor. Lin Bai felt his blood boiling. This was not like before, when his chi and blood were surging and affecting the circulation of his cultivation method. Instead, it made Lin Bai's body heat up. His fighting spirit was burning, and his eyes were like torches. Ran, who was covered in black demon chi, saw Lin Bai's gaze, and a feeling of extreme disgust surged from the bottom of his heart. This disgust struck the deepest part of his heart. However, just as Ran was about to launch an attack to clean up the disgust in his eyes, Lin Bai took the initiative to launch an attack. This caused Ran to be slightly shocked. The longsword in Lin Bai's hand suddenly swung from top to bottom, gradually reaching the lowest point. It moved from frivolous to right, and almost at the same time, it swung from right to left. It's useless even if you see through it. Seeing this, however, he became convinced in his heart. Lin Bai had seen through the secret of his demon chi armor, but he did not care at all. He swung the large cleaver in his hand forward and hacked. The two strikes of the long sword were easily shattered by the large cleaver, and the large cleaver was like a greedy beast that had an insatiable thirst for blood. It was still unstoppable as it hacked at Lin Bai. Lin Bai channeled his spiritual power into the small cauldron. The two collided, and both of them were bounced back. However, he only felt pain between his thumb and forefinger. The more painful it was, the more he looked at the small cauldron with a wild and greedy gaze. At this moment, a fair hand turned into the shape of a claw and pierced straight towards Ran's right abdomen. The angle was tricky, and the speed was as fast as lightning. "Humph, it's useless. You want to hurt me with just this attack of yours?" Ran's face showed disdain. The armor on his body was made of demonic chi. Not only did it have a strong defense, it would also automatically launch an attack the moment it came into contact with the opponent. Previously, he had used this to neutralize the attack of the longsword and the small cauldron. Then, he struck out with his palm and injured Lin Bai. However, just as Lin Bai's hand was about to touch the armor, a golden light flashed over and crashed into the armor at a speed that was difficult to be seen with the naked eye. The demon chi armor launched its own attack and collided with the golden light. Both of them dissipated. However, where the golden light and the armor touched, there was a small circle where the demon chi became thin. One could vaguely see the green scale armor inside. Pachai, blood splattered out, accompanied by a monstrous roar. Ah! Chapter 355. Coward Ran clutched his injured abdomen and quickly retreated backward. Under the pull of the movement, the lacerated wound on his abdomen was bleeding profusely. However, how could Lin Bai let go of this opportunity to turn the situation around? His figure flashed, and he stepped on the ground with the tip of his feet. He suddenly appeared in front of Ran and stabbed his longsword at Ran's injured abdomen. This sword attack of Lin Bai's did not seek strength, but only precision and speed. It was like a rainbow that cut through the night, and in the blink of an eye, it was approaching Ran's abdomen. You! Ran took a deep breath, and he felt a chill from his abdomen directly pressing into his mind. At the same time, he hurriedly launched a few strong attacks, trying to block the longsword while allowing Lin Bai to dodge left and right to fight for an opportunity to retreat. However, after a few attacks, Ran's abdomen was torn open again, and blood dyed half of his body red. The intense pain made him lose the ability to calm down and think, so he could only grit his teeth and rely on his subconscious. His wound had already begun to heal slowly. He only needed a few breaths of time to catch his breath, and he was confident that he could get rid of this disadvantage. Lin Bai obviously knew this as well. As he waved his long sword, he suddenly activated a huge amount of spiritual power and injected it into the small cauldron. The small cauldron suddenly emitted a bright golden light. You think you can exterminate me with just your power? Ran shouted coldly, but he couldn't help but mutter in his heart. He had got close to the small cauldron in Lin Bai's hand several times and even used the large knife with a slit to contend with it. Even so, he still couldn't see the true face of this small cauldron clearly. However, he had a feeling that this small cauldron had yet to display its true power. If this small cauldron were to display its full power, then he was somewhat doubtful of whether he would be able to withstand it. However, he forcefully endured the tearing sensation in his abdomen and clenched his teeth as he brandished the large cleaver. A scarlet light emitted from the body of the large cleaver. It was devilishly cold-blooded and filled with a murderous aura as it hacked towards the direction of the small cauldron. A streak of golden light and a streak of red light. Both of them emitted a crushing aura, as if they wanted to tear apart, destroy, and shatter everything in the world. However, just as the two streaks of light were about to collide, a faint and concealed white light flickered. A figure approached Ran at lightning speed. Lin Bai's left hand transformed into a palm blade and slashed towards Ran's neck. "You're playing dirty with me?" He was shocked. Only now did he understand that although Little Cauldron's attack seemed to be fierce, it was actually a feint attack. Ran wanted to stop the large cleaver in his hand, but that was simply impossible. In order to block Little Cauldron's frontal attack, he used all his strength. Moreover, if he withdrew the large cleaver, then he would not be able to dodge the small cauldron's attack. Ran raised a leg and kicked Lin Bai's chest. This kick was aggressive and carried a wave of anger. If an ordinary person was kicked, their chest would definitely turn into minced meat. Unfortunately, this was Ran's hasty attack, the worst move. Lin Bai twisted his body and dodged this kick. He placed one hand on Ran's leg and used the other hand to stab at Ran's chest. Ran's eyes went from calmness to anger to confusion. He looked at the hand knife that Lin Bai was stabbing at him. He had the intention to dodge and defend, but there was no time at all. He could only watch as the hand knife approached bit by bit. Lin Bai only felt a warm sensation on his fingertips. He was delighted. If he could get rid of one just like that, then he could easily get rid of the remaining one with the help of the others. However, just as Lin Bai's hand knife was about to enter Ran's chest, Ran's body uncontrollably retreated. Lin Bai's hand also came out of his chest. He could not get any deeper into the wound and stabbed straight into his heart. However, when the small cauldron and the long cleaver collided, Ran hesitated and was pulled back by someone. The force on the long cleaver had already been removed, and half of his body had sunk into the golden light. Ran, you're too careless. How are you going to complete our mission like this? A rough voice sounded. Shan had somehow escaped the siege of Skinny and the others and came to rescue Ran. Drip, drip, fresh blood continuously fell on the altar. Ran's forehead was covered in sweat. The layer of dark demonic chi on his body had dissipated, revealing green scales. There were deep wounds on his left chest and left abdomen. Blood gushed out, and half of his right arm was gone. Shan had saved him in an emergency, and this arm was the price he had to pay. However, from Shan's point of view, it was still better than dying here. However, he bit down hard on his roots, and with a cracking sound, a pair of scarlet eyes stared at Lin Bai, and he roared angrily, "Insect!" The angry roar filled with murderous intent resounded throughout the entire secret chamber. Lin Bai stretched out his little finger and dug his ears, then placed it in front of his mouth and blew gently. He asked in confusion, "What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly. Can you repeat it again? It was you. You were almost killed by me. You only know how to run, coward." Lin Bai bit the word coward very hard. When Ran heard it, he was about to flare up immediately. However, Shan placed his heavy palm on his shoulder. "Ran, if that's all you have, then I'll do the mission alone. You can't shoulder such a heavy responsibility." When Lin Bai heard this, he started to mutter in his heart. He had originally thought that Shan was the one who was easily enraged and easily obsessed with battle. However, he had not expected Shan to have a calm and thoughtful look under his violent exterior. Ran gritted his teeth and took out a few medicinal pills from his bag. He stuffed them into his mouth and swallowed them. Lin Bai, the thin man, and Bai Zai had reached Lin Bai's side, and their eyes were apologetic. They had wanted to stop Shan, but Shan suddenly exploded with a powerful force and didn't dodge their attacks at all, so they couldn't stop him. Lin Bai shook his head, indicating that he didn't care. The battle was always changing at a moment's notice. No matter how careful a plan was, there would be continuous changes, so Shan and Ran couldn't do anything about it. Now he had to think about what to do next. "Ha ha!" Shan looked at Lin Bai and the others and laughed. "I didn't expect that there would be someone as interesting as you among the humans. How about come and be our subordinate and help us complete our great cause? In that case, even if the humans are completely massacred by us in the future, I can still ensure your long-term survival." Shan said this to Lin Bai. When he said this, his gaze was fixed on Lin Bai, the thin man, and Bai Zai. "You want to bring that burden with you after completing your great undertaking?" Lin Bai looked at Ran, who had closed his eyes to recuperate, and said coldly. Shan smiled and did not answer this question. "How is it? Do you intend to help me? Then kill that guy behind you and throw his head over. I can consider it." Lin Bai said coldly and looked at Ran. Ran, who was sitting behind the mountain, had stopped bleeding from his chest and abdomen. His wounds were gradually healing. Even the most serious injury on his right arm was no longer bleeding. Lin Bai knew that he could not delay any longer. Chapter 356. Preemptive Strike. Shan's pair of scarlet, savage eyes carefully sized up Lin Bai for a moment. A smile blossomed on his sinister face, causing it to become even more sinister. "Kid, looks like you have a lot of secrets on you. For example, that small cauldron. For example, those spirit beasts behind you. However, don't worry. As long as you help us, we can guarantee that no one from our side will covet your secrets while we allow you to rise to the top." Shan Xin was quick-witted. He immediately came to the conclusion that it wasn't a wise move to recklessly engage in battle with Lin Bai and the others while Ran was injured. If he had been a little careless, it was fine if Ran died, but he might suffer a setback as well. However, if Lin Bai and the rest attacked him forcefully, Shan would not be afraid. Shan was chosen to come to this world not only because he had a strong body and a fierce face. How many powerful people in this world did not have secrets? Lin Bai understood Shan's intention. He wanted to stall for some time so that he could recover. Shan chose to stall for time alone and did not choose to run away. This meant that he was confident that he could fight Lin Bai and the rest. Hence, Lin Bai immediately ruled out the plan to attack rashly. Lin Bai had a myriad of thoughts in his mind, but his face was as calm as water. It was so clear that one could see the bottom of it. There was even a smile on his lips that was charming. "You're right, I do have some secrets. Before I decide if I should help you or not, I still have a few questions." Lin Bai stopped mid-sentence. The thin man and Bai Zai had different expressions as they looked at Lin Bai. No one knew what they were thinking about. Shan's ferocious face relaxed for a moment. He glanced at Ran from the corner of his eye. Ran's injuries were recovering rapidly. He still needed some time. "You can ask me. As long as you can answer, I can answer appropriately." "You are demons?" "Demons," Shan laughed dryly. "However, in your world there is such a name. We are demons. Therefore, you demons have long coveted this world, or rather, something from this world. You secretly sent a person here a long time ago, hiding here as your informant, and the appearance of the two of you is naturally the result of that person." Shan's eyes flashed with a strange light, and the sinister smile on his face froze for a moment, not letting others notice anything unusual. "As long as you agree to help us, you can know all these questions." Lin Bai nodded in his heart when he heard this, and he was even more certain of his guess. The city lord was a demon. The Shan and Ran in front of him were also demons. They were coveting this world, or rather, something in this world, and they were spending a large amount of time and manpower to obtain it. It was the same for a demon to be driven away by interests. But this interest was not as simple as Lin Bai had guessed. It should be a bigger hidden secret. "Then, I still have a few questions." Lin Bai did not look surprised when he saw that Shan did not answer. Instead, he asked other questions with great interest. The thin man and Bai Zai looked at Lin Bai again. Their expressions were different. The thin man lowered his gaze and returned to Lin Bai. He had something to say, but was also worried. Shan's eyes lit up and he nodded. "You can say it." Ran's injuries had already recovered by half. He would be able to use 80% of his strength in a short period of time. When that time came, he and Ran would be able to hold the initiative. Lin Bai asked a few more questions about Ran and Shan. Among them, there was also a vague mention of the city lord. However, Shan's answers were exceptionally smooth. He did not mention anything that should not be mentioned at all. He did not allow Lin Bai to obtain any useful information. However, one or two questions were still acceptable. Lin Bai kept asking questions, causing Shan to start mumbling in his heart. "Wasn't I the one who should be stalling for time? Could it be that Lin Bai was meticulously planning some plan and was intentionally stalling for some time with me? No matter what plans he had, it would be useless." Moreover, from Lin Bai's performance, he seemed to be a person with an extremely deep mind. "Then he should be able to guess my plan." The more Shan replied, the more he muttered in his heart. The more he helped to stall for time, the more chaotic his heart became. Shan's scarlet eyes sized up the calm and composed Lin Bai, the pensive Bai Zai, and the nervous and hesitant skinny man. Boom! At this moment, a dazzling ball of fire attacked from above the darkness. It was like a sun falling onto the earth, carrying with it a heat wave that burned everything. "It's a trap!" Shan shouted. "Not good." He opened his mouth and spat out a ball of black gas that was emitting a deathly aura. It smashed towards the ball of fire. The two collided and exploded, setting off waves of strong air currents. When Shan received this attack, he felt that two figures had already arrived in front of him. They attacked from both left and right at tricky angles, vowing to take Shan's life. Shan waved his hands, his fingertips wrapped in black gas. He easily received the two attacks, but before he could stop, another black and blue figure attacked him. Shan could only brace himself to fight again. Little Blue's attack had left a deep wound on his arm. Buzz, a holy and ancient golden light, was like an ancient holy light, crushing everything in its path. It was menacing as it devoured Shan. Shan felt a headache coming on. When he saw the golden light, he knew that it was the work of the small cauldron. The small cauldron had made Ran suffer quite a bit before, so he did not dare to be careless. He urged the demonic qi in his body to attack with all his might. All of these attacks only happened in the span of 2 breaths. They were powerful and extremely fast. If it were anyone else, they would have already died here. No, that's not right. Just as he took the small cauldron's attack, Shan Zin's heart trembled. He seemed to have thought of something as he twisted his legs, and his muscular body suddenly moved backward. Ran was recuperating with his eyes closed. He had already reached the final step and would be able to join hands with him in a moment. However, a figure had appeared behind Ran at some point in time. That figure's expression was calm as the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. His fair hand moved from top to bottom in a seemingly light stroke pache. Blood splattered everywhere. Ran's head rolled onto the ground powerlessly. His scarlet eyes were filled with shock. Following that, Ran's green-armored body collapsed powerlessly and lost its life force. "You!" Shan let out a deafening roar. There were even quite a number of rocks that rolled down from above due to the shock. "Sai, your fault for not telling me all those questions." Lin Bai smiled slyly and shook off the blood stains on his hands. The reason why Lin Bai wanted to talk so much with Shan was to make Shan, who was very suspicious, suspect that Lin Bai had other motives. When Shan was in such a dilemma, it was the time for Lin Bai to make a move. If they did not deal with Ran at this time, once he recovered from his injuries, Lin Bai and the others would fall into an irreversible disadvantage. Chapter 357. The burial ground. There was no trace of pity or emotion in Lin Bai's eyes. He extended his index finger and pointed into the distance. Ran's ferocious head, that was covered in blood, exploded like an expanding balloon with a bang. Lin Bai did not do this to vent his anger, but to anger Shan in front of him. When Shan saw this scene, anger, killing intent, and ruthlessness took over his head and took away his rationality. It also caused the demonic chi around his body to surge and churn. As if a monstrous troll had appeared in the mortal world, it was filled with a terror that penetrated deep into one's soul. The turbulent and churning demonic chi curled around Shan's muscular body and lay dormant on his arms. It was as if two fierce beasts were crouching on his arms, staring menacingly at him. It was strange and terrifying. Hiss! When the thin man saw the changes on Shan's body, he could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. The two fierce beasts on Shan's arms made the thin man raise his guard. He did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. At the same time, he looked at Lin Bai. "Phew, you really scared me. I thought you." The thin man swallowed his words halfway through his sentence. When the thin man saw that Lin Bai and Shan were stalling for time, he really thought that Lin Bai was planning to join forces with Shan and betray them. However, it was fortunate that during this period of time when he was in contact with Lin Bai, he learned the hint Lin Bai gave to attack. He launched an attack together with Bai Zai. "We need to end this battle quickly. The commotion from before was too big, so we can't avoid attracting the attention of others." Bai Zai also came to Lin Bai's side and said in a low voice. While Lin Bai and Shan were talking to stall for time, Bai Zai was also confused at first. However, after standing in Lin Bai's position and thinking for a while, she came to a realization and cooperated with Lin Bai to work his act to the extreme. Lin Bai nodded and gave the order to the little beasts at the same time. Immediately, Lin Bai's feet lightly swayed, leaving an illusory shadow on the spot. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Shan. "Previously, I activated the small cauldron too many times. Now, I only have a quarter of my spiritual power left. I can probably use the small cauldron to its full power twice. If I can't finish off Shan before my spiritual power is exhausted, then we'll have to run." Lin Bai's mind spun rapidly as he urged a large amount of spiritual power into the small cauldron. The small cauldron was like a bottomless abyss, wantonly swallowing Lin Bai's spiritual power. It did not show any signs of filling up. Buzz! The small cauldron immediately released a dazzling golden light. Immediately, a holy golden light smashed towards the mountain. "There's still one more time." Lin Bai's eyes were like torches. The longsword in his right hand stabbed towards the mountain's temple at an extremely cunning angle. Shan's hand, which was surrounded by demonic chi, clenched his fist tightly and smashed towards the small cauldron with a loud bang. His other hand opened his palm and grabbed towards Lin Bai's sharp sword light. When the thin man saw this, his originally solemn face revealed a trace of a smile. "Idiot, even if your two hands are very special, if you want to receive it with your bare hands, isn't that a little too arrogant?" Before the thin man could finish his words, his face stiffened. Boom! After two booming sounds, Shan received the attack steadily. His footsteps were even more steady as he stood on the ground. His ferocious face did not show any signs of difficulty. When Lin Bai saw this, he was a little surprised. However, he did not think too much about it. He drew his long sword and swung it once again. At the same time, a jet-black figure attacked. A claw that was emitting a cold light grabbed towards the lower part of Shan's body. Shan gave a cold snort, raised his thick and strong leg, and suddenly twisted it inward. Demonic chi also surrounded him, and both of his hands smashed towards Lin Bai's long sword. Pachai! A tearing sound echoed through the altar. A deep wound that was so deep that one could see the bone was left on Shan's thigh, and fresh blood kept gushing out. Shan's expression changed slightly. He had never thought that the black spiritual beast that he had always looked down on would have such destructive power. Little Black made a face at Shan and waved its claws at him a few more times. "I'll let you look down on me again. Do you still dare to?" Shan almost spat out a mouthful of blood when he saw such a human-like spiritual beast. Boom! A dazzling fireball and a stream of water vapor came crashing down from both sides of the Shan. Shan originally wanted to step on the ground and jump up high, but he did not expect a blue figure to attack him from above. Shan braced himself and placed his hands on his chest. In front of him, demonic chi surged and wrapped around his body. After a dazzling light, Shan panted and retreated. After taking the attacks of 3 spiritual beasts, he was already heavily injured. Although his injuries were small if he continued to fight, hee. At this moment, a sinister laugh came from behind Shan, causing all the hair on his body to stand on end. Pachai, after a flash of silver light, a dagger stabbed into Shan's ribs. This was the result of Shan subconsciously dodging the attack. Otherwise, there would have been a dagger stabbed into Shan's back. Seeing that Shan wanted to counterattack, the thin man quickly pulled out his dagger and swallowed it into the darkness once again. "Don't blame me for being heartless. You're a demon, I'm a human." Bai Zai shouted coldly and launched a fierce attack, not giving Shan any time to catch his breath. Under the siege, even if Shan had brute force and a chest full of trump cards, he did not have the time to catch his breath. He could only continuously block the attacks. A moment later, Shan's body was left with several bloody wounds. His black hair was mixed with the smell of blood and stuck to his body. Lin Bai attacked from the front. He held his long sword in his hand and stabbed forward with lightning-like momentum. Suddenly, a stream of black gas emerged from the darkness and swept toward the altar aggressively. Retreat! Lin Bai could feel the difference in this black gas. He hurriedly withdrew his long sword and retreated quickly. Little Red knowingly spat towards the black gas. The scorching fire and the black gas collided and both dissipated. "Ha!" A sinister laughter resounded throughout the entire altar. A solemn expression appeared on the faces of the thin man and Bai Zai. They were very familiar with this laughter. It was so familiar that they could not be more familiar with it. In front of the bloody Shan, a figure stood. It was the city lord who had rushed over. The city lord's expression was gloomy and cold. The corners of his mouth curled up. Under his seemingly calm eyes, there was a surging anger that surged to the heavens. He stared fixedly at Lin Bai. "Where's Ran?" the city lord asked coldly. However, just as he finished speaking, he saw a headless body collapsing at the corner of the altar. "Ran died," Shan replied succinctly. Taking advantage of this time, he hurriedly swallowed all sorts of medicine and began to recuperate from the injuries all over his body. Crack, crack, crack. The city lord clenched his fists tightly, and his fists repeatedly let out explosive sounds. With each explosive sound, the skinny man and Bai Zai's mood became even more solemn. "Lin Bai, you've ruined my plans several times, and now," the city lord said halfway, gritting his teeth, "today this altar will be your burial place." Chapter 358, Undying Ghost Technique. Did you say anything just now? I didn't hear it very clearly. Lin Bai took out his little finger from his ear and looked at the city lord with a face full of doubt. "You can only be stubborn now." The city lord was so angry that he laughed instead. His gaze swept over Lin Bai and the others. "What a pity. It's a pity that the fatty who betrayed us and that person who looked honest and had an honest face, but is actually full of evil schemes, are not here. What a pity. Otherwise, I would especially like to meet them." The city lord emphasized the word "especially" very heavily. The city lord was still thinking about looking for Fatty, which meant that Fatty was still alive. However, who was that honest-looking fellow who was actually filled with evil schemes? Looking at your expressions, you haven't met those two idiots yet. However, no matter where they hide, I will find them one by one and pull out their tendons and bones. Otherwise, it would be difficult to resolve the hatred in my heart." The city lord's voice became colder and colder, and his voice became lower and lower. However, everyone present could not help but feel their hearts tremble, as if they had fallen into an ice hole. No, that's not right. Lin Bai quickly came to a realization. This feeling of falling into an ice hole was not only because of the city lord's words. At this point, if it was not intentional, the city lord would not have mentioned fatty at all. Ha ha ha, you realized it. Not bad, Lin Bai. Otherwise, all of this would be too boring. I still want to see all of you struggle with your lives on the line until the end, with faces full of despair. Seeing Lin Bai's expression, the smile on the city lord's face became even more savage, and his expression was even more confident. Undying ghost technique. Now this place is my hunting ground. Every move that happens here is under my control. All of you will die here today, and none of you can think of escaping, ha ha ha. The city lord had already treated Lin Bai and the others like fish on a chopping board. He did not hold back as he spoke the name of the cultivation technique. He laughed maniacally. At this moment, Lin Bai and the others finally realized the changes on the altar. The surface of the altar had unknowingly been covered by a thin layer of demon chi. The range of this demon chi was spreading at a speed visible to the naked eye. We can't be careless. There must be something strange about the city lord's cultivation technique. Shan is still recovering from his injuries. However, if we let him recover 70 to 80% of his prime, the two of them attacking us together will be very disadvantageous to us. Lin Bai quietly said to the thin man and Bai Zai behind him. At the same time, he wrapped his legs with spiritual energy. His legs were still isolated from the demonic chi on the altar, but the demonic chi did not have any negative effect on him. Then, what was the use of this demonic chi? He remembered the city lord had just said that this place was his hunting ground. A very bad guess emerged in Lin Bai's mind. No matter what kind of stupid cultivation technique this is, we can only brace ourselves and go. The thin man's brows were tightly knitted together, and his mind was nervous. However, before he could finish his words, his eyes were wide open. Looking at the scene in front of him, he was so shocked that he could not utter a single word. Shua, ah! A piercing sound rang out, accompanied by a horrifying scream. Bai Zai hurriedly retreated, clutching a bloody arm. There was a deep wound on her elbow that could see the bones. If she had not subconsciously activated her defense, then the injury would not have been as simple as just one arm. Her entire body would have been split into two. The city lord's figure swayed again, and he returned to the front of Shan. His right upper right hand was covered in blood. "Tusk, your cultivation is too low. The taste of your blood is not good enough. The blood of you human women and those with high cultivation are still not bad." The city lord stuck out his tongue to taste the taste of the blood on his fingertip. His face revealed an excited and satisfied expression, and his smile became even more twisted. "Bai Zai, don't blame me. I warned you a long time ago, but who would have thought that you would still be unrepentant?" Bai Zai's face was covered in sweat the size of soybeans, and her skin was pale and colorless. Her breathing was rapid, and her vision gradually began to blur. The intense pain almost made her faint, but she knew very well that if she fainted here, it would only put Lin Bai and the others at an even greater disadvantage. That was because Lin Bai and the thin man had to protect him while fighting the city lord. The difficulty would increase by more than one level. "Little Black!" Lin Bai shouted softly, and Little Black immediately understood what he meant. He twisted his shiny black body and moved closer to Bai Zai. He gave Lin Bai a determined expression and said, "Leave this place to me. I won't let her suffer any harm." Whether it was the three of them or the few spirit beasts, when it came to defense, Little Black was definitely number one. Even the thin man had relied on Little Black's terrifying defense when he cleared the high platforms. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to escape from there. After realizing the true power of the small cauldron, Lin Bai was still a little scared. Back then, he wasn't afraid of death and allowed Little Black to compete with the small cauldron. Fortunately, the small cauldron didn't show its power at that time, or Little Black would be lucky to have a minor injury. Bai Zai looked at Lin Bai gratefully. She pressed many times on her injured arm, forcibly sealing her acupoints to stop the bleeding. Then, she hurriedly swallowed medicine. Bai Zai, now that things have come to this, do you have any regrets? You say, what's the use of continuing to struggle on with your life? Why don't you end your own life here, or completely become my slave? Only then will you be able to atone for your sins. Regret your words. Bai Zai bit out each word from between her teeth. Her eyes were bloodshot as she looked at the city lord, filled with the desire to fight. She even spat at the city lord with a mouthful of saliva mixed with fresh blood. Heh. The city lord laughed, and his expression darkened. You have to think clearly, think about it. The city lord's words were cold and sinister. However, halfway through his words, the city lord who had been standing where he was disappeared once again, leaving behind a pitch-black figure. Skinny, be careful, Lin Bai shouted loudly. At the same time, he exerted strength under his feet and rushed towards the skinny man. The little cauldron and the cold longsword were both drawn. Pache, fresh blood splattered everywhere. The skinny man's left shoulder received a blow, and he hurriedly withdrew into the darkness. If Lin Bai had not reacted in advance and informed the skinny man would probably have been severely injured, just like Bai Zai. After 2 attacks, 2 people were injured. Lin Bai couldn't help but be on high alert. He knew why the city lord hadn't chosen him as his target twice. It was because he wanted to play with, torture, and ravage him. Ravage him so as to eliminate the flames of anger in his heart. And the city lord's undying ghost technique. Lin Bai had already preliminarily determined that this undying ghost technique, which had a limited range, could greatly increase the city lord's speed. However, the ability of the undying ghost technique was definitely not limited to this. There must be other abilities that Lin Bai had yet to discover. Lin Bai, do you regret making an enemy out of me? The city lord asked coldly, shaking off the blood on his hand. If you prostrate yourself before me now and beg for mercy, and enter into a contract with me to become my slave for eternity, I can spare you from the pain of flesh and blood. The city lord's lips contained a sinister smile, and his gaze was like that of a coiled viper, eyeing covetously. Chapter 359. Waiting for an opportunity to act, you have to think this through carefully. The city lord's smile was cold and sinister, revealing an expression that he had everything under control. Shan sat cross-legged, not far behind the city lord. White mist was rising from his body, and the bloody injuries on his body were mostly healed. It would not take long for him to join hands with the city lord. Now that Bai Zai and the thin man were both injured, if Shan and the city lord were to join hands, Lin Bai's heart sank. Bai Zai was recuperating under the protection of Little Black and had already lost the ability to fight. Thin Man was also heavily injured, and his strength had been greatly reduced. If he chose to cover them while escaping from here, it would be the worst option. The city lord would definitely stop him in every way possible. At that time, Lin Bai would be multitasking, and he would definitely expose a flaw. Suddenly, a faint sound of air being torn apart could be heard. Lin Bai subconsciously looked in the direction of the city lord, but the city lord still stood where he was and did not move at all. Lin Bai only felt his scalp go numb. His body leaned forward, and without turning his head, he rolled. Then, he suddenly exerted strength under his feet and jumped to the other side of the altar. Only then did he clearly see that, where he was standing, there was a figure covered in darkness. That figure's shape and posture were 90% similar to the city lord's. FCK? The skinny man hiding in the darkness could not help but look behind him when he saw this scene. At the same time, Little Black only felt an attack coming from behind him. He suddenly leaned back and waved his sharp claws. A ball of pitch-black city lord turned into a sticky, stinky liquid that fused with the demon chi that enveloped the altar. Little Black looked pleased and waved his claws at Lin Bai. How is it? Hee, not bad, right? I don't care if he's human or demon, bring it on. Seeing that Little Black had succeeded, Little Blue praised it from the bottom of its heart. It jumped up and down, making Little Black look even more pleased. When Lin Bai and the skinny man saw this scene, they felt nervous. Their worries were instantly turned into ashes by the 2 funny little beasts. Suddenly, "Be careful," Lin Bai shouted. The pitch-black version of the city lord, which had been destroyed by Little Black, showed up again. It held a strange-shaped longsword in its hand and stabbed directly in the direction of Bai Zai. Seeing this, Little Black could only clench its teeth and use its body to take this attack head-on. Bang! The pitch-black longsword, which had a strange-shaped shape, shattered bit by bit when it collided with Little Black. It turned into a sticky, stinky liquid and merged with the demon chi on the altar. Whoosh! Blackie wiped the sweat off its forehead in a human-like manner, not daring to be the slightest bit careless. If not for Lin Bai's timely reminder, that black shadow might have really killed Bai Zai. What a headache! Lin Bai quickly turned around. Not far behind him, 2 City Lord clones had already appeared. Lin Bai brandished the sword in his hand and took the lead in launching an attack, causing the 2 clones to dissipate and disappear. But this isn't a solution. Even if we destroy them once, they'll recover a second time and a third time. Only by destroying the source can we solve it, Lin Bai muttered in his heart. The source was the city lord who stood in the middle of the altar and had everything under control. He was also looking at everyone with an enjoyable mood. But right at this moment, the thing that Lin Bai didn't want to happen the most happened. Shan let out a breath of turbid air and opened his eyes. There was a piercing red light blossoming in his eyes. He slowly stood up and stretched his muscles and bones. Crack, crack, a series of ear-splitting explosions sounded. Useless thing. Once you wake up, quickly get rid of them with me. We must catch Lin Bai alive. He still has many secrets on him. Useless thing, the city lord shouted coldly. Shan's face was dark, and his body was slightly hunched as he stood behind the city lord. At this moment, the city lord looked at Lin Bai coldly. He stretched out his scarlet tongue and licked his thin lips. Yes, sir, Shan said in a deep voice. In the darkness outside the altar, one was fat and the other was strong. The 2 of them were lying behind a huge rock, stuck out their heads, and held their breaths as they looked down. FCK, this indestructible ghost technique can create clones? Fatty's face was full of shock, and his face was slightly pale. Although these clones aren't as strong as the main body, they have the advantage of numbers and can't be destroyed. Fu Hu analyzed calmly. Shan is going to make a move now. When are we going to help them? Fatty's heart was filled with impatience. Earlier, he had seen Bai Zai and Skinny being injured one after another. If not for Fu Hu pressing down on his shoulders, Fatty would have already charged forward. It's still not the time. Fu Hu shook his head. It's still not the time. Fatty gritted his teeth. If you want to help them and not give yourself over for free, then listen to me. Fu Hu's voice became serious. The city lord hasn't discovered us yet. We're in the dark and he's in the open. This is a huge advantage for us. We must find the right time to make him suffer. Fatty gritted his teeth and suppressed his emotions. Leave those 2 ants to me. Shan looked at the pitch-black empty space, then at Little Black and Bai Zai. FCK, the skinny man cursed. He thought that he had disguised himself to the extreme and had completely blended into the darkness. However, Shan stood up and saw through his position with just a glance. Little Black's eyes were like torches as he stared at Shan, not daring to be the slightest bit careless. The city lord did not say anything, which meant that he had agreed to Shan's plan. Shan's black fur began to flutter as he threw a fierce punch towards Little Black. Behind Little Black was Bai Zai, so he could only brace himself and strike out with his claw. Boom, Little Black took 2 steps back, while Shan took 1 step back. Shan's fist smashed out with a loud bang, and dense white bones broke out of its skin. His little finger was only connected by the skin, and it was already a bloody mess. Shan looked at the injured fist in surprise, but there was no painful expression on his face. Haha, this spirit beast is interesting. Can I keep this little beast's life? The city lord said indifferently, as you wish. Shan used his other hand to caress the injured fist. Accompanied by a scalp-numbing cracking sound, the thick white bones on the fist were reset. The little finger that was only connected by the skin began to grow pink tender flesh. Shan suddenly turned around, his face full of disdain. His elbow smashed into the darkness. Ants in the darkness should rot in there and never come out. Crack! A crisp sound of metal was heard. The dagger in the thin man's hand shattered, and scarlet blood oozed out from between his thumb and forefinger. The thin man was just about to escape into the darkness when 2 city lord clones attacked him from both sides. He could only brace himself and enter another bitter battle. On the other side, the city lord's clones appeared behind Little Black and Bai Zai respectively. Little Black could only turn his head and accept the battle. Shan naturally would not let go of this opportunity. His feet suddenly swayed, and sharp claws waved out, attacking the thin man from the bottom up. Chapter 360. Netherworld Prison. The thin man's heart trembled as he looked at the approaching attack. A pale and powerless feeling arose. All sorts of scenes from the past appeared in the thin man's mind like a passing lantern. No, the thin man shouted in his heart. Ants should die obediently and not dream of turning the world upside down. Shan's tone was cold and emotionless. To him, killing the thin man was like squashing an ant. It was a trivial matter. Lin Bai originally wanted to stop Shan, but the city lord was the first to block him. At the same time, he used the undying ghost technique. 4 city lords' clones attacked him, making it difficult for Lin Bai to do anything. Lin Bai, do you realize that there is an insurmountable chasm between us? It doesn't matter if you don't. I will let you know bit by bit. The city lord's lips curled up, and a sinister smile hung on his face. In his and Shan's eyes, the thin man was already a bloody corpse that had lost its vitality. Pachai, flesh. The sound of flesh being torn apart and pierced through made one's teeth ache. You, accompanied by a monstrous roar. Hee, did I not make it in time? A familiar and wretched laughter rang out. It was Fatty. Fatty pulled his hand out from behind Shan and brought out a bloody piece of meat. Lungs. Shan coughed out a mouthful of fresh blood and suddenly turned around. He grabbed towards Fatty's neck, wanting to crush this ant, who came out to cause trouble halfway into meat paste. Too timely. The thin man's face was pale and his forehead was covered in sweat. However, past experience told the thin man that he could not let go of this opportunity. Taking advantage of Shan's attention on Fatty, he moved his feet and raised his arm, stabbing towards Shan's wound with his dagger. The thin man and Fatty had worked together for many years, and their teamwork was flawless. Under the pincer attack from both sides, Shan could only hurriedly dodge. He covered his bloody wound and quickly hid towards the city lord's side. Crack! Fatty once again landed on the mountain. A deep wound was left on his leg. After a round of fighting, Shan's black fur was stained with sticky blood and emitted a strong, fishy smell. Shan's muscular body also became dispirited, like a balloon that had leaked air. The thin man and the fat man stood together and communicated with each other in a low voice before retreating to Lin Bai's side. The city lord's face turned gloomy. He looked around at the darkness around him and said in a cold voice, "There should be an ant in this dark place. Don't hide anymore. We won't be hit by the same move twice." Shan's internal organs had been injured this time. If he wanted to recover his battle strength, he would need a long time to recuperate. If they did not have a special method, such injuries would have left serious side effects. The situation took a turn for the worse, and the city lord's plan was completely ruined. The altar that he had spent so much effort to build was destroyed by Lin Bai, and he only had time to teleport Shan over. After that, he fell, and Shan was seriously injured. Ever since he met Lin Bai, the city lord had not encountered a single good thing. His meticulous plans had been destroyed by Lin Bai time and time again. The city lord's scarlet eyes were filled with madness, ruthlessness, and hatred. At this moment, a gust of cold wind blew past. The thin man and Fatty could not help but shiver. This gust of wind carried a thick and violent aura, causing their hearts to jump. Cough, then I won't hide anymore. Fu Hu walked out of the darkness silently and stood beside Fatty. Fu Hu deliberately put some distance between him and the city lord, but he was also very close to Fatty. This was to prevent the city lord from suddenly attacking out of anger. Lin Bai and Fatty could also save him. At that moment, the city lord's body was emitting a vicious aura. Fu Hu did not dare to let down his guard at all. He felt like he was being eyed by a desolate beast. Lin Bai glanced at Fatty and then at Fu Hu. Since this person was brought by Fatty, he could temporarily believe him. However, Fu Hu gave Lin Bai a feeling of not being able to believe him. That simple and honest face always gave Lin Bai a feeling of hypocrisy. Fatty noticed Lin Bai's gaze and gave him a look. "You can't trust the person beside you. You must be careful." Lin Bai nodded slightly. Fu Hu only felt that the two of them were exchanging glances. However, he was completely confused as to what exactly they were exchanging. Lin Bai retracted his gaze and looked at the Shan behind the city lord. Shan's physical body was already withered, and its aura was already weak. It could be seen that Fatty had heavily injured it. If nothing unexpected happened, Shan would not be able to continue fighting. It would require a long period of recuperation. On his side, Bai Zai no longer had the ability to fight. The thin man was also injured, but Fatty and Fu, who were still unharmed, Lin Bai heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Just a few seconds ago, it seemed that their side was facing the abyss, but now, they had reached the top of Mount Tai. We specially waited by the side just to find a good opportunity. Fatty's face was filled with excitement as he started to show off to the skinny man. The skinny man did not think much of it. If you continue to wait for an opportunity, I'll lose my life. Although the thin man was grateful to the fatty, the two of them had been brothers for so many years. When it came to the word, thank you, the thin man felt goosebumps all over his body. This time, we should be able to easily get rid of the city lord, right? Ha, the matter is finally coming to an end. After I get rid of him, I'll definitely go find my 10 young girls. The fatty closed his eyes and started fantasizing. In his opinion, the outcome of this battle had already been decided, and there was no possibility of turning it around. The thin man could not help but ridicule, with that fat waist of yours, finding 10. Even finding half of them would be difficult. Heth, you still dare to say that I? Just as the thin man and fatty were about to start their rare bickering, they were interrupted by Fu Hu, who was originally silent. Heth, Fu Hu laughed coldly. If it was really as easy as you said, the city lord wouldn't have survived until now. Don't compare your head to someone else's head. The fatty glared at Fu Hu in annoyance. After a long period of contact, he had more or less gotten used to Fu Hu's mouth. We have so many people, and there are still a few spirit beasts. The path of retreat of this altar has been blocked by us. That is the right time, the right place, and the right people. The thin man was infuriated by the sudden appearance of Fu Hu. What else can he do? Don't destroy our prestige and boost his morale. Noisy, noisy, really noisy. The city lord's face darkened. He had heard the conversation between the thin man and the other two. The more he listened, the angrier he became. Aren't you looking down on me too much? The city lord said indignantly. Don't forget that you are still within my undying ghost technique. Netherworld prison. Oh no, let's go. Lin Bai shouted and tried to leave the range of the altar. However, as soon as he took a step forward, the thin layer of demon chi on the altar seemed to come alive. In the next second, Lin Bai was trapped in a pitch-black prison. Chapter 361. Playing lute to the cow in the pitch-black prison where one could not even see their fingers. Who is there? Fatty's voice was shrill, like a frightened girl. FCK? Fu Hu cursed and covered his ear that was pricked by the shrill voice. Can you be a F-seeking man? My ear. Whoosh. Fatty felt his face was a little hot, but he didn't care at all. He let out a long sigh. After he calmed down, Fatty said indifferently, Why am I with you? Such bad luck? Fu Hu laughed in the darkness. Do you think that I want to be with a burden like you? Just now, who said that the city lord is already a fish on the chopping board, ready to be slaughtered by us? Fatty was a little embarrassed and quickly changed the topic. This is the netherworld prison. It can't be as simple as trapping us, right? Also, Fu Hu, do you have a lighter or something else that can illuminate us? After that, Fu Hu and Fatty each searched their pockets. The two of them took a long time to find a candle and pondered for a long time before lighting it up. Crack, crack, the candle was lit, and sparks lit up, lighting up the netherworld prison. As the netherworld prison was too dark, and the candle's brightness was too low, the two of them moved to the side of the candle, and only then could they vaguely see each other through the flames. But even so, it had brought great comfort to the two of them psychologically. If the city lord wants to trap all of us and think of a way to break us one by one, then he will need to expend a lot of spiritual energy. He must be overloading his cultivation at this moment. Fu Hu sat cross-legged on the ground and began to analyze the current situation. So, we just need to sit here and wait for the city lord's spirit energy to run out? The fatty frowned. His fat face was squeezed together, making the originally small face even smaller. Fu Hu revealed an expression that said, You think he will let you sit here and wait, can you not? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the same time, more than a dozen pitch-black figures emerged, and each pitch-black figure is in fact a city lord clone. I don't believe he can hold us off all by himself. The fatty rolled up his sleeves, spit in the palm of his mouth, stood up in a huff, fiercely pounced on that one of the clones. His left and right fists were brandished one after another, crushing everything in their path in an imposing manner. In just a few breaths' time, half of his distraction had been destroyed. HMPH. It's just a paper tiger. There's no need to be afraid. Fatty's face was filled with disdain as he charged towards the remaining clones in one go. His eyes were already filled with the joy of victory. Inside the prison that was only illuminated by a candle, Fatty and Fu who could only see a limited area. However, due to the fact that they were all martial artists, their 5 senses were extremely sensitive. They only needed to make a small sound, and they would be able to draw out the outline, position, and movements of the other party in the darkness. Fatty and the city lord's split-attention sparring used the other senses outside of his sight. After a few more breaths, Fatty clapped his hands and laughed loudly. Just this. Haha, the netherworld prison? I thought it was something. Foo-hoo, you coward, just watch from the side. When Fatty first met the city lord's clone, he was still a little scared. However, after personally experiencing the strength of the clone, he only had the pleasure of torturing noobs and slaughtering them. Then, I'll have to rely on you. Foo-hoo gave a rare flattery. Fatty was already in the pleasure of victory and slaughtering. When he heard this flattery, his mind started to wander. Ha-ha, you know how talk. At this moment, Fatty had completely forgotten that not long ago, he had told Lin Bai with his eyes that Fu-hoo's words could not be trusted. Fu-hoo stood beside the candle and looked at the 1/5 of the candle that had already been burned. Then, he looked at the clones of the city lords. After each clone was defeated, it would turn into a sticky liquid and melt under their feet. No, it should be the prison around them right now. At this point, the situation was exactly the same as before the Netherworld prison was activated. There must be other special parts of the Netherworld prison. Fu-hoo muttered in his heart. He looked like he was doing nothing, but he was extremely vigilant in his heart. Swoosh! The City Lord's clones that had been defeated gathered again and transformed into the City Lord's appearance. They surged toward Fatty's direction. Wait. It changed. Fu-hoo discovered that each clone was smaller than before. No, not only did they become smaller, the number of clones had also increased. What's the use of having more clones? Fatty had obviously noticed this as well, but he still had a disdainful expression on his face as he waved his hands towards one clone after another, smashing them. Fatty waved his right fist, and like a skewer, he smashed the chests of 4 clones with a single punch, taking the opportunity to throw out his left fist. However, at this moment, 3 clones rushed out from behind Fatty. 2 of them attacked Fatty's waist, while the other bent down and rammed into Fatty's thigh. At the same time Fatty swung out his left fist, he kicked his right leg behind him. The clone that wanted to destroy his center of gravity and the clone that wanted to attack his right waist were all shattered by the kick. As for the clone that wanted to attack his left waist, it was already within reach. Fatty cursed in his heart. His agile and fat body twisted slightly to the other side. Hiss! The clone slashed open the clothes on Fatty's waist with his palm blade. It scraped through a layer of his skin and left behind a bloody mark. Fatty had already retracted his left fist. He took the opportunity to push his elbow in and smash the head of the clone under his ribs. Bang! The clone shattered and turned into a lump of mucus, disappearing into the Netherworld prison. After suffering this loss, Fatty did not dare to continue being careless. He opened and closed his arms with a nimble heart. Not long after, he once again eliminated many clones. Fatty stretched out his hand to wipe off the sweat on his forehead. From the corner of his eye, he saw that Fu-hoo was smiling. His face turned cold. What are you smiling for? You only know how to watch. Fu-hoo did not argue with Fatty. After all, no matter what, he would definitely win in a quarrel. Fu-hoo pointed ahead. There was a small protrusion there. In a short while, it would become the City Lord's clone. He said, every time you destroy them, they will split up once, and their numbers will multiply. And their strength did not decrease much after splitting up. If we just destroy them again and again, the result will be. Without needing Fu-hoo to say anything, Fatty thought of that scene. That scene where the prison was filled with the City Lord's clone, and the 2 of them had no way of stepping down. Fatty frowned, but we can't not fight. Are we going to let them attack us? They're coming out again. You finish them off and I'll think of a way. Chapter 362. Power of the prison inside the Netherworld prison, Lin Bai injected a thread of spirit energy into the small cauldron. With a buzz, the small cauldron emitted a dazzling golden light. A quarter of the prison area was illuminated. After Lin Bai's previous attempts, he found that if he injected only a little bit of spirit energy, the small cauldron would only emit a dazzling golden light. It could be used as a lamp. If he needed to use the small cauldron to illuminate for a long time, it would not consume too much spiritual power. However, if someone heard that Lin Bai used such a small cauldron as a lamp, many people would probably spit out blood and die. As expected, Lin Bai looked at the ground. There were tiny protrusions that were expanding and growing at a rapid speed. This was just as he had guessed. In the Netherworld prison, every time the City Lord's clone was defeated, it would split up. Its strength would not decrease too much, but the number would increase exponentially. Little Blue had a troubled expression on its face. How could these people not die? Lin Bai saw Little Blue's expression and could not help but laugh. Little Blue, don't worry, we will find a way. Little Blue heard this and heaved a sigh of relief. Its expression also eased up somewhat. Little Blue had complete trust in Lin Bai's words and actions. If Lin Bai said that he could live forever and become a deity, Little Blue would not hesitate to believe him. After handing over the City Lord's clones to Little Blue, Lin Bai quietly came to the edge of the prison and reached out a hand toward the darkness. Because his vision was blurry, Lin Bai could only use his physical body to experience the boundaries of the prison. Not long after, Lin Bai touched the ice-gold, solid barrier. Lin Bai drew his long sword and stabbed forward with all his strength. However, along with the sound of metal clashing, the barrier of the prison and the long sword in Lin Bai's hand remained unharmed. After that, Lin Bai tried a few more methods. He even tried to touch it with a small cauldron, but he did not leave a single mark on the barrier. Heh. A sinister and cold laughter sounded from outside the prison. It's useless. With your cultivation, you won't be able to escape from the prison with brute force. Give up. The voice belonged to the City Lord. Lin Bai silently took a few steps back and tried his best to stay as far away from the prison walls as possible. Whoosh! At this moment, a faint sound of air being torn apart could be heard. Following that, Lin Bai's 5 senses told him that there was something that had passed through the prison walls and was attacking at lightning speed. Lin Bai did not hesitate to take out his small cauldron to protect himself. He then brandished the longsword in his right hand and stabbed at the approaching figure. Bang! The ear-piercing sound of metal colliding was heard, accompanied by sparks. With the weak light from the sparks, Lin Bai saw a familiar face. It was the City Lord. Lin Bai had clearly felt with his hands that there was an invincible barrier in the prison. Then, why could the City Lord ignore the barrier and use his physical body to pass through the barrier? Ha! The City Lord was quite happy when he saw the expression on Lin Bai's face. Do you know that when you set up a prison, the prison can be divided into 2 parts? You can only enter, you can only leave, and you can do neither? So that was the case. Lin Bai suddenly understood. The City Lord's Netherworld prison prevented the people inside from escaping to a great extent, but it also allowed outsiders to enter to a great extent. From this, the walls of this prison could be considered to be indestructible. At the same time, it allowed the City Lord to pass through every prison without any hindrance. Within the prison, there were clones that could not be killed, and the number of clones increased exponentially. Outside the prison, there was the City Lord who was constantly wandering around, waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Fortunately, Shan had already been heavily injured by Fatty. When Lin Bai thought of this, he let out a sigh of relief. If the City Lord and Shan were to use this prison together, then Lin Bai and the others would definitely not be able to retaliate. Losing Shan could be said to have reduced the difficulty from extremely difficult to difficult. As Lin Bai's thoughts drifted, he exchanged blows with the City Lord several times. Even though the City Lord had a great advantage in terms of cultivation, he would always wait for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack after giving it his all. This method seemed very stupid, but in reality, it could drain Lin Bai's energy bit by bit, erode Lin Bai's confidence, and even increase Lin Bai's burden. It could be said to be the method with the highest success rate. Lin Bai, It seems that you already have some understanding of how terrifying it is to be in the Netherworld prison. Not bad, I like your troubled expression. The City Lord's voice came from the darkness, but in the next second, the City Lord's voice sounded from another place. Haha. I gave you a chance long ago. I gave you a chance to throw yourself onto the ground and beg for mercy. But when the opportunity is right in front of you, you don't even know how to grasp it, so you can only… Whoosh. A piercing sound was heard. Lin Bai twisted his feet, and his right hand turned into a claw, clawing at his back. At the same time, he held the small cauldron in his left hand in front of him to protect himself. In the previous few battles, Lin Bai had already lost too much of his spirit energy to the small cauldron. Now, he only had a little bit of spirit energy left, so unless it was an emergency, he could only use the small cauldron as a shield for now. Bang, the sound of collision rang out. Lin Bai stood steadily on the spot, but the area between the thumb and forefinger of his sword was slightly numb. Not bad, not bad. It's just that you can hold on for a few more rounds. Let's take a look at your spirit beast. Lin Bai looked in the direction of Little Blue when he heard the sound. Little Blue had 30 to 40 City Lord clones around it. At first, Little Blue was quite relaxed, but now it had to fight with all its might. Fortunately, Little Blue's physical body was strong and sturdy. Even if he was accidentally hit by the City Lord clone, it would only be a small injury. But if the number of these clones continued to increase, he had to find a way to break it. Haha, Lin Bai, you will feel a little bit of what is called despair and what is called helplessness. I look forward to your helpless screams, cries, and pleas after you fall into despair. Just imagining it makes me feel unbearable. The City Lord's voice came from all directions. It was difficult for Lin Bai to control the other party's position. Whoosh! Bang! The sound of air being torn apart was accompanied by the sound of a battle. This was how the City Lord constantly used his words and the direction of the sound to deceive Lin Bai's ears and wait for an opportunity to take action. However, instead of taking action, Lin Bai felt that the City Lord was enjoying the feeling of toying with his prey, enjoying the process of making his prey fall into despair. A moment later, the City Lord once again approached Lin Bai. Just like the previous battles, he sent a palm strike towards Lin Bai's left shoulder, and Lin Bai also sent a palm strike out. But right at this moment, Lin Bai felt a City Lord at his back waving a palm strike towards him. It was as easy as crushing dry weeds and rotten wood, cold and sinister, brutal and savage. Lin Bai could only abruptly retract the palm strike that he had sent out. Instead, he leaped up high and stepped on the palm of the City Lord. When the palms and feet collided, Lin Bai took advantage of the situation to attack behind him. He punched out, dispersing the palm force of the City Lord behind him. Although the City Lord's attack had been dissolved by Lin Bai. But just now, the City Lord's frontal attack had been split into two, and the power contained within was not much different, causing a thin layer of sweat to form on Lin Bai's forehead. Chapter 363. Usura Palm, this is my undying technique. Are you starting to regret not prostrating yourself before me and begging for mercy? Make the impossible possible. Lin Bai, do you think you can threaten me just because you hurt Shan and killed Ran? If you really think that, you're really disappointing me. The City Lord's voice came intermittently from all directions in order to disrupt Lin Bai's judgment. Lin Bai stood where he was and stared at the darkness in front of him. He did not move at all. As for the clones that the City Lord kept splitting up, they were all taken care of by Little Blue. That confident look and that disgusting look again. I'm going to gouge out your eyes. I'm going to cut out every piece of meat on your body and take a good look. What exactly is it that makes me feel so disgusted by you? The City Lord cried out angrily. The City Lord believed that he already had the advantage, and Lin Bai had no chance of turning the tables. However, even in such a situation, Lin Bai was still as casual as ever. Even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, he would not budge. It was this appearance that made the City Lord feel disgusted and indignant. Suddenly, Lin Bai's sharp five senses sensed that the City Lord was attacking from the front left. He protected himself by putting up his longsword and small cauldron in front of him in advance. However, just as the City Lord was about to attack, he twisted at a strange angle and attacked Little Blue, who was entangled by many clones. Not good, Lin Bai cried out in his heart. Not good. He exerted strength with his feet and followed closely behind the city lord. Little Blue's 5 senses were not inferior to Lin Bai's at all. It also noticed that the city lord was approaching at lightning speed. However, even though Little Blue was able to advance the gap and had the intention to defend and dodge, there were many clones of the city lord beside Little Blue. Moreover, these clones all pounced at the same time. They did not want to hurt Little Blue, but only wanted to stop Little Blue's movement. In a moment of desperation, Lin Bai activated his spiritual power and threw the long sword in his right hand, aiming at the city lord's back, using a fence as defense. Otherwise, Lin Bai would not be able to make it in time. The speed of the sword that Lin Bai threw was already difficult to track with the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the tip of the sword was about to reach the city lord's back. Bang! The city lord could only stop and use his hand as a blade to strike the side of the long sword, making a crisp sound like metal colliding. But at the same time, another city lord's clone appeared behind Little Blue and suddenly pulled out a leg to kick at Little Blue's head. At this time, Lin Bai had already arrived in front of the city lord. He swiftly and fiercely kicked at the city lord's calf, removing the tremendous force from this kick. Following that, Lin Bai seized the opportunity to grab the city lord's neck. After several rounds of exchanges, Lin Bai finally understood one thing. There were only 2 ways to coming out of the Netherworld prison. Kill the city lord, and the cultivation technique would naturally disappear. The other way was to grab the city lord. Looking at the incoming palm, the city lord's expression changed greatly. He had never thought that Lin Bai would be so ruthless and decisive, directly aiming for his vital points. However, just as Lin Bai's hand was about to grab the city lord's neck, the city lord's face, which was filled with fear, regret, and the desire to retreat, was swept away. Instead, it was replaced by a face with a sinister smile. When Lin Bai's hand reached for the city lord's neck, he forcefully squeezed it. The city lord, who looked exactly the same as his original body, turned into a pitch-black, viscous liquid like a clone suddenly. A thick, murderous aura surged out from behind Lin Bai. A trap. The city lord was able to turn into a clone that looked exactly the same as his own body. Lin Bai had experienced this in the previous battles. Moreover, in many battles, the city lord had used such a realistic clone. This gave Lin Bai a subconscious illusion that the city lord could only use one such clone. However, from this step onwards, it was the city lord's trap. Up until now, the city lord had planned to sneak attack Little Blue twice. However, these 2 times were the city lord's realistic clone. As for the real city lord, he had already used his cultivation technique to wait for an opportunity in the dark. Usura Palm, the city lord's true attack came crashing down towards Lin Bai in all directions, bringing with it endless murderous intent and killing intent. The city lord's palm attack caused figures to appear around him. Each figure was faint and sinister. Under each Usura's feet were hundreds of millions of corpses. A sea of blood surged into the sky. These Usuras seemed to have materialized. They revealed a murderous intent that could not be looked at directly. If Lin Bai's state of mind was not firm, he would have been defeated by a crack in his state of mind, just by experiencing the illusory murderous intent of the Usura. Lin Bai wanted to use his spiritual power to enter the small cauldron, but his current spiritual power was no longer enough to use the small cauldron again. He could only use the small cauldron as a shield in front of his chest. The long sword in his right hand kept swinging out, intending to use it to deflect some of the force of the palm. The smell of death. Lin Bai could feel the smell that was the closest to death. At this moment, his entire body became very quiet. Everything slowed down. The long sword in his hand and the palm of the city lord were all moving at the speed of a tortoise. Little Blue also felt the power of the Usura palm. It took 2 steps at a time and rushed towards Lin Bai and the city lord like a madman. However, it was too late. Buzz. A burst of dazzling black gold light burst out from the small cauldron. The entire pitch-black prison that was so pitch-black that one could not even see one's fingers was illuminated. The pitch-black clones of the city lord that were fighting with Little Blue dispersed the moment they were illuminated by this dense light. 4 black gold light pillars were circulating with profound laws. They appeared around the city lord's body out of thin air. Then, they suddenly shot toward the city lord. Lin Bai could feel the black golden light from the small cauldron. The 4 black golden pillars of light appeared. The life force in his body flowed into the small cauldron like a stream. But now, Lin Bai could only grit his teeth and persevere. Even if he took half a step back, what awaited him was only death. The black golden pillars of light collided with the Usura illusion created by the city lord's Usura palm. The awe-inspiring and murderous Shura dispersed, but the pillars of light did not show any signs of stopping. The city lord's expression changed drastically. He had never expected such a turn of events. He subconsciously twisted his palm and smashed it towards the 4 beams of light. An innate feeling was constantly telling the city lord that he had to block this move. He had to block this move. Rumble. The Usura palm and the black golden beam of light collided, creating a violent wave of air. Little Blue was even blown away and crashed heavily into the prison wall. No! The city lord's roar sounded out, but it stopped abruptly in the end. The prison that Lin Bai was in also collapsed from the inside as the 2 of them fought. The light from the outside slowly shone in Chapter 364. Spent arrow rumble. Rocks kept falling from the sky above the altar, accompanied by heavy dust. A moment later, the entire altar was in a mess. What's going on, Pant? Fatty saw that the netherworld prison had dispersed, and the light from the outside world shone in. Even though rocks kept falling, he felt that there was no better scenery than this. He let out a long sigh and simply lay down. He was in the netherworld prison and constantly fought with the city lord's clones. However, the more clones he killed, the more clones he split. In the end, the number of clones reached a terrifying number. If the netherworld prison had not collapsed and caused the large number of clones to disappear, he and Fu Hu might have died there. Fu Hu narrowed his eyes. He wanted to see all aspects of the altar through the thick dust. He said calmly, "It seems that the battle between Lin Bai and the city lord has ended. Then who will win and who will lose?" Fatty, who was already lying down, heard this and sat up. His eyes revealed some worry. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After a few strange sounds, the dust on the altar swept away with a gust of strong wind, revealing the original appearance of the altar. "Look over there." Fatty revealed a surprised expression. He pointed forward as if he had seen something extraordinary. The city lord was panting and covered in blood as he stood in front of Shan. If that was all, Fatty wouldn't have revealed such a surprised expression. He had seen many scenes with Lin Bai over the past few days, so he wouldn't be scared by ordinary scenes. However, the city lord in front of him was too terrifying. There was a deep scratch on the city lord's face from the corner of his right eyebrow. The skin on the scratch was like a piece of paper with blood flowing out of it, revealing the inside of the scratch. The inside of the scratch was a pale face covered by a pale yellow skin. There was also a pair of dark red eyes that flickered with killing intent and endless hatred. For some reason, when FFTTY saw the true face of the city lord under the skin, he felt a chill run down his spine, and his hands and feet became even colder. But in the next second, he saw Lin Bai standing there, and the fear in his heart dissipated a little. The thin man also came out from the netherworld prison. With an expression of having survived a disaster, he hurried to Lin Bai's side and asked in a low voice, "Is this the true face of the city lord?" Lin Bai nodded as an answer. He was still reminiscing about the attack that he had just used with the small cauldron. He could clearly feel that his life had flowed from his fingertips into the small cauldron, and he had relied on that attack to heavily injure the city lord. This made Lin Bai feel a lingering fear. If this small cauldron had gone crazy and devoured his life without any bottom line, then he would have already been a mummy, dying in battle with the city lord. As expected, there were still many secrets on this little cauldron, and he could not use some of his abilities rashly. He needed to verify it bit by bit, disassemble it, and confirm it, or else he would have to pay an even greater price. Lin Bai muttered in his heart and made up his mind to properly investigate this little cauldron. However, it was not now. Lin Bai estimated that there was still spiritual energy left, and then he raised his head to look at the weakened city lord. There was a chance. Little Blue and Little Black moved closer to him. The 2 little beasts looked at the city lord who was on the verge of death, and their eyes were shining with golden light, eager to help Lin Bai. "This won't do, maybe next time?" Lin Bai shook his head, and his tone was somewhat serious. When the two little beasts heard this, although there was some regret in their eyes, they could only obediently retreat to the side. Lin Bai injected a trace of spiritual power into the small cauldron, and the small cauldron floated up leisurely, protecting Lin Bai's chest. In front, because his spiritual power was already insufficient, Lin Bai could only temporarily use the small cauldron as a shield to block the city lord's attack. Lin Bai held the long sword in his right hand, and his figure flashed like a gust of wind. He floated in front of the city lord, and the tip of the sword was directly between the city lord's brows. The sword aura was pressing, and his attacks were ruthless. The city lord's face was gloomy. Seeing Lin Bai rushing over, he waved his bare hands and punched toward the sword hilt. Boom! The sword and fist collided, and the air billowed. The city lord took a step back and spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked gloomily at Lin Bai, who was protecting his chest. The small cauldron in front of him? It was this small cauldron's previous attack that had put him at a disadvantage. He had no choice but to change this disguise. At the thought of this, the city lord's hatred and killing intent towards Lin Bai surged like a surging river. When the fatty and the skinny man felt this intent that carried strong emotions, they could not help but shudder. Their eyes slowly became solemn. The city lord steadied his body and spat out a mouthful of saliva mixed with blood. He suddenly charged forward and grabbed the white bone halberd from Shan with his back hand, waving it around. With every swing, it seemed as if there were countless resentful spirits wailing, piercing straight into people's hearts. Lin Bai remained calm and unperturbed. With a flick of the long sword in his hand, he staggered away from the body of the white bone halberd. The white bone halberd pierced into the small cauldron, emitting an ear-splitting clanging sound. Lin Bai took the opportunity to swing the long sword and headed straight for the city lord's hands. The two of them had already used up too much spiritual power at this time, and could only use these basic killing moves to win. Ha! You were so cocky before, but now you're shabby. The fatty's nimble body had unknowingly appeared behind the city lord, his face carrying a disdainful smile. Go to hell? The skinny man's eyes were sharp. He had seen everything when Lin Bai and the city lord had exchanged blows, so he knew very well that the city lord was already at the end of his rope. Little Blue and Little Black, the two little beasts, saw that Lin Bai and the other two were about to give the city lord a final blow, and their eyes emitted a golden light. The city lord's eyes were filled with hatred. Like an enraged, desolate beast, he roared as he attacked the three of them. No, that's not right. Lin Bai wanted to open his mouth to make the fatty and the other two retreat, but it was already too late. After the city lord fought with Lin Bai, he deliberately took a step back, and that mouthful of blood could also be an act. It was just to deceive the crowd and mistakenly think that he was in a desperate situation. As a result, he would more or less let his guard down and reveal a flaw. The city lord's entire body shot out a red glow, and his speed increased explosively. Both of his hands were surrounded by a sinister black aura, and with a speed that was difficult for the naked eye to find, he began to attack like a wild beast. Lin Bai adjusted his body and had his longsword slash straight at the city lord's hands, using offense as defense. Fatty and Thin Man had already sensed that something was wrong. They cursed the city lord in their hearts for being sinister, and then used all of their life-saving skills. Boom, boom, boom. After 3 explosive sounds, Lin Bai and the other two retreated. Lin Bai relied on his offense as a defense and was considered safe and sound. However, he did not dare to be careless with the city lord anymore. Fatty and Skinny both spat out a mouthful of blood. The injuries that Skinny had previously were stacked together with this time. Now, he could only use 30% of his strength. FCK. What a F-seeking dirty trick. Fatty cursed loudly. Saliva flew out of his mouth. At this moment, he saw from the corner of his eyes Fu Hu, who had taken root on the ground. He started cursing again. You've already noticed that something is wrong, right? No, I didn't, I'm not. Chapter 365. Scheming Lin Bai noticed the conversation between Fu Hu and Fatty, but he didn't pay much attention to it. At first, he had guessed that perhaps the city lord was just pretending to be at the end of his rope, but was actually hiding his strength to fish. But he didn't choose to make a move, and Fu Hu wouldn't make a move either. If Fatty and Skinny went up alone, they would only suffer even more serious injuries. The most important point was that they could not give the city lord a chance to catch his breath. They had all seen how terrifying Ran and Shan's recovery ability was. The city lord's strength was above these two. One could only imagine the city lord's self-healing ability. The city lord's attack succeeded. He did not stop. His entire body was filled with demon chi. It carried the hidden resentment of thousands of creatures as he charged towards the crowd. Although he was not at the end of his rope, he knew that he was in a disadvantageous position. It was very rare for him to take advantage of this opportunity to pursue and attack. Once he missed the opportunity to heavily injure Lin Bai and the others, he would not be able to do it again. FCK, Fatty sensed that the city lord was coming towards him and cursed. He quickly used all kinds of defensive methods, and colorful lights protected his body. The city lord was too fast and too decisive. Fatty's defense had not been activated yet, and before Skinny could react, a vicious attack was aimed at Fatty's chest. Bang! Before this attack hit Fatty's chest, Lin Bai took a step forward first and activated the small cauldron that was glowing with golden light to protect Fatty. He steadily received this attack. The city lord's face revealed a look of irritation as he stared at the small cauldron that was filled with flames. He could neither recognize nor see through the small cauldron. However, not only was it able to block his attacks time and time again, but there wasn't a single crack on the small cauldron's body. It was completely intact. The thin man who was a step late, Lin Bai who had blocked the attack, and Little Green and Little Red who were preparing to continue, attacked together. All sorts of rays of light carried a terrifying aura as they pounced towards the city lord. Shan watched this scene and felt extremely nervous. He wanted to help the city lord, but he also knew that if he went up now, he would only be dragging the city lord down. The city lord fought with Lin Bai and the others with great difficulty. He did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. As long as he revealed a flaw, there would be many loopholes and he would be defeated. The more Fatty attacked, the more shocked he became. If it was not for Lin Bai helping him, with the city lord's remaining strength, he would have died on the spot. At the same time, Fatty glanced at Fu Hu from the corner of his eyes. Seeing that Fu Hu was still standing on the spot, as if roots had grown under his feet, he cursed in his heart. Coward! Lin Bai took advantage of the gap between the city lord and Little Red. His feet were like dragonflies skimming the water, and his figure was like a gust of wind. He held the longsword tightly with one hand and stabbed it at the city lord's left rib. The city lord hurriedly blocked Little Red's attack. His right foot took a small step forward and his body twisted to the left. He took the opportunity to push out a sword and smashed it toward the longsword. At this moment, Fu Hu, who had been standing in the same spot, moved. He held a long sword in his hand and hacked down from above, swearing to chop off the city lord's right hand. The city lord was shocked. He had already pushed out his right hand. It was impossible to stop. His eyes were red. He gritted his teeth and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood splattered onto the surrounding demonic chi. Like oil pouring onto a bonfire, the demonic chi suddenly surged and expanded, enveloping the city lord's body in an instant. However, the city lord still didn't have enough measures. He took out a small sword with his left hand and swung it at the long sword in Fu Hu's hand, trying to deflect some of the force. Bang! The sound of metal colliding rang out. The long sword in Fu Hu's hand didn't hit the city lord's right hand as expected, but it was blocked by the long sword that appeared in the middle. City lord, forgive your subordinates' incompetence for rushing over later. A man with sword-like eyebrows and red eyes, who was emitting energy and holding a long sword, spoke with a sonorous voice. It was Yang Xing. Seeing this, the city lord did not let go of this opportunity. After striking the long sword in Lin Bai's hand, he used his hand that was surrounded by a large amount of demonic chi to strike at the fatty. The fatty had not expected this attack. He was hit on his right shoulder and spat out a mouthful of black blood as he retreated to the corner of the altar. After heavily injuring Fatty, the city lord did not chase after him. Instead, he and Yang Xing attacked Lin Bai and Fu Hu together. With Yang Xing joining in, Lin Bai's side was evenly matched. If you want to kill the city lord, then you'll have to step over my corpse. Yang Xing roared angrily. The longsword in his hand swung open and closed. He did not care about defense at all. Instead, as he attacked, he let out waves of roars. Fu Hu found Yang Xing's weakness. He swung the long sword in his hand and slashed at Yang Xing's wrist. However, Yang Xing did not dodge at all. He continued to swing the long sword in his hand and stabbed at Fu Hu's neck. FCK? Fu Hu cursed in his heart. He could only retreat. He could already sense that Yang Xing had fallen into a state of madness. He would not hesitate to use a move that would hurt the enemy and hurt himself. Fu Hu had the biggest headache when dealing with this kind of person. Yang Xing saw Fu Hu's fear and chased after him. He waved his long sword and thrust it directly at Fu Hu's left chest. While Fu Hu was retreating, he threw out a few daggers. However, Yang Xing still did not dodge. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Fu Hu. Fu Hu gritted his teeth and swung his knife. It grazed Yang Xing's chest and left a bloody wound. The long sword in Yang Xing's hand also pierced into Fu Hu's arm and pierced through it. "Where are you looking?" the city lord shouted loudly. His body was like a ghost as he closed in on Lin Bai. His hand was like a ghost claw as it reached for Lin Bai's heart. Before the claw reached him, Lin Bai felt that his chest was wrapped by a force that made it difficult for him to breathe. He clenched his teeth and pulled out a leg, kicking at the city lord hand claw. Boom! With a rumble, Lin Bai took a step back. The city lord estimated the distance and waved his hand once again. However, the city lord did not expect that Lin Bai would turn his head and rush towards Yang Xing as soon as he struck out with his palm, brandishing the long sword in his hand. Lin Bai, how could the city lord not know what Lin Bai was thinking? Lin Bai wanted to take advantage of the situation to finish off one person and then exhaust him to death. The city lord wanted to chase after him, but it was already too late. Yang Xing sensed the strange situation behind him and wanted to react. He could not let the enemy hurt him for nothing. However, Fu Hu, who had finally caught his breath, would not let go of such an opportunity. He forcefully held Yang Xing back. Swoosh! Blood splattered everywhere and his arm flew up. Yang Xing's left arm was split open from his shoulder. His severed arm was fluttering with blood as he flew high into the sky. The heart-wrenching pain made Yang Xing lose his mind, and the pain almost made him faint. Ah! The heavily injured Yang Xing was like a child with many loopholes and empty weapons. Lin Bai and Fu Hu naturally would not let go of this opportunity. They held their weapons and planned to give Yang Xing a final blow. However, at the same time, Lin Bai saw from the corner of his eye that the city lord's originally indignant face had turned into a sinister smile, and his lips were pursed. Lin Bai sensed that something was wrong and shouted at Fu Hu. "Get out of the way." Chapter 366, Battle Intent Soaring into the Sky. Ah! Yang Xing let out a heart-wrenching scream that sent chills down people's spines. His body swelled up like a balloon that had been inflated. His eyes bulged out as if they were about to fall off. His entire body swelled up by more than 4 to 5 times. This only happened in an instant. Fu Hu, who was the closest to Yang Xing, had yet to understand the current situation when a series of intense explosions sounded. Yang Xing was buried in the blood mist, and the sky was filled with meat, bones, and organs. A powerful energy burst out from Yang Xing's body, and his aura was like rolling river water, crushing everything in its path. Fu Hu felt despair in his heart, and he subconsciously used all kinds of life-saving methods. Layer after layer of talismans and layer after layer of treasure light enveloped his body. In the next second, Fu Hu was enveloped in a terrifying explosion. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The entire secret chamber trembled violently, as if the world was about to be turned upside down. Even in the capital city outside the secret chamber, many people could feel the ground beneath their feet shaking slightly. Fu Hu lost his sight, and his gut felt as if it had been crushed by an elephant. He couldn't help but puke out a mouthful of scarlet blood, and his body subconsciously retreated continuously. However, before Fu Hu could take a few steps back, his head felt as if it had been filled with lead water. His body fell heavily onto the ground, and he fainted. Fatty was one step ahead of Fu Hu and pulled away from Yang Xing. However, under the power of the self-explosion, he felt his internal organs churning and he felt dizzy. Before he could stabilize his mind, he heard a piercing sound. Shua, blood splattered everywhere. The fat man's back was cut open from his left shoulder to his right waist. There was a deep wound, and he fainted due to the intense pain and the self-explosion. HMPH. A cold voice echoed on the altar. You two traitors. You have forgotten who helped you seize the good fortune and gain one step closer to immortality. The city lord stuck out his tongue and licked the blood on his hand. He frowned as if he had tasted something extremely disgusting and spat. Even the blood of traitors is so smelly. What a killjoy! The city lord could not help but step on the fatty's back again. This time, he stepped on the wound, causing the flesh to roll open, and one could vaguely see the dense white bones. The city lord did not feel relieved at all. He raised his right leg high and aimed at the back of the fatty's head. He was ready to stomp down like stepping on tofu. I'll kill you! The skinny man's eyes were about to split open. He was furious. Even though he was heavily wounded, he still held the dagger in his hand and charged at the city lord like a fierce beast. But the skinny man was too late. However, just as this foot was about to land, a sword light that was wrapped in cold air stabbed towards the city lord at lightning speed. What a pity! After being stopped, the city lord did not feel angry. He retracted his foot that was about to land and dodged to the side. A smile appeared on his face. This smile made people feel disgusted, and it made people feel a chill in their hearts. Lin Bai's expression was as dark as water. A monstrous killing intent was emitted from within as his eyes were like torches as he stared at the city lord. Yang Xing's sudden self-detonation must have been the city lord's intent. The city lord had already placed restrictions on these chess pieces and had given up on them at the appropriate time. This self-detonation had left Fu Hu's life unknown, and the city lord had even made Fatty lie in a pool of blood. In the eyes of the city lord before him, human lives were like ants that could be casually trampled to death by the roadside. He did not care at all, killing intent and hatred surged. The small cauldron floating in front of him buzzed and shone with golden light. Fatty and Fu Hu are still alive. The thin man shouted loudly. His voice was hoarse and filled with intense anger. Lin Bai nodded silently. When his chin reached its lowest point, the thin man's robe fluttered and his hair was blown wildly in the wind. When the thin man opened his eyes again, Lin Bai had already arrived in front of the city lord. Hey, kid, where's the look in your eyes from before? Gone, gone, the city lord shouted crazily, and when he looked at Lin Bai, who was full of murderous intent and overflowing hatred, he could not help but feel his heart tremble, and an inexplicable emotion surged out. Undying ghost technique, Netherworld, the city lord shouted. At the same time, the demonic chi around his body grew 10 times stronger in the blink of an eye. It wrapped around his body and 4 limbs and stuck to his body like a supreme armor. It was accompanied by endless cries, roars, and curses. Little Green, Little Red, and the other little beasts wanted to go forward and help Lin Bai. However, as soon as the little beast stepped out, a clone of the city lord appeared in front of them and began an intense battle. However, the price of this netherworld was also very obvious. The flesh and blood on the city lord's face were disappearing, and his body was slowly drying up. Looking at the small cauldron that was shining with golden light, the city lord suddenly punched out towards the body of the small cauldron. Boom, the two collided, causing a violent force. Both of them took a few steps back. Lin Bai's feet had just stabilized when he took another step forward and suddenly rushed towards the city lord. He did not care that his life force was slowly flowing into the small cauldron. Lin Bai's spiritual power was exhausted, so he could only use his life force to activate the small cauldron. However, the terrifying power brought by using his life force to activate the small cauldron made every inch of his bones and tendons bear a huge pressure. It was as if they were going to be crushed and torn apart. Boom! The two of them collided again and took a few steps back. There was blood at the corner of the city lord's mouth, but Lin Bai was the only one in his eyes. There was also blood at the corner of Lin Bai's mouth. It was obvious that he was not feeling well. Bang, 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 the two of them attacked time and time again. They were injured time and time again, and their lives were being drained bit by bit. And if anyone in the current battle felt fear due to the loss of their lives and hesitated or even did not dare to attack, then they would be doomed to lose. Obviously, the two of them, who were overflowing with battle intent, would not retreat. This battle had become a tug-of-war. Little Black looked in Lin Bai's direction. He instinctively felt that the situation was not good. He wanted to break the stalemate time and time again, but he was stopped by the city lord's clone. The other small beasts also roared and roared. However, they could only enter the battle in front of them and could not escape at all. Lin Bai, you're already at the end of your rope. What are you still holding on for? The city lord's mouth was dripping with blood, which had dyed the front of his robe red. His scarlet eyes were filled with ruthlessness. You are also at the end of your rope. Why don't you stop? I will help you escape from the sea of bitterness. Lin Bai's face was gloomy as he said coldly. Lin Bai had already begun to weaken. The load on his body had also caused his bones to start cracking. However, he knew that he could not stop now. He took out the small cauldron and charged again. The city lord was unwilling to be outdone. He raised his fist that was surrounded by demonic chi and smashed it towards Lin Bai. Rumble. Right at this moment, the altar began to shake violently and huge rocks kept falling from above. However, they had already struck out with this attack and could not stop at all. Boom! The altar started to crumble bit by bit. Huge rocks that were as big as small mountains kept falling from the sky, and the entire secret chamber began to collapse. Chapter 367. Undercurrent surging a few days later, in the capital. The first ray of sunlight shone into the house through the window leaves. A gentle breeze blew past, bringing with it the refreshing feeling of the morning. There was a figure that was black and shiny all over, clumsy, and a figure that was jumping up and down, scratching his ears and cheeks. With the cooperation of the two, they carefully opened the window and looked down at the person on the bed. The two of them looked at each other as if they were planning something. Hey, you two, didn't I say that I would impart you cultivation today? Why are you in such a hurry? Lin Bai slowly opened his eyes and started to scold them jokingly. He used his elbow to support himself on the bed and slowly sat up. However, the tearing sensation from his muscles made him involuntarily open his mouth. When Little Black and Little Blue saw this, they looked worried and their expressions after doing something bad. It's okay, it's okay. Lin Bai stretched out his hand and played with the two little beasts. The armor on Little Black's body was ice cold. As soon as he touched it, Lin Bai felt a chill rush into his body, and the tiredness when he woke up was swept away. The hair on Little Blue was long, soft, and smooth. It was quite nice to touch as he touched the two little beasts. Lin Bai recalled what had happened a few days ago. That day, the secret chamber collapsed, and they and the city lord fell into the abyss. Little Red desperately wanted to catch Lin Bai and every small beast, but in the end, it was too weak. It could only watch as more people and small beasts fell into the abyss. Just as despair rose in their hearts, they suddenly realized that there was a turbulent undercurrent under the abyss. As a result, they were able to save their lives and escape from the secret chamber by following the undercurrent. Ever since Lin Bai had fallen into the undercurrent, he had been focused on searching for traces of the city lord and Shan. However, until they escaped from the underground, they had not been able to find any traces of the city lord and Shan. After that, they rested in the wilderness for a night before returning to the capital and returning to Bai Zai's home. Bai Zai, Fatty, Skinny, and Fu, who were all heavily injured. The butler of the Bai Zai manor had come forward and invited a doctor who could be trusted and had superb medical skills to treat them. Other than Fatty and Fu who hadn't woken up for a long time, Bai Zai and Thin Man were only physically weak. They could only recuperate in their rooms for the time being and weren't allowed to go out. Everything that had happened in the city lord's estate, the secret chamber beneath the city lord's manor, and the demonic Kai that remained in the secret chamber, soon caused a stir in the entire capital. All the major powers and clans were looking for the city lord, but they were unable to find him. The entire capital was in an uproar. Lin Bai stayed in Bai Zai's manor and recuperated in peace. He paid no attention to what was happening outside the window. After a few days, his body gradually recovered. Yesterday, he had told the little beasts that he was ready to start imparting his strength the next day. Today, this scene had happened early in the morning. Lin Bai washed up and ate some more. The maid had already prepared breakfast. He drank a cup of hot tea and let out a long sigh of relief. The blue sky and white clouds that he was used to in the past had become fresh in Lin Bai's eyes after the great tragedy. After immersing himself in the scenery for a while, Lin Bai only felt the leg of his pants being pulled. He saw Little Blue and Little Black looking up at him. Lin Bai scolded them with a smile. He went to the bamboo forest in the courtyard and sat on an exquisite stone bench. "Little Green, come?" Lin Bai waved his hand at Little Green. Little Green came up to him with a face full of joy, while the other little beasts looked regretful. "There's some for everyone. Don't worry." Lin Bai could not help but feel amused. Hearing his promise, the other little beasts smiled again. "System, I want to pass on my cultivation to Little Green," Lin Bai said in his heart. Ding, the host has passed on 50 days of cultivation to Little Green. 70 times of return has been successfully triggered. The host has received 35 days of return of cultivation. Lin Bai only felt a surge of cultivation surging into him. It was as if a long drought had brought sweet dew, comfortable and refreshing. Little Green rubbed against Lin Bai's arm in satisfaction, while Little Red was already flapping its wings, unable to wait any longer. "Come, Little Red." Lin Bai patted Little Red's head lovingly. A warm feeling came from his palm, making him feel warm all over. Ding, the host has given Little Red 50 days of cultivation. 40-fold return has been successfully triggered. The host has received 2,000-fold return of cultivation. Little Black blinked its jet black eyes and looked at Lin Bai. Lin Bai could not help but smile. Ding, the host has given Little Black 50 days of cultivation. 60-fold return has been successfully triggered. The host has received 3,000 days of cultivation. After half a day, every little beast was satisfied and stood beside Lin Bai. Lin Bai felt the cultivation surging into his body and nodded his head in satisfaction. If he continued to increase his cultivation, he was confident that he would be able to finish the City Lord off the next time he met the City Lord. Lin Bai took out the small cauldron again. The small cauldron floated in front of him with a faint luster. "Let's test your power." As Lin Bai spoke, he urged his spiritual power and crazily poured it into the small cauldron. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The small cauldron's entire body shone with golden light. The originally simple body of the cauldron seemed to have turned into gold, and there was a majestic and terrifying power circulating within the small cauldron. The few small beasts stared at the small cauldron with their eyes wide open. Not bad. It's just as I guessed. The higher the cultivation, the more spiritual energy that is surged into the small cauldron, and the greater the power that the small cauldron can unleash. Then, where is the limit? Lin Bai suddenly looked forward to what kind of power this small cauldron could unleash when his cultivation was unfathomable in the future. Moreover, during these days, Lin Bai could only recuperate from his injuries. In his spare time, he would ponder over this small cauldron. Other than activating his spiritual power and life force to launch the most ordinary attacks, Lin Bai also discovered some special points. However, due to the injuries on his body, he could only put this aside for now. At this moment, at the other end of the courtyard, an old man with snow-white hair, ruddy complexion, and a stooped figure walked in. There was a faint smile on the corners of the old man's mouth. "Elder Shi." Lin Bai stood up when he saw the old man. His eyes were filled with hope. Elder Shi was Bai Zai's butler. He had followed Bai Zai since she was young and was deeply trusted by Bai Xi. Elder Shi slowly walked to the front and sat opposite Lin Bai. He drank a cup of tea to moisten his throat and said, "All the forces and clans in the capital know about the matters in the City Lord's estate." Lin Bai nodded and listened patiently. They guessed that the City Lord must have died at your hands, but they had all kinds of different opinions about who the demon was. Of course, some people only pretended to be concerned, but in fact, there were undercurrents of power from all sides. Many people were coveting the position of the City Lord, and they could do anything for it. And at this time, the Grand Elder of the Alchemist Association stepped forward. He used the name of the Alchemist Association to vouch for your innocence and push the blame onto Mr. He. When Lin Bai heard this, he frowned. He had thought that someone would be able to see the City Lord's true face and vouch for him after seeing the scene and the secret room of the City Lord's estate. However, he had never thought that this person was actually the Grand Elder of the Alchemist Association. Chapter 368. Little Blue's mutation in Bai Zai's estate. Lin Bai looked at the distant horizon. His long and narrow brows were slightly furrowed. His gaze was deep and calm, as if he was thinking about something. The slightly stooped butler Elder Shi with snow-white hair on his temples stood quietly by the side without the slightest hint of impatience. A few days ago, When Lin Bai brought Bai Zai, who was covered in blood and had fallen into a coma, along with a large group of people whom he did not recognize, Elder Shi felt his heart thump. He wondered if young Master Bai Zai had been implicated by this man in front of him. After he found out Lin Bai's real name, he was filled with fear and wondered if he should ask for help. After a period of contact, Elder Shi understood the ins and outs of the matter and heaved a sigh of relief. After a series of conversations with Lin Bai, Elder Shi learned that although this young man was now known as the Great Demon, he made people feel like breathing spring wind in their conversations. He was frank and righteous. When he spoke and did things, he exuded a fierce aura and a deep shrewdness. Therefore, Elder Shi admired Lin Bai from the bottom of his heart. He also wanted to build a relationship for his young master. If Lin Bai asked him to do something, Elder Shi would do it without hesitation. Elder Shi looked at the spiritual beasts that were lying down, playing, and flying. He was amazed. He was a cultivator to begin with. In addition, he was already very old and had been wandering around when he was young. It could be said that he had more experience than most people. However, even so, every time he saw these spirit beasts, Elder Shi could not help but shake his head. Monstrous, insane, phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. But they were all taken in by a man. What kind of luck did he have to do this? Even the heavens were jealous. Well, hearing Lin Bai muttering to himself, Elder Shi quickly retracted his gaze and stood at the side cautiously. Elder Shi, this pill refining association's sudden change in attitude seems a little strange to me. It doesn't mean that they're going to harm me, but that some things have been hidden by them. Lin Bai said indifferently as he stroked Little Blue's fur with one hand. Little Blue's fur became even more shiny and smooth, making Lin Bai unable to put it down. This, Elder Shi paused for a moment. Perhaps it's because the Alchemist Association is now leaderless. In addition, they've always been in charge when the city lord was slandering you as a demon. Therefore, they're doing this now firstly to resolve the misunderstanding between the two of you, and secondly because there are people from the Alchemist Association who want to correct their reputation so that they can sit in the highest position. When Elder Shi said, the highest position, he pointed a finger at the sky. Lin Bai shook his head and said, let's go and check it out. I keep feeling that something is fishy. It can't be as simple as it looks. After Elder Shi heard that, he quickly agreed and did not have any objections to Lin Bai's words. He changed the topic and continued. Earlier today, there were people in the city who initiated a crusade to hunt down the city lord. They found some traces in the northeast of the city. Elder Shi saw that Lin Bai did not have any attitude and continued to speak. There was a group of bandits who claimed the mountain as theirs. There were more than 30 people who died tragically in the mountain stronghold. The blood on these 30-odd corpses dried up and their internal organs disappeared. It must be related to the city lord. Unfortunately, these people have been dead for more than 3 days. Hearing this, Lin Bai's eyes lit up. As he had expected, the city lord did not die in the collapse of the secret chamber. Instead, he escaped. Northeast, Lin Bai thought about what was in the northeast after he succeeded, but he could not find too many clues after thinking about it. The traces left 3 days ago. Now it would be difficult to find the whereabouts of the city lord. Lin Bai could not help but sigh. Lin Bai turned his head to look at Elder Shi and said with a smile, Elder Shi, you've worked hard. However, please pay more attention to this information. Elder Shi nodded in agreement, then turned around and walked out of the courtyard. Lin Bai held a cup of tea in his hand. As he thought about what to do next, he looked at the little beasts in the courtyard. The 2 little beasts that were the most restless, Little Blue and Little Black, could no longer hold themselves back and began to spar with each other. Lin Bai did not stop the spirit beasts from doing this. Instead, he encouraged this kind of behavior. Little Blue's body was emitting a black-gold luster. With small steps, it rushed towards Little Black's side. At the same time, she stretched out a fist and smashed towards Little Black's hind leg. Little Black's black eyes flashed with disdain. He pushed his body to the side of Little Blue, trying to use his body to deal with Little Blue. If it were any other spiritual beast, this action would be no different from sending a sheep to the tiger's mouth. However, Little Black's abnormal defense was the capital for him to act recklessly. Just as Little Black was about to take the first step and hit Little Blue's heart, Little Blue's face revealed an unbridled smile. Its evil plan had succeeded. Little Blue's feet did not exert any strength, but its body floated up. The fist that was aimed at Little Black's back leg was also aimed directly at Little Black's head. Seeing this, Lin Bai's face was somewhat gratified. By now, Little Blue had already mastered the use of its tail. It was flexible in battle and could make its opponent confused. However, Little Black was not willing to be outdone. Its body was covered in a dense luster. A layer of faint mist suddenly rose up, and its head directly met Little Blue's fist. Bang! The fist and the head collided. The violent impact caused the stone slabs under the two little beasts' feet to shatter and caved in. Little Black, who had thought that it was going to win, could not help but be stunned for a moment by Little Black's violent counterattack. Little Black's jet black eyes lit up. It seized the opportunity and slashed at Little Black's chest with its claws that were emitting a cold air and were surrounded by blue water vapor. "It's over." Lin Bai put down the teacup in his hand, stood up slowly, and took a step forward. However, before he took this step, he was stunned. Buzz! A saint's voice sounded from the surface of Little Blue body, accompanied by a burst of black and gold light. The black and gold patterns on Little Blue's body were flowing with a strange luster, like armor that covered the surface of his body, protecting Little Blue's entire body. Bang! Little Blue's claws attacked and scratched the black and gold patterns. The powerful force forced Little Blue to take a few steps back before he managed to stabilize his body. Little Blue subconsciously looked at its chest. Its face was full of confusion. Its chest was unharmed, not even a hair had fallen off. Little Black's jet black eyes were also blinking, filled with disbelief. Little Black's believed in its control of power. That claw just now would definitely be able to break through Little Blue's defense and leave a flesh wound on Blue's chest. But it was completely unharmed. Little Black looked at the claw and then at Little Blue. It was puzzled. Only then did Lin Bai appear. Standing between the two little beasts, he patted the heads of the two little beasts. "Well, this sparring session ends here. Little Black, don't be too discouraged." Chapter 369. Investigation. Even though Lin Bai comforted him, Little Black still looked confused and disappointed. Lin Bai smiled when he saw Little Black's human-like expression. He didn't say anything else. Instead, he looked at Little Blue, who was also confused. The holy light on Little Blue's body disappeared, and the black-gold color returned to normal. The special patterns on its fur didn't look special from afar. "Little Blue, try and see if you can use that special move." Lin Bai's voice was gentle, and there was a hint of anticipation on his face. Under his continuous cultivation and Little Blue's accumulation, Little Blue's special features were finally revealed. The next step was to see how Little Blue would master it and make a breakthrough. Little Blue's brows were tightly knitted together. Its little face was tense, and its fists were tightly clenched. This appearance was as if it was constipated. After a long while, Little Blue's face was filled with disappointment. No matter how hard he tried, he was unable to recreate the previous scene. Little Black was originally standing at the side unwillingly. Now that it saw Little Blue's scene, the smile on its face could not be hidden. When Little Blue saw this, its heart was filled with unwillingness. It racked its brain again to try. Lin Bai did not stop Little Black from mocking and joking. Instead, he thought that this was a catalyst that could have a positive effect. "Think about the scene of the fight with Little Black." Lin Bai softly understood. Little Blue's eyes were deep in thought, as if it was recalling something. Imagine the feeling of being in the scene and try to let your body and mind recreate the special feeling at that time. Little Blue failed again and again, but Lin Bai was still very patient. Another half a day passed. The voice of a Buddhist saint sounded. The black and gold light flowed on the surface of Little Blue's body, like a corporeal armor sticking close to Little Blue's body. Little Blue danced with joy. Success. Not bad. Lin Bai was not stingy with his praise. Continue to feel it with your heart, and you'll be able to master it more and more in the future. Little Blue nodded, its eyes full of excitement. It turned its head to look at the side. Little Black, whose face was a little ugly, waved its fist and rushed forward. Little Black was not willing to be outdone. It waved its claws at Little Blue provocatively. Bang! The violent impact made Lin Bai's robe flutter, and his hair fluttered wildly. Little Blue jumped up high, wanting to hit Little Black in the head, but Little Black did not retreat at all. It used all its strength to ram its four limbs. Rumble, the two of them crashed into the woodshed in the depths of the courtyard. The huge impact caused the woodshed, which was neither big nor small, to collapse in half in the blink of an eye. The two little beasts fought and rushed into another attic. The attic immediately rang with the sound of all kinds of porcelain and wood being broken. The two little beasts fought until the sky was dark and sand, and stones flew everywhere. Lin Bai withdrew his gaze after a long time and let the two little beasts go and cause a ruckus. Sparring with each other would allow their strength to increase greatly. Cough, cough, but wasn't this too much of a commotion? If Elder Shi saw this, Lin Bai drank the tea in his cup in one gulp. He was about to stand up and quickly leave this troublesome place. Tusk! At this moment, the thin man walked out from the west side of the courtyard. He was dressed in loose clothes, and his hair was unkempt. His face looked a little haggard. After returning from the altar, although he had woken up earlier, his injuries were not shallow. He had been recuperating in the manor, and it was only after these 2 days that he felt better. The thin man sat beside Lin Bai and poured himself a cup of tea. He looked at the two little beasts and said, "I originally thought that Little Black was already very heaven-defying. I didn't expect that now there's another one. Two fellows who can't use up their energy at all. How terrifying." Lin Bai laughed and teased, "Eat more leeks and drink more goji berry water. If not, go and prescribe some medicine to nourish the kidney. How can a man say that he doesn't have enough energy?" The thin man's expression turned ugly and he scolded jokingly, "Go to hell." After a moment of silence, the thin man said, "I heard about what happened in the city. There's something fishy here." On his way here, the thin man happened to meet Elder Shi and asked about the situation in the city. After hearing that the Alchemist Association was speaking up for Lin Bai and taking the initiative to bury the hatchet, the thin man couldn't help but frown. His impression of the Alchemist Association could be said to be average. He always felt that they were doing this as a weasel paying a New Year's visit to a chicken. They did not have good intentions. Lin Bai nodded and expressed his opinion. "That makes sense." The thin man's eyes lit up. "They must be hiding something. However, you think that they will no longer harm you, but I don't think that's entirely the case. Those lunatics were fanned by the city lord before, and they wanted you dead." After saying that, the skinny man rubbed his hands and his eyes lit up. "How about this? My injuries have almost fully recovered. I'll go investigate and see what they're up to. It just so happens that I'm good at this." Lin Bai didn't stop him. He knew that the skinny man was cautious by nature and wouldn't be the hero if he encountered difficulties, so he let him go without worry. "It's settled then. I'll go prepare now. Fatty's condition has also improved. If we wait for him to recover, then I'll join hands with him and even steal the panties of the Alchemist Association's ancestor." The thin man's face was full of smiles. He could not wait to turn around and leave. His originally flimsy footsteps became lighter. It was true that he wanted to help Lin Bai solve his problems, but he had been recuperating during this period of time and could not do anything. It was true that he was itching to go out and have a stroll. After the skinny man left, Lin Bai found a servant. "Sir, what can I do for you?" When the servant saw Lin Bai, his face was full of respect and he didn't dare to be negligent. "Prepare 2 jars of good wine for me." Lin Bai looked into the distance, but his voice was deep. The servant quickly agreed and ran into the warehouse on the left. Soon, he carried 2 jars of good wine. "Sir, would you like me to pour you some wine?" "No need, just give me the wine." Lin Bai carried the 2 jars of wine and walked out of Bai Zai's estate. It had been a long time since he had been out of Bai Zai's mansion, and he stepped into the noisy street. The sounds of peddlers hawking, children laughing, and shrews cursing. It was so lively and peaceful. The corners of Lin Bai's mouth curled up slightly. He strolled leisurely in the courtyard and felt the smell of smoke and fire in the human world. He felt quite touched. In the bustling city, there would occasionally be some people from the alchemist associations and people from various large clans. However, when they saw that Lin Bai only revealed a surprised expression, they didn't go forward to stop him. It seemed that the demon that has already been annihilated. Lin Bai couldn't help but feel that it was a little funny, but he also felt like crying without tears. With this thought in mind, when Lin Bai returned to his senses, he had already arrived at a bamboo forest. He followed a small slope up the mountain and arrived at the mountainside. "Hey, look what I brought." Lin Bai had a smile on his face. He lifted the wine bottle in his hand, but the next second the smile disappeared. "It's a pity that I didn't bring the head of the city lord here." Lin Bai sat cross-legged next to the small mound. He opened a jar of wine and poured it in front of the mound. Then, he opened another jar and took a sip. Good wine, chapter 370. Cut to the chase, the wind blew, and the leaves swayed. Lin Bai was silent for a long time, and the wine jar in his hand had already reached the bottom. "Next time I come, I will bring some good wine, and I will definitely bring that demon's head." The demon city lured bewitched people and lured he King Yuan to deal with the two of them. In the end, it was Fool Lei who risked his life to save Lin Bai. It could be said that the city lord was the main culprit behind all of that. Lin Bai's knuckles turned white, and he held the wine jar tightly. The wine jar made cracking sounds, as if it was going to shatter in the next moment. However, in the next second, Lin Bai's eyes, which were originally drifting, became incomparably sharp, like a sword that had been unsheathed, emitting a dense, cold air that made people shudder. "Who is it?" Lin Bai shouted as he stared straight ahead. "Tusk, I was discovered so early." A familiar voice came from the dark forest, but Lin Bai couldn't recognize it. Lin Bai's body tensed up like an arrow that was ready to be shot at any moment. Don't. The voice of the person in the darkness sounded a little panicked. Not long after, a muscular figure appeared from the darkness. He had a simple and honest gaze, and his black and simple eyes were filled with hidden emotions. Fu Hu. Fu Hu's two thick hands were spread open and placed in front of him, indicating that he wasn't holding any weapons and didn't have any ill intentions. "What are you doing here?" Lin Bai didn't let down his guard when he saw that it was Fu Hu. Instead, he became even more vigilant. From the moment he saw Fu Hu, he was convinced that there was an extremely shrewd side to this honest face. Coupled with Fatty's warning and the previous scenes, this made Lin Bai very certain of this. Other than that, there was another reason why Lin Bai became even more vigilant. Other than Lin Bai, only Bai Zai and the others knew about this fool's tomb. Lin Bai believed that Bai Zai and the others would not tell people about this place. Then how did Fu Hu know? This made Lin Bai very suspicious. Cough, cough. When Fu Hu saw Lin Bai's cold and stern face, there was a hint of awkwardness on his face, and his pupils shrank a little. Tusk. Lin Bai could not help but be speechless. Fu Hu must have followed him here for a very long time. And for such a long time, Lin Bai did not notice Fu Hu. Instead, he only noticed when he was about to leave. Lin Bai did not believe that Fu Hu was someone who would be afraid so easily. If you have something to discuss, then put away that acting face and come straight to the point. But if you insist on continuing, Lin Bai's voice was cold and his tone was one that could not be discussed. Then, let's get straight to the point. Fu Hu's face changed from simple and honest to frivolous in just a second. He could perform magic tricks on the street. Lin Bai nodded and didn't say anything. Fu Hu's eyes looked around and found a green stone next to him. He sat down neatly and smiled. "I followed you here and didn't make any noise. I could only stand alone. My body is aching." As Fu Hu spoke, his hands were clenched into fists and he knocked on his thighs, knees, and waist. Lin Bai remained silent as he stared at Fu Hu. Fu Hu knocked for a while before letting out a long sigh of relief. He revealed a relaxed expression and said, "Actually, it's not a big deal. You'll know when you see it." Fu Hu stuffed his hand into his bosom and took out a piece of white paper. He pinched it with 2 fingers and threw it outwards. The thin piece of white paper seemed to have turned into a dagger, splitting a leaf that had just fallen into 2. It still flew toward Lin Bai with unstoppable momentum. Lin Bai's expression was calm. His hand grabbed toward the sky like lightning and firmly grabbed the piece of white paper. There were some small words written on the white paper. In the northeast of the city, in Yongle Town, traces of the demon appeared. The demon slaughtered dozens of people and continued to rush toward the northeast. After this, there should be another line of words, but it was crossed out by someone and could not be seen clearly at all. Ripples appeared on Lin Bai's originally calm face. He didn't need Fu Hu to tell him the meaning of the sentence. Traces of the demon appeared in Yongle Town. "Hey, how is it?" Fu Hu had a frivolous smile on his face, and his expression was relaxed, so no one could see through his thoughts and intentions. "Who are you people?" Lin Bai asked softly. Lin Bai did not ask, "Who are you?" If an ordinary organization or person had found traces of the city lord, they would definitely inform all the factions in the city. However, the news that Fu Hu had found out was clearly very fresh. After all, not long ago, Elder She had also told them that the latest news regarding the city lord's whereabouts was too late compared to the news that Fu Hu had. When Fu Hu heard this, the smile on his face became even brighter. He said with a smile, "Smart, I like to deal with smart people. On the other hand, some people, Tusk, don't even mention it." Fu Hu seemed to have recalled some bad memories. His face revealed a look of hatred as he changed the topic. "You can know if you want to, but after you know, you have to become one of us. And if you know and regret not joining us, then the consequences can be very clear to you. Very, 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 very bad." Fu Hu knew that Lin Bai was a smart person, and he also knew that Lin Bai did not have much patience at the moment, so he simply opened up the window and spoke frankly. Lin Bai did not doubt the words, very, 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 very bad in Fu Hu's mouth, but he was a little curious. Just what kind of force was this? "Heh, it's indeed right to be a little more vigilant, unlike how I was back then." Fu Hu sighed, but he did not continue. "In short, I'm here today to help pass on a message. Some people have taken a liking to your ability and want to recruit you into our ranks. Of course, whether you want to join us or not is up to you. Before that, there are some things I want to tell you, other than what I've told you before. We won't restrict your movements. Other than certain missions, you have complete freedom of movement. We will not restrict you from joining other forces as long as you don't tell anyone about us. That's all I'll tell you for now." Whoosh! As soon as Fu Hu finished speaking, there was a piercing sound in the darkness. Lin Bai spread out his index and middle fingers. Like using chopsticks, he grabbed a piece of white paper in midair and caught it steadily. There were 3 words written on the white paper: Xianxia Town. When Lin Bai raised his head again, Fu Hu had already disappeared. However, his voice came from the darkness. "This can be considered our meeting gift. I've already brought the message. Whether you enter or not has nothing to do with me. We'll meet again in the future. Xianxia Town, looks like the city lord is there. If I remember correctly, it's more than 300 km away from here. If I bring Little Red and Little Green to chase after him with all my might." Lin Bai began to ponder in his heart. He already knew what he had to do. Chapter 371, Shocking News a few days later. Lin Bai was sitting in the courtyard with a cup of good tea in his hand. The tea was golden in color, and the soup was clear. It was accompanied by a faint fragrance, and the combination of bitterness and sweetness was just right. What a good tea! Lin Bai could not help but sigh in his heart. However, Lin Bai only took a sip before his trouser legs were grabbed by 2 eager little beasts. There was even one hovering above his head, and one slowly climbed up from behind him. You guys. Lin Bai shook his head and scolded them with a smile, but he was not angry at all. He gently put down the porcelain cup in his hand. "Come, I'll impart cultivation to you. Take your seats," Lin Bai said with a smile, and the little beasts lined up obediently. "System, I want to transfer my power to Little Green." Lin Bai patted Little Green's head. Little Green's scales were warm and cool, and it was very comfortable. "Ding! The host has given Little Green 30 days of cultivation. 5-fold return has been successfully triggered. The host has received 150 days of return." Lin Bai clicked his tongue. Only 5-fold return had been triggered. Little Green was lying on Lin Bai's lap with a satisfied look on its face. Lin Bai could only calm himself down and continue to impart his cultivation to the remaining little beasts. "Ding! The host imparted power to Little Red for 30 days of cultivation. Successful triggering of 6 times return." After half a day, Little Red rested on a tree branch. It closed its eyes to rest its spirit and hid its light. Meanwhile, Little Green had already fallen asleep on Lin Bai's lap. As for Little Blue and Little Black, they seemed to have endless energy and began to spar with each other. In the past few days, Little Black had always won in the end of every spar. However, after a period of time, Little Black gradually began to feel exhausted, and it did not dare to slack off in the slightest when fighting. Lin Bai was very happy to see Little Black focus his attention, but he still reminded it. You too, you can fight. Don't destroy the houses nearby. Elder She had talked to Lin Bai earnestly not long ago. Elder She's originally rosy face had already started to lose weight. It must have been because of Little Black and Little Blue. He had repeatedly urged Little Black and Little Blue to be more careful. At that time, Lin Bai only felt very awkward and agreed. Heh, this Little Black and Little Blue really don't have enough strength? A familiar voice came from behind him. Lin Bai did not need to turn around to know who it was. Fatty. Fatty sat casually beside Lin Bai. When he saw the teapot on the little stone table, his face was a little disappointed. Sigh, drink more wine. Tea. What's so good to drink? Fatty had just woken up from his coma 2 days ago. The injuries on his body were still severe, but he was already able to walk in the courtyard. However, even though he could walk, Fatty was still being closely watched by the doctors. They also prohibited him from drinking and having fun before his injuries healed. Fatty could hold his urge even though he really wanted it now, after a moment of silence. Fatty spoke. I don't know where that Fu-Hu went. He left without saying goodbye a few days ago. I keep feeling like there's some secret about him, and I wanted to investigate it. What a pity. Fu-Hu's injuries recovered faster than Fatty's. That night in front of the fool's grave, Fu-Hu never appeared again after he left. If you know less, you'll live longer, Lin Bai said with a smile. Fatty wanted to refute him, but after thinking about his previous experience, he realized that what Lin Bai said was true. If he and Skinny didn't know anything from the beginning, then they wouldn't have been hurt and involved in so many things later. It was just a joke, and you took it seriously. It's nothing. What am I afraid of? It's good that that guy left. I just feel that he has a belly full of bad intentions. Indeed, Fu-Hu is very shrewd. That fellow Fu-Hu pretended to be corroded by the city lord's demonic aura in the beginning and even ruined my plans several times. In the end, he ended up on the same boat as us, no matter how I think about it. Hey, this is huge news. Just as the two of them were chatting, Thin Man ran into the courtyard angrily. His clothes were messy as if he was in a hurry to get dressed. Tusk! When Fatty saw the skinny man like this, he knew what he had done without even thinking. What? Lin Bai was very curious about the news that the skinny man had brought. The skinny man was panting, and his face was deathly pale. He sat on the small stone bench, poured another cup of tea, and gulped it down. Only then did he slowly open his mouth. The city lord is dead. The city lord's news, but he's always a step behind. Tell me. Wait, you said he's dead. Just as Fatty was about to say such news, there was no need for him to make a fuss. But before he could finish, Fatty slammed his hand on the stone table and stood up, his face full of disbelief. The city lord is dead? The thin man repeated. Someone found the bodies of the city lord and Shan in Xianxia town. They died about 3 days ago, and all their treasures are gone. As for the person who killed them, there are no clues until now. The thin man's pale face recovered a bit, but the shock on his face didn't diminish at all. Who could it be? The fatty found the news unbelievable, and he even doubted whether it was true or false. You still doubt that I will tell you the truth or false news? The thin man's voice became shrill. This matter was told by those guys from the Alchemist Association. Their higher-ups knew about it last night. The news from the Alchemist Association must be true. This. The fatty said this 3 times in a row, but he didn't say anything for a long time. But killing the city lord is a good thing for us. After all, we are afraid that he will remember us. But who do you think did it? The skinny man frowned. Who else could it be? It must be a chivalrous person. Chivalrous person? Then why did he kill the city lord and not tell the other factions? Fatty's question left him speechless. Anyway, then the two of them quarreled over this piece of news. Bai Zai joined them halfway. You guys actually know about it? Elder She just rushed back and told me about it, and I came back to tell you guys. Tisk, the city is already in an uproar because of this. The 3 of them were talking happily, but they didn't notice that Lin Bai, who was sitting on the small stone bench, didn't look shocked or confused even though he occasionally asked some questions. The person who killed the city lord and Shan was Lin Bai. He led the small beasts to Xianxia town at night 3 days ago and killed the city lord after a fierce battle. Because the city lord had used his life to fight with Lin Bai, although he had eaten a lot of people on the way to escape, he was still in a state of decline. Although the city lord and Shan resisted to the death, they could not do anything. Their injuries had healed, and their plan was flawless. On a mountainside, in front of a small tomb in the bamboo forest, there was a bloody human head. Chapter 372. Clear Phoenix Restaurant. The news of the death of the demon city lord spread throughout the entire city in just half a day. From the high officials and nobles, all the major forces, and all the bystanders on the streets. Even though the news had spread for several days, it did not affect the people's heated debate. Tusk, I didn't expect the city lord to be the demon. He fooled us so badly, he almost wronged a good man like Lin Bai. Exactly. At that time, some people suspected that Lin Bai was the innocent one. In the end, everyone chose to believe him. Also, I heard that there is a secret room under the city lord's estate. There is a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. All of them were used by that devil to practice his demonic arts. This kind of news is ancient history. I heard that. The hero who killed the city lord came from our city. It seems that Lin Bai wandered through the streets and alleys, listening to the discussions of the people. It was a different feeling. Everyone knows that you, Lin Bai, are innocent. You successfully pushed the city lord back. But no one recognized you. The thin man and Lin Bai walked side by side, followed by the fat man who was holding a chicken leg in one hand and a duck leg in the other. It's only because you don't know me that I can be so relaxed. Lin Bai chuckled. Sigh, if it were me, I would wish that everyone in the city would recognize me. At that time, there would definitely be some young ladies. The thin man thought about it, and in the end, he could not help but swallow his saliva. Actually, the thin man knew very well that even if the entire city could not recognize him, it would not affect the fact that some people would come to Lin Bai to propose marriage. And these people who came to Lin Bai to propose marriage and discuss marriage were about to break through the threshold of the Bai Zai family. However, all of them were rejected by Lin Bai. He didn't even take a look at them. Hey, after Fatty heard it, he chewed on the duck meat, savored it carefully, and swallowed it. He wiped the corner of his mouth with his sleeve, and his face was full of disdain. You want those young ladies to come and look for you. Wake up, it's not even night yet. Fatty did not hold back when he ridiculed him. A few days ago, before he had fully recovered, the thin man had wandered around all sorts of places. He had good wine and good food, and every time he would show off in front of Fatty. One could imagine the resentment in Fatty's heart. You're talking about me, you? The thin man did not have any virtue in his words, and the two of them started arguing again. While the thin man and Fatty were arguing, Lin Bai stopped in front of a luxurious and antique restaurant. The waiter in front of the restaurant had sharp eyes. He smiled and came over, complimenting Lin Bai. You must be Master Lin Bai. The private room is ready. This way, please. The waiter bent down slightly, put his fingers together, and pointed to the restaurant. Lin Bai nodded slightly and walked into the restaurant. As soon as he stepped into the first floor of the restaurant, a light sandalwood fragrance came from the shop, which made people want to eat. There were many people in the restaurant, but it was not noisy. Occasionally, there would be a few handmaidens with graceful figures carrying drinks and food as they walked past. Their graceful steps made one unable to take their eyes off them. Tusk, this kind of tavern is awesome. The thin man wiped the corner of his mouth with his hand, his eyes wandering around. Look at you. The fat man kicked the thin man's calf, and only then did the thin man regain his senses. He followed Lin Bai from the east stairway all the way to the 5th floor. Every floor of the tavern was decorated more luxuriously, and the sounds were quieter. The maids were also more beautiful. When they arrived at the 5th floor, on the right was a corridor. There was a hole on the outside of the corridor, and they could enjoy the intoxicating river scenery in the distance. On the left side of the corridor were private rooms. This is it. The waiter walked in front of them and carefully opened the door of one of the private rooms. Then, I won't disturb you. After Lin Bai and the other two entered the private room, the waiter tactfully left. This was also the rule of their restaurant. Above the 3rd floor of the restaurant, the waiter only needed to bring the guests to their seats before he had to leave. He had to do it in such a way that they could not see, hear, and smell, and if any servant dared to break this rule, the outcome would not be so good. This was also one of the reasons why the Clear Phoenix restaurant was able to do it. Everyone in the city knew that high-ranking officials and nobles, as well as the higher-ups of various forces, had to come to this place. In the private room, an old man with white hair and a white beard sat there. Lin Bai was very familiar with this old man. Beside the old man sat a young man with a tall and straight figure. He was well-dressed and held a folding fan in his hand. The corners of his mouth had always been smiling. When the two of them saw Lin Bai walking over, their faces raised into joyful smiles as they asked, "Young Master Lin, you're finally here. We've been waiting for you here for too long." The old man was the Grand Elder of the Alchemist Association. At this moment, he no longer had the aggressive look he had when he met Lin Bai a few times. He wanted to take Lin Bai's life at the slightest disagreement. The young man carefully put down the folding fan, cupped his fists, and said respectfully, "I've long heard that young Master Lin is a talented man with extraordinary bearing. Meeting you today is truly an honor for 3 lifetimes. I, Chu Changfeng of the Alchemist Association, would like to ask for young Master Lin's guidance in the future." A faint smile hung on the corner of the young man's mouth, but his clear eyes were constantly sizing up Lin Bai. Under those black pupils, it was unknown what he was thinking about. Lin Bai said a few polite words and sat opposite the two of them. The thin man and the fat man sat on his left and right respectively. The 3 of them had just sat down when there was a knock on the door from outside the private room. Dang, dang, dang. It happened to be 3 knocks. Lin Bai subconsciously looked back. "Come in," the great elder of the Alchemy Association said softly with an indifferent expression. With a creak, the door of the private room was pushed open. 3 young girls dressed in cool clothes, with delicate features and upright appearance walked in. They carried fragrant dishes and carefully placed them on the table. Lin Bai frowned. He found that these young girls walked like cats. They did not make a single sound when they carried or placed the dishes. Fatty did not notice this at all. His eyes followed the girls and did not move away for a moment. The thin man used his eyes to remind Fatty a few times, but Fatty did not notice it at all. The thin man had no choice but to kick Fatty under the table. Fatty first revealed an angry expression. When he regained his consciousness, he was filled with embarrassment. He lowered his fat head and did not say a word. After the maids had placed the dishes, they left without saying a word. The great elder noticed Lin Bai's expression and explained, "This is one of the characteristics of the Clear Phoenix restaurant. These maids are all cultivators who specialize in cultivation techniques. There are also people who specialize in teaching them." "I see," Lin Bai nodded in realization. He picked up the wine cup in front of him and took a sip. Good wine. Lin Bai couldn't help but take another sip. Chu Changfeng also picked up the wine and took a sip. A meaningful smile appeared on his face as he stared at Lin Bai. "Master Lin, I like to get straight to the point. I hope you can forgive me. But if my guess is correct, then the Demon City Lord must have been killed by you, right?" Chapter 373. Negotiations. Fatty subconsciously looked at Lin Bai, wanting to get an answer from him. The thin man held a chopstick in one hand and a wine glass in the other. His expression was calm, as if he did not hear their conversation. Lin Bai revealed a guilty smile and said, "To be able to make Brother Chu think so highly of me, I'm really glad. However, this matter has nothing to do with me." Lin Bai didn't intend to admit this matter. The Alchemist Association not only mobilized the entire association's strength, but also spent a large amount of assets to search for the black markets organization that specialized in gathering intelligence to find the City Lord's latest whereabouts. And the Alchemist Association wasn't the only one that did this. Those clans and forces that had once been the Demon City Lords, Eagle Hound before the City Lord's true appearance, was revealed also spent a large amount of assets to find the Demon City Lord's whereabouts so that they could kill him with their own hands. This would change the reputation of the families and powers, and everyone knew that Lin Bai was just a lone wolf. Even if Bai Zai, the thin man, and the fat man were included, there were only a few of them. If others were to find out that Lin Bai had actually found the whereabouts of the City Lord before them and even killed the City Lord with his own hands, he would definitely be suspected by others. This wasn't what Lin Bai wanted. Chu Changfeng had a smile that hadn't changed for 10,000 years on his face. He narrowed his eyes and swept his gaze over the thin and fat man. His gaze was extremely concealed. The Great Elder tried to change the topic. He toasted Lin Bai and solemnly said, "Our Alchemist Association had quite a bit of conflict with Master Lin in the past. Today, we're here to apologize to Master Lin." The Great Elder had an apologetic expression. However, it was he King Yuan who misled us and forced us to cooperate with the demon's actions. Chu Changfeng and I had stopped him a few times, but... Sigh? Chu Changfeng mocked from the side. "You died well, he King Yuan. If he hadn't died, our Alchemist Association would have been dragged into the water. And he still had quite a few secrets with him even after he died. How despicable." Lin Bai tapped his index finger lightly on the table. The Grand Elder and Chu Changfeng shut their mouths and waited for Lin Bai to speak. "Hey, you guys made us miserable back then. He King Yuan was courting death. After that, you guys didn't do anything good either." The fatty wasn't happy when he heard this. He laughed coldly. Lin Bai waited for the fatty to finish speaking before raising a hand, indicating for the fatty to stop. When the Great Elder and Chu Changfeng heard this, their expressions changed slightly. "This matter is indeed our Alchemist Association's problem. Please forgive us, young Master Lin. How about this?" The Great Elder revealed a pained expression. "I'm willing to provide young Master Lin with 10 top-grade medicinal pills. If you need anything, feel free to mention it." The fatty couldn't believe his ears and couldn't help but poke them with his finger. The top-grade medicinal pills of the Alchemist Association. Those were all medicinal ingredients that were as rare as phoenix feathers or unicorn horns. They also had extremely high requirements and precision for the fire of the pill cauldron. Moreover, they also needed highly skilled alchemists. The Alchemist Association could only produce a dozen or so top-grade medicinal pills a year. "Ha!" The thin man sneered. "You guys are trying to curry favor with Lin Bai to slightly redeem your reputation as a demonic eagle hound. Fortunately, in this leaderless city, you've obtained quite a lot of benefits." Chu Changfeng looked at the skinny man with sharp eyes and didn't deny it. "There are quite a lot of forces that have such thoughts." Lin Bai stopped tapping his fingers on the table and said, "He King Yuan is to blame for this. It has nothing to do with your Alchemist Association." The Great Elder and Chu Changfeng let out a sigh of relief. As long as there were enough pills, the Alchemist Association would still have a chance. "I'll have to trouble the Great Elder and Brother Chu for the 10 top-grade pills. I'll list them to you in the future." Lin Bai didn't ask for too much on top of the pills. He knew that the Alchemist Association had a very limited number of pills of this grade. Even if they asked for too much, they wouldn't be able to increase the number of pills. So, why not maximize the benefits? "He King Yuan is very hostile towards me. I want some information about him. The more detailed, the better. Also, I want to go to his room to investigate." Lin Bai voiced out his thoughts, which surprised both the Grand Elder and Chu Changfeng. They were already prepared for Lin Bai to ask for 20 pills. Lin Bai said his thoughts on He King Yuan decisively, not afraid that the two people in front of him would suspect his intentions. He King Yuan, the fool, and the person they spoke of were definitely not so simple to investigate. Otherwise, the Alchemist Association would have long suspected. "All right, no problem." After He King Yuan died, some of his things were in his residence. No one touched them. The Great Elder agreed and made up his mind to investigate He King Yuan's matter after he left the Clear Phoenix restaurant. Chu Changfeng's eyes drifted and the smile on his face faded a little. Then, the group ate their food and chatted politely. During the conversation, Lin Bai learned that Chu Changfeng was the Great Elder's last disciple and had high hopes for him. In that case, the Grand Elder wanted Chu Changfeng to become the #1 disciple of the Alchemist Association. With a disciple of such a status, his position in the association would be more stable. Not only that, now that the city was without a leader, there were undercurrents surging from all sides. The Grand Elder also had the idea of further expanding the influence of the Alchemist Association after clearing its reputation. Lin Bai looked at these power struggles and shook his head, feeling a little funny in his heart. Moreover, Lin Bai also knew of a more important piece of news. The position of City Lord had not been decided yet, and many people in the city were coveting this position. Among them, the most promising ones were the Chen clan and the Luo clan. The Grand Elder boldly predicted that it would definitely come from these two clans. Their alchemist association was even one step ahead and had already made some connections with these two clans. When one of them became the city lord in the future, their alchemist association would not suffer any losses. Actually, Lin Bai felt that doing so was a little unnecessary. Because the alchemist association was special, its position in the city was as solid as an impregnable fortress. No matter how the position of city lord changed, it would not have the slightest effect. Then why did the Grand Elder do the unnecessary? Could it be that he was hinting that he should curry favor with these two families, or the food on the table was quickly almost finished? The wine was empty, one jar after another. Fatty burped and touched his bulging belly. Then, let's say goodbye for now. There will be an elder council in the association later. The great elder showed an apologetic expression and stood up with Chu Chengfeng. Brother Lin, Chu Chengfeng smiled. There will always be a position for you in our alchemist association. As long as you want it, Master and I will definitely satisfy you. Chu Chengfeng knew that Lin Bai was not someone that was easy to rope in. After expressing his intentions, he left. Chapter 374, Luo Ningyu, those people from the Alchemist Association. They wanted to clear their names, so they decided to reconcile with us. They don't have good intentions. The thin man's face was gloomy as he sat on the stone bench. He looked ahead at the two small beasts, one black and one blue, fighting until the sky was dark. They were really energetic. The thin man sighed deeply in his heart. After the battle with the city lord, he was heavily injured. Now, his wounds were mostly gone, but his body and head still seemed to be filled with lead water. He needed quite a bit of time to recuperate. Lin Bai was also sitting on the stone bench. With one hand, he was touching Little Green, who was lying cross-legged on his knee. He felt a gentle touch on Little Green's scale armor, which could not help but calm Lin Bai's heart. He was holding a few letters in his right hand. City Lord's estate, secret chamber, latest information. The first fake secret chamber was intact. Blood and corpses were found in it, and the entrance of the true secret chamber was found under a groove. Most of the tunnels in the true secret room had collapsed, and a few corpses were found in the remaining tunnels. They had been devoured by devil chi, and they looked very cruel. At the end of the tunnel, there was a shape that looked like an altar. The remaining traces were being investigated. Another letter. I didn't expect you to act so decisively. Have you made your decision? Lin Bai touched the little green scale armor's hand and snapped his fingers in the air. He grabbed the letter with his right hand and threw it up. Boom! A small fireball with hot air swept over and burned the envelope in the air. FCK, you scared me. The thin man felt a terrifying fireball on his back and jumped up from the stone bench. When he saw that the fireball was not aimed at him, he heaved a deep sigh of relief, but his face was already deathly pale. Little Green was lying comfortably on Lin Bai's knee, as if it was already used to this scene. It did not even lift its eyelids. This letter was sent to him by the Alchemist Association. As for the other letter, the great elder of the Alchemist Association had brought Chu Chengfeng to look for Lin Bai several times over the past 2 days. As for the purpose of his visit, it was to inquire about the situation inside the secret chamber. The position of City Lord was extremely important, but he was a demon in disguise. Not only that, the demon had also made his way out of the secret chamber and done some extremely tragic things. As the Demon City Lord's previous henchman, the Alchemist Association naturally had to give someone an explanation now. Although the Alchemist Association had a special status in the city, and even if they didn't give an explanation, it wouldn't affect their influence. However, the Grand Elder's request was obviously higher, and he wasn't satisfied with the current situation. What plans do you have in the future? After the thin man calmed down, he wiped off the thin sweat on his forehead and turned to look at Lin Bai. He and the fat man had always been wandering around. Now that the matters in the city had come to an end, it was time for them to make their next move. After all, apart from hard work, the most important thing for a cultivator was luck. If a cultivator with ordinary talent wanted to reach the highest point step by step and look down on all things in the sky, it would be a daydream if they didn't have luck. It was not just ordinary cultivators with ordinary talent, or cultivators with ordinary talent who had already come to a conclusion about the trajectory of their lives. Good fortune was something that could not be obtained. It was a mysterious thing, and every good fortune hid a great danger. The slightest carelessness would result in their deaths. Just like him and Fatty, their cultivation had stagnated for many years before, but this time, they encountered the good fortune of Lin Bai and the city lord, and even narrowly escaped with their lives. If he had made any of the previous choices, even if he had made the wrong one, the thin man would not be sitting next to Lin Bai like now, leisurely drinking tea to pass the day. Lin Bai picked up the tea on the stone table, took a sip, and tasted its charm. Just as he was about to open his mouth, Elder She hurried into the courtyard. Just as he stepped into the courtyard, he caught a glimpse of two figures, one black and one blue, engaged in a fierce fight. Elder She shook his head and sighed deeply. Sigh? If there was anything that could give Elder She, this dedicated butler, a headache after Bai Zai survived the disaster, it would be Little Black and Little Blue. In that case, Little Black and Little Blue would definitely be the #1 headache. With the thought of not seeing and not being bothered, Elder She resolutely retracted his gaze and tried his best to restrain himself from looking at those two unlucky fellows. Lin Bai noticed the change in Elder She's expression, and an awkward expression flashed across his face as he asked, Elder She, what are you doing? When Elder She first entered the courtyard, there was a hint of anxiety on his face. He must have come back with some important news. Could it be that someone is looking for trouble? As the thin man spoke, he rolled up his sleeves and his eyes shone. Previously, after his cultivation had broken through, not only did he not feel the pleasure of breaking through, but he was also beaten half to death by the city lord. His heart was filled with grievance, and he wanted to find someone to spar with. But now, there was an undercurrent in the city, and every faction was closely watching the position of the city lord. This also caused the friction between the various factions to temporarily ease up. He simply could not find a fight. It was not that he had never thought of fighting with Lin Bai. However, with just one move, he was defeated. Elder She shook his head and sighed silently. The thin man in front of him and the fatty in the inner room were also troublemakers. These days, they had given him quite a headache. Out of sight, out of mind, out of sight, out of mind. Elder She ignored the thin man and looked at Lin Bai. There's someone outside asking for an audience. They say it's a person from Yang City, Luo Ningyu. Lin Bai frowned. A person from Yang City, Luo Ningyu? Heh, young Master Lin's reputation is well known. Yang City is thousands of miles away, yet he came to propose marriage. Tusk, how envious. The skinny man's face was full of envy, but he was actually joking. After all, who would come thousands of miles away to propose marriage? Then please come in. Lin Bai nodded. Lin Bai had heard of Yang City. It was an independent city-state that did not belong to any country thousands of miles north of the city. Before Fu Hu left, he had said that he was going to Yang City next. Could there be a connection between the two? With this guess, Lin Bai planned to meet Luo Ningyu. Elder She nodded and turned to leave the courtyard. Lin Bai also stopped the two unwilling little beasts. Not long after, a woman dressed in white, with skin as smooth as cream, slender eyebrows and phoenix eyes, and a faint smile on the corner of her mouth, walked into the courtyard with light steps. The woman's curves were well-proportioned and heavy. One side of her white dress would occasionally reveal a pair of white dangling legs. However, the woman's figure was extremely alluring, but her entire body exuded an aura that was isolated from the mortal world and could only be seen from afar and could not be touched. Splat. The teacup in the skinny man's hand fell from his hand and shattered into pieces on the ground. Only then did he withdraw his gaze and regain his senses. He lowered his head in embarrassment. I believe you are that young Master Lin? The woman's lips were curled into a smile. There seemed to be a deep pool in her clear eyes. One could not tell what she was thinking. I am Luo Ningyu. I have heard of young Master Lin's reputation, and I have come to meet you. Chapter 375. Mystic Realm, the skinny man packed up and left the courtyard sensibly, leaving Lin Bai and the woman named Luo Ningyu behind. Luo Ningyu bent down slightly and stroked the hem of her skirt. She sat upright on the stone bench opposite Lin Bai. A strand of her beautiful hair fell down, making her look absolutely stunning. Luo Ningyu's clear and bright eyes swept across the courtyard. Her gaze lingered on the small beasts for a few more seconds before she turned her gaze towards Lin Bai. Her gaze was sincere, but it felt as if she was 1,000 miles away from him. Luo Ningyu's actions were done in one go. It was elegant and made people feel being embraced by the spring wind. It made Lin Bai's bad mood brighten up a lot. "Miss Luo, are you from Yang City?" Lin Bai picked up the teapot and found a clean cup. He poured a cup of tea for Luo Ningyu and handed it over. Luo Ningyu extended her slender fingers and carefully picked up the teacup. However, Lin Bai frowned. Lin Bai looked at Luo Ningyu, and Luo Ningyu looked at Lin Bai. Both of them lifted the teacup, but the water in the teacup started to change. Sometimes, bubbles kept gushing out. Sometimes, there was a whirlpool in the teacup. Sometimes, the teacup was as steady as a mirror. A drop of sweat, the size of a soybean, dripped from Lin Bai's forehead. A thin layer of sweat appeared on Luo Ningyu's face. A few small beasts sensed the change and looked at Luo Ningyu warily. However, Lin Bai did not speak, so they did not dare to rashly go forward. They could only quietly wait by the side. Time passed by minute by minute. The wind blew on the leaves, and the birds on the trees chirped, bang. A crisp explosion sounded. The teacup between the two of them shattered, and the tea splashed in all directions. However, not even a drop of tea splashed on the two of them. Luo Ningyu fixed her hair by her ear, while Lin Bai poured another cup of tea as if nothing had happened. Luo Ningyu took a small sip and slowly said, "That's right. I came here because of some matters and coincidentally heard about the rumors about young Master Lin, so I came to meet you." When Luo Ningyu said this, she looked straight into Lin Bai's eyes, trying to figure out what was going on. It was as if the previous incident had never happened. Neither of them mentioned it. Lin Bai began to think. This woman called Luo Ningyu was extremely skilled in martial arts. If he hadn't broken through a state before the battle with the city lord, he would definitely be the one to lose. It wouldn't be a draw, are you? Lin Bai thought for a moment. "Are you a member of the organization that provided me with information?" Yang City was exactly where Fu Hu was going. In addition to the current situation in the city, there was a woman from Yang City who came to see him, and she was a snow-white beauty. Lin Bai didn't think he was that charming. And in this incident, Lin Bai was not the famous hero who killed the city lord in the end. He was just a young man who had been wronged by the city lord and fought against him. So, Luo Ningyu must be a member of that organization. However, is it really all right for such a mysterious organization to come and contact me directly? Lin Bai shook his head in his heart. He was actually a little curious about this organization. After Luo Ningyu stepped into the courtyard, her expression changed for the first time. However, there was still a smile on her face, and she didn't deny it. "That's right. I didn't expect that young Master Lin, besides his strength, is also quite intelligent. No wonder that fellow thinks so highly of young Master Lin. I was a little worried about his taste." Luo Ningyu had seen many cultivators. Despite having a cultivation level, their heads seemed to have rusted. Only people with a cultivation level similar to Lin Bai's and a shrewd mind could talk to her, and she did not feel uncomfortable. Lin Bai's eyebrows twitched slightly. It seemed that she wanted to test the authenticity of him. However, Lin Bai put down the teacup in his hand and said softly, "Miss Luo, I'm sure you're not here to see whether I'm real or not. It's not that simple. Then, what is Miss Luo's real purpose?" Luo Ningyu's appeared to purely want to see Lin Bai, but Lin Bai would not be fooled so easily. Luo Ningyu revealed a look of approval. If Lin Bai really thought that she was only here to meet him, then Luo Ningyu would probably get up and leave. Luo Ningyu did not hide anything and said, "Originally, I was supposed to take care of the demon matters here. However, I was delayed by some matters on the way. When I rushed over, I discovered that the matter had already been settled by young Master Lin and Fu Hu." Lin Bai thought that it was indeed so. After Fu Hu revealed his identity, he had been wondering why such a mysterious organization would only send Fu Hu. This kind of strength was not enough to complete this matter. When he heard from Elder Shi that a woman from Yang City had come, Lin Bai had already begun to guess this possibility. Could the delay on the way be the reason for Miss Luo's arrival? Lin Bai asked back. Luo Ningyu nodded. The more she talked to Lin Bai, the more comfortable she felt. "On the road, I met a small village. Thousands of households, including livestock, were all dead. Lin Bai only felt a headache coming on. Before this wave was over, another wave came. He really didn't want to get involved in this kind of muddy water. He just needed to slowly develop in a wretched manner and pass on his cultivation to the spirit beasts. Then, his cultivation level would be able to reach a meteoric rise. All he needed was time. Luo Ningyu saw that Lin Bai didn't say anything and didn't mind. She wasn't a fool. If she invited others to do things, she would definitely use benefits to motivate them. She said, "Recently, there is a mystic realm in Yang City that is about to open. Only the countries and forces that are famous and talented can enter. Now that the quota has been decided, if young Master Lin is willing to help me, then I can give you a quota." After Luo Ningyu finished speaking, she told Lin Bai all the news about the mystic realm. Outside Yang City, in the northern Cold Land, a mystic realm was recently discovered. There were many elders in Yang City who were extremely powerful. They wanted to find out the truth of this mystic realm and to plunder it. In the end, a famous sword elder from the Shu sword sect died in the mystic realm. In the end, the Zhuge family of Yang City came forward and confirmed that the mystic realm was restricted to people under the age of 30. They also deduced the exact time when the mystic realm would open. However, as for who the owner of the mystic realm was, why it was built, and when it was built, there was still no clue. This time, I only asked for Master Lin Bai's help to investigate that place. If the two of us combined can't solve this problem, then I will report it to the higher-ups and ask them to send someone with a higher cultivation level here. Luo Ningyu put down her teacup and stood up. Then, young Master Lin Bai, please consider it carefully. If you're interested, I'll set off in 3 days. I'll be staying at the Clear Phoenix Hotel for the next few days. Luo Ningyu left Lin Bai, who was thinking on his own, and headed off with the servant who had been waiting outside the courtyard for a long time. Lin Bai was left to think on his own. Chapter 376. Set off 2 days after Luo Ningyu visited Lin Bai, the city became even more lively. Have you heard that those fence-sitters of the Alchemist Association are now coveting the city lord's position? HMPH, just them. Back then, when that demon wanted to capture Lin Bai, the Alchemist Association was the most vicious and lackey. I heard that HH guy even killed a fellow disciple just to capture Lin Bai. That he guy died in the end. That was a good death. If you ask me, the one who has the best chance of becoming the city lord is still the Luo clan. Luo clan. Forget it, if you ask me. The competition for the city lord position was nearing its end. Those powers that didn't have the ability or the mood to fight for it had long since formed their own teams. Even though the position of city lord wasn't that important, if you chose the right one, it would be beneficial to the future development of your faction and your own future. Not only that, there were also some factions that would greet each other before they lined up and set up a deal. If the other party succeeded in becoming the city lord, then they would have to follow the deal they had set up and give the benefits to those who lined up. Young master, then what should we do? In the attic, Elder Shi stood respectfully by the side and lowered his head slightly as he asked softly. Now that the position of city lord was about to be decided, Elder Shi really wanted to know young master Bai Zai's decision. Ever since the last time, Elder Shi had felt that a little more relationship, a little more friendship, would still be of some use in certain special times. Of course, it was only useful. But this didn't stop Elder Shi from trying to make some connections. Bai Zai also frowned and was also thinking about this question. After a long while, he said, "Later today, take something and give it to the Grand Elder of the Alchemist Association." Elder Shi's eyes faintly lit up as he nodded and agreed. Bai Zai was originally a member of the Alchemist Association, so their relationship in this area was not bad. In addition, they had also witnessed the Great Elder's side creak. At this moment, the door of the loft was pushed open. A servant held a letter in his hand and handed it to Bai Zai with both hands. "This is..." Bai Zai frowned slightly and took the letter. "This is the letter that young Master Lin entrusted to me," the servant answered honestly. Bai Zai's frown deepened as she opened the letter and started reading. "Big brother, where are we going now?" Fatty was holding a glass of wine in his hand as he looked up at the sky. His voice was filled with emotion. The thin man put down the letter in his hand and took a sip of wine. He said, "There's a business deal going north." Fatty looked suspiciously at the thin man. However, the thin man's expression was very calm. He grinned and said, "Then let's go for a walk." Thin Man and Fatty did not have a fixed residence to begin with, and they even had a vision for the path towards Thesky. Now that the matters in the city had come to an end, if they continued to stay here, they would not be able to obtain any opportunities or benefits. Only by finding another place and venturing through could they have a chance to slowly take a step closer to the path of heavenly ascension. Lin Bai strolled through the bustling city. At a tavern, he bought 3 caddies of fine wine, 1 caddy of braised pork trotters, 1 caddy of braised beef, and 2 or 3 small dishes. "Sir, please take a seat. The dishes will be served soon." The waiter grabbed the towel on his shoulder and wiped the wooden table clean. His eyes were full of flattery as he looked at Lin Bai. Lin Bai took out a few taels of silver and placed them on the wooden table. The waiter's eyes lit up. He stretched out his hand and held the silver tightly in his palm. He said happily, "If you have any questions or instructions, feel free to tell me." This tavern was located on the main road in the city. It was connected in all directions. All the guests were gathered here, so the waiter was well informed about the various places. He had seen many guests like Lin Bai. "Did anything happen on the way from here to Yang City recently?" Lin Bai asked softly. The waiter had already taken advantage of this time to fill the bowl on the wooden table with wine. The aroma of the wine spread in all directions, and the fragrance lingered. The waiter frowned and lowered his voice, "You don't know this." As the waiter spoke, he looked around and said, "Recently, 6 groups of merchants have disappeared from Yang City. Hiss. Of course, the local officials have also sent people to investigate, but no news came back. It is said that those officials have also disappeared. If you are going to Yang City, I suggest you go east to Gyuk City and then go north to Yang City. Now that the caravans are all going this way, only a few people dare to go directly to Yang City. Why did those people disappear?" Lin Bai frowned slightly. This matter seemed to be deeper than he had expected. The waiter shook his head. "Until now, it is all speculation. In short, I advise you to take a detour to Yang City." Lin Bai waved his hand, and the waiter turned around and left. The incident happened on the way to Yang City. Luo Ningyu was implicated when she came here and passed through smoothly. She didn't disappear like those people from the caravan. That meant that this matter was dangerous, but not dangerous enough. No, it can't be that simple. Perhaps Luo Ningyu was careful enough and didn't go deep into it. This time, I'm going to go deep with her, and the danger will multiply. Lin Bai now had the small tripod cauldron as a support, the weapons he had plundered from the city lord and the mountain, as well as a few small beasts. If he was careful, Lin Bai drank a cup of wine and let out a long sigh. Cultivators did things against the natural order. If they didn't block the letter of fate, how could they advance further? In the last 2 days, Lin Bai had specially investigated the mystic realm that was about to open in Yang City. That mystic realm might be extremely rare, and there was a great opportunity in it. Lin Bai didn't want to let go of this opportunity. He still had to go. Lin Bai made up his mind. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Lin Bai rushed towards the Clear Phoenix restaurant. As soon as Lin Bai arrived at the Clear Phoenix restaurant's door, a tall and sturdy man in his 30s, with a square face and straight eyebrows, stood in front of Lin Bai with a flattering expression. "Young Master Lin, my lady has already gone to prepare to set off. She specially asked me to wait for you here." After the man finished speaking, he added, "I am Rong Zi." Lin Bai nodded. "I am also prepared. I am prepared to go with you." Rong Zi brought Lin Bai and rushed towards the north gate of the city. When they walked out of the gate and turned right, they came to an empty space. There was already a queue of carriages waiting for them. There were 20 to 30 people in the queue. They were carrying a lot of goods and a few carriages. Lin Bai's gaze swept over them. Out of the 20 to 30 people in the queue, apart from less than 10 who were martial arts practitioners, the rest were all people from the caravan. Rong Zi noticed Lin Bai's gaze and began to explain. "This was specially arranged by my young miss. The place we are going to this time has already become the focus of many forces. If we don't put on some disguises, it will be too conspicuous." Chapter 377. Qilong in the afternoon, Luo Ningyu brought 2 maids and some luggage with her to the carriage. The 2 maids that Luo Ningyu brought looked delicate and fair. Their bodies looked delicate and fragile, but Lin Bai noticed them. Their footsteps were steady and powerful, and their eyes were sharp and fearless. Clearly, their cultivation was not low. Luo Ningyu walked to Lin Bai's side with light steps. The two maids carried bags of different sizes and entered the first carriage of the convoy. There are some matters in the city that took up a lot of time. I've made young Master Lin wait for a long time. Luo Ningyu's smile was like the spring wind. It seemed to make the sun shine brighter as she expressed her apology. Lin Bai shook his head to show that he did not mind. After all, the departure time they agreed on was in the afternoon. It could be said that Luo Ningyu arrived on time. Luo Ningyu shifted her seat and came to the shade of the tree. Her long and narrow eyes narrowed slightly as she scanned the convoy and said, "We will be there in about 5 days. During this period, young Master Lin can rest in the carriage. I have also arranged for people to prepare the carriage for you. I believe that someone has already brought young Master there, right?" Lin Bai nodded and looked into the distance. He asked, "Who are those three?" In the middle of the convoy, there was a man with a frivolous gaze who kept glancing at the women in the convoy. He had a piece of dog-tail grass in his mouth. At this moment, he looked frivolous and vulgar, but Lin Bai could tell that this person's cultivation was profound and not simple. Similarly, there were 2 carriages in the back half of the convoy. One of them was a white-haired old man, and the other was a quiet scholar. The cultivation of these 2 people was also not simple. "These 3 people are the helpers that I found." Luo Ningyu did not hide anything. Of course, they are here to protect the convoy. The meaning behind Luo Ningyu's words was that only the 2 of them knew the true purpose of this trip. These 3 people were hired by Luo Ningyu to protect the convoy. "Young Master Lin, do you think that what I am doing is unethical?" Luo Ningyu looked into Lin Bai's eyes. Lin Bai shook his head. "People die for money and birds die for food. They know the danger of this trip, but they still promised Miss Luo because of money. There's nothing dishonest about it." Luo Ningyu seemed to be very satisfied with Lin Bai's answer. She smiled lightly, and her laughter was like pearls falling onto a jade plate. It made Lin Bai's heart brighten a lot. "I have a question." Lin Bai went straight to the point. Luo Ningyu blinked her beautiful eyes. Her long, thin eyelashes fluttered, and her eyes were shining. She said, "Please speak. Doesn't your organization have any requirements regarding the confidentiality of the mission?" Lin Bai had wanted to ask this question for a long time. What he meant was that if she brought these 3 people to solve the trouble they met on the road, wouldn't she be afraid that the matter would be spread? Of course there are requirements. Luo Ningyu didn't deny it. However, how we complete the mission is up to us. As long as we don't reveal the existence of the organization, as long as we don't reveal the name of the organization, and as long as we don't reveal the other members of the organization, then you can complete the mission however you want. Lin Bai became more and more curious about this organization. What benefits could this organization gain from solving those problems that were difficult and unrewarding? However, after Lin Bai asked a few more questions, Luo Ningyu only smiled and did not answer. "If young Master Lin wants to know more details, why don't you join us?" A smile appeared on Luo Ningyu's face. It was dignified and holy. This dignified and holy smile resonated with that astonishing curve. It could not help but make people want to desecrate it. Lin Bai swallowed his saliva and said, "I will consider it." Lin Bai was now filled with curiosity about this organization. However, he still had some doubts about whether he should join it or not. If this organization could obtain the whereabouts of the city lord before others, then the strength of the organization was unquestionable. However, the problem was that this organization was too mysterious, making Lin Bai unable to fathom it. Luo Ningyu bowed. "Then, I still have some things to deal with here, and the convoy has to start. If young Master Lin still has any questions, feel free to look for me at any time, or Rong Zi." Lin Bai nodded. Luo Ningyu then turned her graceful body and walked towards the front of the convoy. "Let's go, let's ho." Not long after, a man's shout came from the front of the convoy. The people who were originally resting under the shade of the trees or chatting idly and bored all stood up and packed their luggage before entering the convoy that was about to set off. Lin Bai also entered the carriage that had been prepared beforehand and sat down cross-legged. In front of him were prepared fruits, dried fruits, snacks, and a full pot of tea. "If young Master Lin Bai needs anything else, feel free to ask." Rongzi sat on his horse outside Lin Bai's carriage and said as he bent his body slightly. Luo Ningyu had told him that if Lin Bai had any needs, he must satisfy them. Rongzi did not dare to be careless. After a period of interaction, Rongzi found that Lin Bai was a very easy person to get along with. His every move was elegant. Furthermore, Rongzi could feel the terrifying cultivation level contained within Lin Bai's every move. Sigh, how boring. At this moment, a person jumped up high and landed lightly in Lin Bai's carriage. His movements were elegant and frivolous. Lin Bai frowned slightly. This person was the person who was frivolous but had extraordinary cultivation. My name is Qilong. Qilong sat next to Lin Bai as if he was familiar with him. He picked up a few dried fruits and threw them into his mouth. Then he poured himself a cup of tea. Tusk, the treatment here is much better than my place. Miss Luo is really biased. Qilong complained with a smile. His frivolous eyes were sizing up Lin Bai, whether intentionally or not, as if he wanted to get an answer from him. In that case, Brother Qi, you can come here often. Lin Bai smiled politely. I'm Lin Bai. Lin Bai. Qilong rolled his eyes and suddenly slapped his thigh. The Lin Bai who was slandered by the demon in the city? Lin Bai did not hide his identity. On the contrary, if he revealed it, it would save him a lot of unnecessary trouble. No wonder Miss Luo treats you specially. The two of them started chatting again. Every time Qilong talked about the girl in the carriage and Luo Ningyu, Lin Bai would only listen to him and not answer. Outside the carriage, Rongzi let out a long sigh of relief when he saw Lin Bai and Qilong talking. He was afraid that Qilong's frivolous personality would make Lin Bai unhappy. At that time, he would be the one who would be in trouble. The sky gradually darkened. After driving for some distance under the night sky, the convoy found a relatively spacious and flat place and also rested. Come, let's finish our meal? Chapter 378, Crisis Dinner Time. Luo Ningyu stayed in the carriage and did not go out. The servant girl prepared the food and carefully sent it in. Ever since the convoy drove, Luo Ningyu had not come out. This made Lin Bai somewhat suspicious, but he did not pay too much attention to it. He still had the 3 bodyguards hired by Luo Ningyu and Rongzi. He sat in the front half of the convoy and ate a relatively abundant dinner. As for the rest of the convoy, they were eating a big pot of rice in the middle of the convoy. Lin Bai and the others exchanged a few pleasantries as a form of self-introduction. Excluding Qilong, whom Lin Bai already knew, the white-haired old man was called Ren Mu, and the middle-aged man dressed as a scholar was called Wusu. The white-haired old man, Ren Mu, seemed to have a bland personality. However, when he opened his mouth, his words were no less than that frivolous Qilong. Wusu, who was dressed like a scholar, had a gloomy expression on his face. He deliberately kept a distance from Lin Bai and the other 3. After eating, he closed his eyes and did not say anything unnecessary. Ren Mu gulped down 2 mouthfuls of wine and wiped the corner of his mouth with his sleeve. His eyes were shining as he looked at Lin Bai and the other 2 and asked, "Do you think it's dangerous for us to come here? I heard that a group of officials have entered recently, but there's still no news of them." Qilong chuckled. "Hess, old man Ren, you're not afraid now, are you?" Ren Mu didn't even blush when Qilong ridiculed him. He said disdainfully, "My life is so f-seeking good, so what if I'm afraid? What's the point of losing face?" If he was younger, Ren Mu definitely wouldn't have said such things. Perhaps he would have been ashamed and fought Qilong out of embarrassment when he heard Qilong's words. However, the longer he lived, the more Ren Mu wondered the reason he cultivated day and night. It was because he wanted to be able to stand out and look down on all living things. It was because he wanted to have the hope to walk on that path one day and step onto the other shore. And if he had lost his life before he had even seen a single trace of that scenery, then what was the reason for him to live his entire life? Thus, Ren Mu firmly believed that the world was bigger than him, and his life was the most important. This time, he was blinded by Luo Ningyu's promised reward, so he decided to take the risk and agree to it. But the more he understood the situation, the more he felt apprehensive in his heart. Fortunately, he saw the other bodyguards that Luo Ningyu had found today, so he was more or less relieved. Otherwise, he would have just shamelessly turned around and left. As for the business with Luo Ningyu, he would have directly thrown it to the back of his mind. Rongzi held a wine glass in his hand and quietly listened to the conversation of the few of them. After all, he was Luo Ningyu's person. He had to pay attention to every aspect when he spoke. If he did not want to say anything wrong, then the best choice was not to say anything. Therefore, Rongzi chose to keep his mouth shut. There, Qilong put down the glass in his hand. With the three of us and young Master Lin, even if we can't win, it shouldn't be a problem for us to escape. Qilong had a general approximation of their cultivation levels. The silent scholar's cultivation level was about the same as his. Rongzi's cultivation was about the same as Ren Mu's. As for Lin Bai beside him and Luo Ningyu in the carriage, he couldn't tell. Hey, didn't you look down on me for being afraid? Why are you thinking of escaping now? Ren Mu laughed and picked up the golden rabbit meat that had been roasted. He stuffed it into his mouth and tore off a large piece of meat. Who would complain about having too much life? Ha ha ha, you brat, you have my taste. Ren Mu laughed loudly, attracting many people's sidelong glances. However, he did not care at all. HMPH? At this moment. Wusu, who had not spoken much all this while, snorted coldly and opened his eyes. That place isn't a place to play. Do you know who the official family sent this time? Who? Ren Mu and Qi Long stopped and asked curiously. Even Lin Bai and Rongzi were curious. In the Luo family in the city, there was a sword master who used to be in Yang City. Wusu said coldly. He was interrupted by Qi Long. He was once in Yang City. He set up an arena and specialized in finding people to compete in swordsmanship. He won more than 30 matches in a row. In the end, he was defeated by Song Qingshu of the Song family in Yang City. Could it be that even Luo Shu went there and didn't come back? Qi Long's eyes were shining as he said this. Wusu nodded and said coldly, so don't underestimate that place. If you underestimate it, you might not even know how you died. Qi Long and Ren Mu's relaxed expressions turned serious. Rongzi laughed dryly. It's a pity that there's only one Luo Shu in that group, but we're different. We still have each other's back, right? Qi Long and Ren Mu glanced at Rongzi, but didn't say anything. They knew that Rongzi was Luo Ningyu's subordinate, so how could they not know the purpose of his words? Naturally, they did not reply to his words, which brightened their mood. Lin Bai shook his head silently. He could not help but find it funny. Rongzi, it seems that you don't know how to speak. Rongzi's best choice was either not to speak or to be disdainful. This method was the worst option. Fortunately, Qi Long and Ren Mu were both salivating over Luo Ningyu's reward and did not reveal any other intentions. Since they had to leave early the next day, most of the people in the convoy found a warm place after dinner. They simply covered themselves with their bunks and went to sleep. There were about 10 people in the convoy who were acting as guards. They were divided into 2 groups and took turns to watch the night. After Wusu finished speaking, Lin Bai and the others also fell silent. Then, I'll go back first. Ren Mu wiped his hands, turned around and walked into the carriage. See you tomorrow, old man Ren. Don't let me not see you tomorrow morning. Qi Long also stood up and walked into his own carriage. FCKU, I think you're the one who won't be seen tomorrow morning. After Ren Mu and Qi Long left, Rongzi also stood up and left silently. The night gradually quieted down. The cold wind blew slowly, blowing the flames and rustling the leaves. Lin Bai sat at the side of the bonfire, warming himself up with the fire. At the same time, he paid attention to the situation of the convoy. Wu Su remained seated at the same spot, resting with his eyes closed. He did not make a sound. The lights in Luo Ningyu's carriage dimmed. He must have fallen asleep, and the lights of Qi Long and Ren Mu, who had long said that they were tired, were still on. Rongzi was patrolling the situation of the convoy and instructing the guards. Suddenly, Lin Bai's body shook and Wu Su opened his eyes. The two of them looked at each other and nodded slightly, becoming the same as before. Lin Bai continued to enjoy the fire and scrutinize the convoy while Wu Su continued to close his eyes. However, the two of them magnified their 5 senses and spiritual sense and listened carefully to their surroundings, even the slightest sound. Because they had just felt, in the darkness outside the convoy, an unfriendly gaze. Chapter 379. Night Raid. Lin Bai placed one hand under his body and looked straight ahead. Not long after, a small green snake appeared under Lin Bai's feet. "Little Green, go and see what's going on." Little Green didn't say anything. It crawled on the ground without making a sound and merged into the darkness far away from Lin Bai. Wu Su closed his eyes, but with one hand behind his back, a black bat with a pair of green eyes appeared. It flapped its wings silently and disappeared into the darkness. Lin Bai and Wu Su had discovered the other party, but the other party clearly hadn't realized it yet. Therefore, the two of them understood that they didn't want to alert the other party, and instead went to investigate the situation first. However, what Lin Bai didn't expect was that Wu Su was actually a beastmaster. Lin Bai was rather curious about the bat that Wu Su had just released. If it weren't for Lin Bai keeping his eyes open and observing the convoy in front of him, maintaining his previous appearance, he really wouldn't have been able to discover this bat. Time passed, minute by minute. The guards in the convoy also began to yawn, and the others had long fallen asleep. The lights in Qi Long and Ren Mu's carriages also dimmed, making no sound. Lin Bai yawned and half lay beside the bonfire, squinting his eyes. Not long after, he lay down, snoring softly from time to time. Wu Su was still sitting cross-legged, his eyes tightly shut, and his head drooping down from time to time. The originally high full moon was covered by thick dark clouds, causing the originally bright night to become pitch black. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two ear-piercing sounds rang out. The two patrolling guards on both sides of the convoy each had an arrow stuck in their necks. Their bodies collapsed like dry grass, and they didn't even have the time to scream. Immediately after, more than 10 black shadows appeared from the darkness and arrived around the convoy. "Heh, this convoy seems to be very fat. I saw a chick earlier." "Don't think about it. The girls are all big brothers. We're just here to do some work." Sigh. "I can only hope that when Big Brother is tired of playing with them, he can let us brothers have a taste and have a taste, right? It's very rare to see a girl with such a heavy and slender body." "Don't shout. Hurry up and do it." While they were talking, they had already moved to Lin Bai and Wu Su's side. They had observed for a long time in the dark, so they could naturally determine the division of power among the people in the convoy. They decided to deal with Lin Bai and Wu Su first so that there would be no future trouble. A burly man in black was holding a saber that was emitting a cold light. Beside him was a slim man with long limbs. He was also dressed in black, and he was holding a short and curved dagger. The two exchanged glances and kept approaching Lin Bai and Wu Su. No footsteps were heard. When they were only one step away from Lin Bai and Wu Su, the two of them raised the weapons in their hands and quickly swung them downward, aiming for Lin Bai and Wu Su's vital points. They intended to kill them with one strike. At this moment, Lin Bai and Wu Su opened their eyes one after another. Lin Bai exerted force with his elbow and stood up, taking advantage of the situation to pull out a kick toward the burly man behind him. Wu Su's feet swayed, and his body was like a ghost as he pulled away from the person behind him, causing the dagger to miss. "Damn it, they're all awake," the thin man with slender limbs shouted. The burly man did not retreat, but instead advanced. The knife in his hand was held in the back of his hand, and he took a step forward, slashing at Lin Bai's chest from the bottom right to the top. This move was decisive and ruthless. It was impossible to guard against. Lin Bai was about to take a step back, but he heard a slight sound of air breaking from behind him. He frowned slightly and stepped on the ground with the tip of his foot. He rose high into the air. Whoosh! At this moment, an arrow that was completely black cut through the position where Lin Bai was standing and pierced deeply into the ground. If Lin Bai did not dodge in time, even if it was only for a split second, he would still be pierced through by this cold arrow. "Let's see where you can hide now." The burly man let out a cold laugh. He held the knife in his hand from the back to both of his hands and swung it outwards. He slashed at Lin Bai, who did not have a point of strength in the air. This knife seemed to have cut through space. It carried a whistling and biting wind as if it could destroy anything. However, just as this slash was about to land on Lin Bai's body, the burly man felt as if his body had frozen and he couldn't move at all. Lin Bai took the opportunity to land steadily on the ground. He took small steps and retracted his right hand before suddenly thrusting forward. Pache! Blood splattered everywhere. The burly man's left rib was pierced through by Lin Bai's hand. This was still the burly man. When his life was hanging by a thread, he had risked his life to dodge in one direction. Otherwise, this strike wouldn't have only pierced his left rib, but his heart. The burly man covered his wound and kept dodging backwards. Only then did he see clearly that there was a completely green snake beside Lin Bai. This snake made the burly man raise his guard. It was as if this green snake was not as simple as it looked on the surface. Its body contained some kind of prehistoric ancient beast. The black-clothed man with slender limbs and a thin figure was in a fierce fight with Wu Su. Wu Su skillfully controlled a few spirit beasts, and with his agile movement technique, he kept increasing the distance between him and his opponent, making the man in black in front of him even more disadvantaged. The burly man's face was pale, and his heart was shaken. At first, they had been observing from the side and thought that they had encountered an inexperienced caravan and planned to enjoy this feast. However, they did not expect that this was simply pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. In addition, many people in the caravan had already woken up after hearing the commotion. The situation was not good for them. "Wind tight pull," the burly man shouted, his voice reverberating in the dark night. The slim, black-clothed man with long limbs hurriedly retreated to the side of the burly man. The wind beneath their feet caused them to escape into the darkness. However, just as the two of them took 3 steps forward, their heads were flying in the air, and their bodies were still rushing forward. This scene was especially strange in the darkness. Pachai, the two of them fell into a pool of blood. Luo Ningyu landed steadily beside Lin Bai. She elegantly waved her hand and shook off the stinky blood on her hand. "I didn't expect that someone would dare to plot against me." Rongzi followed closely behind and hurried over. Lin Bai looked at the 2 headless corpses and then at Luo Ningyu. He came to a conclusion. Luo Ningyu was very scary. Lin Bai didn't even see how Luo Ningyu had attacked before. He only remembered a faint light in front of him. Then, there were 2 heads flying in the air and the headless corpses running away. The rest of the team was quickly killed by Qi Long and Ren Mu, who had woken up. Wu Su's expression was cold. He threw a black-clothed man who was tied up before the fire. The black-clothed man's eyes were filled with fear. His face was pale and his teeth could not stop chattering. "Don't kill me, don't kill me. I beg you, don't kill me. I'll say anything, anything." Chapter 380, Interrogation, Leave the interrogation to me. Qi Long looked at the only surviving black-robed man on the ground, and a smile appeared on his face. However, this smile was no longer the frivolous smile that everyone saw during the day. Instead, it was a cold smile. "No," I said, "there's no need to interrogate me. As long as you don't kill me, I'll say anything." The black-robed man was sweating profusely as he wailed nonstop. Seeing that Luo Ningyu did not stop him, Qi Long acted as if he did not hear the wailing. He lifted the black-robed man with one hand and walked into an empty carriage. Not long after, a miserable wail was heard. "Ah!" This miserable wail tore through the night. The birds and beasts in the forest were startled and fled in all directions. Rongzi wiped the sweat off his forehead. His expression was a little nervous. He stood respectfully beside Luo Ningyu and slowly said, "There were 2 guards. 3 merchants died and 4 were injured." Rongzi could not help but feel some lingering fear. If it were not for Lin Bai and Wu Su, they would have been heavily injured on the first day of their journey. However, Rongzi could not be blamed for this. After all, they were not too far from the city, and it was the first day of their journey. Who would have thought that there would be a night attack at such a place? Luo Ningyu nodded silently and looked at Lin Bai and Wu Su. "It's all thanks to the 2 of you tonight. Otherwise, our casualties would have been even worse." Luo Ningyu also did not expect that these people would be so arrogant. Ren Mu frowned, making his already wrinkled face even more wrinkled. "As far as I know, there's only one mountain nearby, but we're still far from reaching their territory." Ren Mu had done his homework on the situation along the way, which was why he chose to sleep early in the carriage tonight. "It's like this indeed." Wu Su nodded and made a rare comment. Not long after, Qi Long carried a weak body and came to the front of the crowd, shaking off the blood on his hand. The black-clothed man on the ground had already lost consciousness. He collapsed on the ground like a corpse. "They've been interrogated. They're from the Black Cloud Stockade." Qi Long kicked the man in black who was lying on the ground. Qi Long saw that no one was talking and said, "Don't look at me like that. If we don't interrogate them, what if what they told me is false? Ren Mu didn't say anything. It wasn't because of Qilong, but because he couldn't figure out why the Black Cloud Stockade would come to such a far distance away from their sphere of influence to rob them. It's at least 3 days from here to the Black Cloud stronghold. They're here to rob? Wusu frowned, puzzled. Qilong stepped on the black-clothed man's head and shook his head. I didn't manage to interrogate him on this point. This guy's level is too low. Maybe they're really greedy for money. Although it's within the 2-day range, there aren't many merchants rushing to Yang City from this road. They might take the risk. Ren Mu began to analyze. Rongzi nodded. It's very possible. Luo Ningyu and Lin Bai looked at each other but did not express any opinions. Then, let's call it a day. Qilong, you should directly get rid of this bandit so that he won't do evil in the future. Luo Ningyu's voice was very soft, but it did not allow anyone to question it. Everyone, go and rest. We will travel according to the plan tomorrow. Qilong smiled without saying anything. He picked up the black-clothed man and walked into the forest at the side. Not long after, a creepy voice came from the darkness. It was already very late. Despite the excitement from before, the tiredness that swept over them caused many people to yawn. In addition, these bandits had already come once, so the second half of the night would definitely be safe. Ren Mu, Qilong, and Wusu were silent as they walked into their respective carriages. Rongzi began to arrange the work of the guards. He also began to investigate if some of the goods were damaged or if anyone was injured. Luo Ningyu and Lin Bai stood side by side at the side of the convoy. Looking at the convoy that had calmed down once again, Luo Ningyu slowly said, "What do you think?" Lin Bai held Little Green's head in his hand. This group of people should really be from Black Cloud Stockade, but the problem is that their goal may not be as simple as we think. Thinking of what you told me, Luo Ningyu nodded in satisfaction. Your analysis is good, but there is no evidence yet. When we continue to go deeper, we will be able to figure it out. After witnessing Luo Ningyu's previous skills, Lin Bai felt that this woman was even more unfathomable. At first, Lin Bai thought that their cultivation levels were on par, but now, Luo Ningyu chatted with Lin Bai for a while more before taking her leave and returning to the carriage. Not long after, the bright carriage dimmed. Seeing that there was nothing to do, Lin Bai yawned and returned to the carriage. Little Qing rubbed against his arm and acted coquettishly. "Well done," Lin Bai praised. Only then did Little Green blink her eyes, revealing a satisfied expression. "Well done, then there's a reward." Hearing this, Little Green's eyes were shining. It didn't need to guess what the reward Lin Bai mentioned was. Lin Bai had been busy with matters in the city for the past few days. In addition to Luo Ningyu, who had suddenly appeared, he also didn't have the time to transmit his strength to the spirit beasts. He had originally planned to hide in the carriage tonight and impart his cultivation to the little beasts so that he could get his cultivation back as soon as possible, so that he could obtain the ability to fight for the treasures after the mystic realm was opened. "System, I want to impart my cultivation to Little Green," Lin Bai muttered in his heart. "Ding, the host has given Little Green 40 days of cultivation. 20 times of cultivation has been successfully triggered. The host has received 800 days of cultivation." After a wave of cultivation surged into her body, Little Apple revealed a satisfied expression and lay down on Lin Bai's knees. Lin Bai, on the other hand, felt the large amount of cultivation surging into his body. His expression was calm. "Sai, at this speed, it will still take a long time for me to break through." After passing on his cultivation, Lin Bai turned off the candles in the carriage and lay down on the bed. Little Green laid down on his chest, and the man and the beast fell into a deep sleep. The next day, early morning. After a simple morning, the convoy continued to head north. Rongzi yawned and came to Lin Bai's carriage with panda eyes. He said gratefully, "Young Master Lin, it was all thanks to you last night. If things continue to be bad, then Miss will blame me." After the incident yesterday, Rongzi did not sleep the whole night. After repeatedly exhorting the guards, even if he had the mood to sleep, the sky had already lit up. Lin Bai shook his head, indicating that there was no need to be polite. Just then, a familiar chuckle sounded. Qilong entered Lin Bai's carriage naturally and sat down cross-legged. Chapter 381. Had to spit it out for the next 2 days, the journey was easy and safe. There were no more people with evil intentions. Whenever Lin Bai was free and there was no one around, he would call out a few small beasts and pass on his cultivation in order. The small beasts were very satisfied with this. Lin Bai's cultivation was also steadily increasing, but he still felt that this speed was too slow. Lin Bai sat cross-legged in the carriage, his body half leaning against the small square window of the carriage. Anyway, there would be a turn of events once they reached Yang City, so Lin Bai simply did not think about the bad things anymore. Outside the window, the sun was bright and beautiful, and the cool breeze was blowing, making people feel very comfortable. The leaves on both sides of the road were fresh and tender green, and the grass was decorated. As the wind blew, the leaves rustled. Lin Bai sipped his wine and looked at the sky in the distance. There was a fiery red dot in the distance, and it was constantly circling and patrolling with the convoy at the center. Ever since he learned his lesson the last time, Lin Bai had little red patrol the sky around him. When they heard that Lin Bai was willing to compensate them with strength imparting, the remaining little beasts all revealed envious looks. With Little Red, he could be at ease and enjoy the beautiful scenery around him. How satisfying. Lin Bai suddenly wanted to recite a poem, but just as the sentence reached his mouth, a person with dark circles under his eyes and a dispirited expression rode up to him on a horse. Spoiling the scenery, Lin Bai forcefully swallowed the poem back into his mind. The person with dark circles under his eyes was Rongzi. Although the convoy had been living a safe life these days, Rongzi had not been idle at all. He had been instructing the convoy's guards day and night to take care of everything personally. That was because the Black Wind Stockade was the next place they had to pass through. Sigh, Rongzi sighed deeply. His eyes slanted upwards at a 45-degree angle, revealing an extremely melancholic expression. The corner of Lin Bai's mouth twitched. It was happening again. Lin Bai straightened up and half-covered the curtains, pretending not to hear or see. Sigh, Lin Bai shook his head and put down the wine glass in his hand. He stretched out his hand and was about to pull the curtains up. Out of sight, out of mind. Wait, cough, cough. Rongzi pulled the curtains of the small square window in the carriage. His face was not red and his heart was not beating. He said, "Young Master Lin, I have something to talk to you about. It's about my lady." Rongzi had been feeling a lot of pressure recently. He had to speak up or else he would collapse. After all, every night, he had to confront the non-existent bandits and the air. His heart could not stand such for a long time. Lin Bai knew that Rongzi was determined to find him, so he could only nod his head helplessly. However, he had made up his mind that he would not open the window to enjoy the scenery next time. When Rongzi saw Lin Bai nod his head, he let out a long sigh of relief and revealed a relaxed expression. The gloominess on his face also dissipated a little. He hurriedly gave the horse to a guard beside him, lifted his robe, and sat down in the carriage. Your next sentence is, "Young Master Lin, what do you think of the Black Cloud stronghold?" Lin Bai could only tease him in his heart helplessly. Rongzi sat up with a solemn expression and lowered his tone. "Young Master Lin, what do you think of the Black Cloud stronghold?" As expected, Lin Bai had been listening to this question every day for the past few days. At first, Lin Bai would analyze the situation carefully, but Rongzi kept asking and asking. Lin Bai picked up the wine pot and poured a glass for Rongzi. Rongzi swallowed his saliva, and his lips were a little dry. He picked up the wine cup and drank it in one gulp. Rongzi wiped the corner of his mouth with his sleeve and looked straight at Lin Bai, waiting for him to speak. Lin Bai also knew that it was not easy for Rongzi. If he continued to be absent-minded, then Lin Bai would have to worry about the bandits. The Black Cloud stronghold is a large stronghold within a 500-mile radius, Lin Bai said slowly, and Rongzi nodded. And this time, they came outside their sphere of influence and attacked us. I guess there are two reasons for this. Rongzi held his breath. First, the road from this road to Yang City has been blocked by the government, and this is the main source of income for the Black Cloud stronghold. But now that this income has been cut off, they have no choice but to extend their hand beyond their territory. Rongzi didn't say anything. He felt that this was quite possible, but he pressed on to the second possibility. What about the second possibility? Lin Bai frowned slightly when he said that. For some reason, the Black Cloud stronghold has been emboldened. They feel that they have the ability to expand their territory and act recklessly. This is something that needs to be discussed, but if it was true, then they would have a real headache when they entered the territory of the Black Cloud stronghold. Lin Bai did not finish his sentence, otherwise Rong Zi would not be able to recover. Rong Zi's expression relaxed a little, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The second point is indeed up for discussion. A stronghold like the Black Cloud stronghold cares very much about things like territory and rules. It's just like how monks treat rules and regulations. What Rongzi meant was that the second point was impossible. Young Master Lin, you are worrying over nothing. After receiving a satisfactory answer, Rongzi did not continue to disturb Lin Bai. He got up and walked out of the carriage. Lin Bai was also able to open the small square window again. He held a wine glass in his hand and looked at the beautiful scenery outside the window. The beautiful scenery was intoxicating. However, before he could take a few glances, Rong Zi came to the square window with a strange expression. Lin Bai put down the wine glass and pulled up the curtain of the square window. Master Lin, Rong Zi looked ashamed. This time, it's not me, it's Miss who is looking for you. Oh, why is Miss Luo looking for me? Lin Bai sat up and stuck his head out. Rong Zi shook his head. Miss didn't tell me. Lin Bai nodded, put down his wine glass, adjusted his appearance, and under Rong Zi's lead, entered Luo Ningyu's carriage. As soon as he stepped into the carriage, an elegant sandalwood fragrance assailed his nostrils, making Lin Bai feel a little more relaxed. The interior of the carriage was lavishly decorated. The dressing table, fruits, desserts, drinks, ice cubes, and other items were all available. How was this for dealing with the demon? Are you here for a vacation? Lin Bai could not help but grumble. Young Master Lin, please come. Just as Lin Bai retracted his gaze, he heard a crisp and melodious voice mixed with a hint of laziness. It was Luo Ningyu. Luo Ningyu was currently wearing a white dress. The hem of the dress was wide. In the middle of her legs, there was a thin layer of gauze covering her beautiful legs. It was faintly discernible, making her look slightly charming. Lin Bai nodded and sat in front of Luo Ningyu, opposite the little mahogany table. Just as he sat on the futon, a maid filled a glass of wine for Lin Bai. She then turned around and left quietly, saying one word the entire time. Luo Ningyu picked up the wine glass with her slender fingers. She pursed her cherry lips and carefully put it down. Her bright eyes looked at Lin Bai. Master Lin, you don't have to be so formal. This time, I just have something to talk to you about. I suspect that the target we're looking for this time has something to do with the Black Cloud stronghold. Chapter 382. Strange things, Miss Luo, why do you say that? Lin Bai had thought of this possibility, but it was too coincidental, and it was also the situation that Lin Bai did not want to see the most. Luo Ningyu stretched out a jade finger and lightly tapped on the mahogany table, making a crisp tapping sound. There was a smile at the corner of her mouth, but she did not say anything. Lin Bai frowned slightly. He did not understand what Luo Ningyu meant. Just as he was about to speak, a woman walked in. The woman was dressed in a capable black robe. Her jet black hair was tied up into a ponytail at the back of her head. Her eyebrows were sharp and cold, and her chest was short. Her upper garment was taut, and her figure was slender. The woman looked coldly at Lin Bai, then turned her gaze to Luo Ningyu. She knelt on one knee on the ground and lowered her head. Lin Bai retracted his gaze and looked at Luo Ningyu. Lin Bai was quite surprised. This woman in black had excellent looks and figure. It was more than enough for her to marry into some of the smaller noble families as a wife. And now, such a beautiful woman was working for Luo Ningyu as a subordinate, and she even listened to her orders respectfully. This made Lin Bai quite curious about Luo Ningyu's identity and background. Luo Ningyu looked at the black-clothed lady and faintly said, "Tell young Master Lin about the situation in the Black Cloud stronghold." The black-clothed lady raised her head and glanced at Luo Ningyu. She then glanced at Lin Bai and immediately said, "I have been hiding on the mountain of the Black Cloud stockade for the past few days." Hiss! Lin Bai could not help but think highly of this black-clothed lady. At the same time, he also thought highly of Luo Ningyu. He became increasingly curious about the identity and power behind Luo Ningyu. In the Black Cloud stockade, most of the bandits are not in the SDR Gold these days. Instead, they have all been ordered to go down the mountain and abduct people. In just 2 days of my undercover observation, 100 men and women have been captured into the stockade. Lin Bai only felt that the carriage had suddenly quieted down. Only Luo Ningyu and the woman in black could be heard breathing softly. Lin Bai felt a headache coming on. Bandit villages like this would more or less abduct some people. The men would be used as slaves and laborers, while the women would be used as wives. However, a second-rate village had already abducted more than 100 people in 2 days. If this was added to the recent days, it would become strange. These bandits also knew how to balance themselves. They would not snatch everything in one go. If they did that, it would definitely attract the officials and heroes from all sides to come and slaughter them. Perhaps no one would come near their territory again. Therefore, the matter that the woman in black reported was very strange. Lin Bai raised his head and looked at Luo Ningyu. However, Luo Ningyu was also looking at him with her clear eyes. Everything was said in silence. Luo Ningyu raised a hand and waved it forward. The eyes of the woman in black lit up. She stood up and took her leave without saying a word. Only when the footsteps of the woman in black were far away did Luo Ningyu continue to speak. However, there was a hint of confusion between her brows. It seems that it has something to do with our goal. The word goal was very clear. It was the abnormal phenomenon that Luo Ningyu had detected previously. The matter that they were going to investigate this time was also the devil's. We can't be certain at this time, Lin Bai added from the side. Luo Ningyu nodded lightly. Her eyes flickered as she said, "But we have to investigate. We can't let go of any suspicious points." Luo Ningyu had her eyes on Lin Bai's strength and his shrewdness, so she did not hide these things. Instead, she told Lin Bai everything and discussed the plan with him. The sky gradually darkened, and the gentle breeze made people feel a little cold. Lin Bai walked out of Luo Ningyu's carriage somewhat dispiritedly. "Yo, looking at your appearance, you must have plowed a lot of land." A burst of soft laughter sounded not far away. Lin Bai did not even need to raise his head to know that it was Qi Long who had said those words. The corners of Lin Bai's mouth curled up. He looked at Qi Long and smiled. "Do you want to know?" The smile on Qi Long's face froze for an instant. FCK, could it really be true? He was only teasing Lin Bai just now, but judging from Lin Bai's expression, could it be that he and Luo Ningyu? Lin Bai nodded. "It's good that you want to know." Qi Long quickly walked to Lin Bai's side and waited for Lin Bai to begin. He said, "What kind of battle was that? What kind of stance did the opponent's general take? What kind of moves did he use?" However, Lin Bai did not say a word as he returned to his own carriage. Qi Long was stunned for a moment before he came to a realization. Lin Bai was lying to him. He returned to the back of the carriage. Lin Bai placed the few small beasts in the carriage and even called Little Red to his side. "System, I want to pass on my cultivation to Little Red," Lin Bai muttered in his heart. Little Red raised its chin and looked at the remaining small beasts as if it was showing off. "See, I deserve this. I'm the hero." Ding, the host has passed on 15 days of cultivation to Little Red. 20 times of cultivation has been successfully triggered. The host has received 300 days of cultivation. The other little beasts looked at Lin Bai with longing eyes, staring at him pitifully. "Hey!" Lin Bai couldn't help but laugh. "Now you guys have a chance too." When the little beasts heard this, their faces were filled with joy. "Little Green, just like Little Red, you'll be patrolling the dense forest outside the convoy. Little Black, you and Little Blue." Lin Bai began giving instructions to the little beasts. This advantage of Beastmasters was Lin Bai's greatest advantage. Beastmasters were able to use spirit beasts and make them act according to the arrangement of their plans. They were able to detect their enemies thousands of miles away from them, and to command the spirit beasts, as if they were laying out their troops on paper and taking the heads of their enemies in a chess game. With Lin Bai's promise, the little beasts seemed to have been injected with stimulants. When Little Red heard that someone was going to snatch the credit, it flapped its bright red wings and flew out of the small square window. In the dusky night sky, it was like a sun. Xiao Qing followed closely behind and quietly left the carriage. After giving these instructions, Lin Bai walked out of the carriage and found Rong Zi among the guards. When Rong Zi saw Lin Bai come over, he walked up respectfully and asked, "Young Master Lin, may I know what's the matter?" Although he was curious about what Lin Bai and Luo Ningyu were talking about, he knew that their identities were very different. Moreover, the current situation was not good, so he could only hold it in his stomach. Is there anyone in this convoy who knows about the information within a 100-mile radius? Lin Bai asked. Rong Zi could not answer the question. Although he knew everyone in the convoy, he had never cared about this question. At this moment, a guard standing behind Rong Zi stood up and said forcefully, "There's a person in the convoy. His hometown is Hudu village, which is 100 miles away. He knows everything around here like the back of his hand." Lin Bai looked at Rong Zi. Rong Zi suddenly understood. He took out a silver ingot from his waist and handed it to the guard. "Take us to see him." The guard took the silver ingot and weighed it in his hand. A bright smile appeared on his face. "Okay, my lords, follow me." The guard took Lin Bai and Rong Zi from the middle of the convoy to the rear of the convoy. Behind them were the goods transported by the caravan. On a carriage full of goods sat a middle-aged man with a scar on his right eyebrow and a stubble on his face. "It's him." Chapter 383. Staying the night at Chu village when the coachman saw the guards and brought the two lords over, his expression changed again and again. He thought about it 10,000 times in his heart. Ever since the first day of the convoy's journey, he had been wondering if he had done something wrong. "Don't be nervous. I'm just asking you a few simple questions." Lin Bai comforted him softly. The coachman's expression softened a little, but he still looked confused. He looked at Lin Bai, then at Rong Zi. He did not know what to do until he saw the guard behind the two of them. The guard was grimacing at the corner of his mouth and his face. He was trying his best to signal to the coachman, "Get down, get down." The coachman came to a sudden realization. He propped his hands on the carriage and landed steadily on the ground. He bent his back slightly and asked in confusion, "I don't know what the two lords want to ask. I'm just a coachman who doesn't know anything. I'm short-sighted. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for me to help the two lords." "You still don't know anything?" Lin Bai teased in his heart, but his expression was still as calm as water. He said, "I heard that you know the situation around here like the back of your hand." The coachman's gaze inadvertently glanced at the guard. "What good thing did you find for me?" The guard did not look away. Instead, he looked at the coachman and said, "Just wait and thank me." The coachman looked away and stopped looking at the guard. He nodded and said, "I do know a thing or two about this area." Rong Zi stood behind Lin Bai and looked at the scene in front of him. He still did not know what Lin Bai was going to do. However, with Lin Bai's reputation in the city and Lin Bai's performance a few days ago, he couldn't help but believe in Lin Bai. He felt that every word and everything he said had meaning. "Good to see you over there," Lin Bai said, and gave Rong Zi a look. Rong Zi nodded knowingly. He reached into his pocket and took out a silver ingot and handed it to the coachman, who was still in a daze. When the coachman saw the silver in his hand, he was stunned at first. When he regained his senses, he became ecstatic. He carefully took the silver back and patted his chest with his other hand. "Sir, don't worry. There's nothing within 300 miles that I don't know." As expected, money can make the devil move the millstone. Even if he didn't give the silver, the coachman would tell everything he knew because of his and Rong Zi's identity. However, with the silver, the coachman would choose his words carefully and tell them everything he knew. The guard raised his eyebrows at the coachman, who was still scolding him. "Hurry up and thank me." The coachman smiled and showed his gratitude. To Rong Zi and the others, this silver ingot might be insignificant money, but to the coachman and the guard, it could help them a lot. "All right, come with me to the carriage. The rest of you can leave now." Lin Bai waved his hand, and the coachman and Rong Zi quickly followed. The rest of the guards returned to their posts. Rong Zi sat beside Lin Bai and poured a cup of tea for Lin Bai and the coachman. At first, the coachman was still reserved, but seeing that the two lords were amiable, he somewhat relaxed. He picked up the tea that Rong Zi had poured and took a sip. His eyes widened. "Good tea." Lin Bai saw that the coachman's expression had eased up, and his expression began to relax. He slowly said, "How many small towns and villages are there nearby? Are there any small bandit strongholds? As long as you know where there are people living, tell us." The coachman raised his eyebrows and was very puzzled. "I'm sorry to ask, but the reason Your Excellency wants to know is..." Rong Zi glanced at the corner of his mouth and said coldly, Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Your Excellency came to ask you. Lin Bai raised his hand to show that he was fine and said, recently, Black Cloud Stockade has been acting strangely, and we have to enter their territory. I want to investigate something. Lin Bai didn't mind letting the coachman know about this. Rongzi said, don't ask questions you shouldn't ask, but in fact, he was also the one who wanted to ask. When Lin Bai came to look for him today and then went to look for this coachman, he had been in the water all this time, and only now did he know Lin Bai's plan. Lin Bai saw that the coachman's face showed some fear and comforted him. Don't worry. With our strength, if we can add in our knowledge of this area, we will be able to safely leave the Black Cloud stronghold. After the coachman heard this, his expression relaxed a little and said, that's good, that's good. The Black Cloud mountain range is filled with people who kill without batting an eyelid. The coachman was born and raised in this area. Since he was young, the Black Cloud mountain range had already existed. Hence, he was very familiar with the methods of the Black Wind mountain range. If it was possible, he did not want to meet people from the Black Wind mountain range for the rest of his life. The coachman's eyes rolled around, and he swallowed his saliva, saying, then I'll tell you, sir, about the places around here where people live. Lin Bai nodded silently. According to the coachman, there were 11 villages, big and small, and 2 small towns in the center of this position. Look at my memory. The coachman patted his head, as if he remembered something. It's getting dark soon. 3 miles west of the road ahead, there's a small village with dozens of families. It's called Chu Village. After asking for this information, Lin Bai asked Rongzi to give some more tips to the coachman and invited the coachman, who kept thanking him out. Chu Village, Luo Ningyu was half lying on the bed, and her eyes revealed a thoughtful look. Then tonight, we'll spend the night in Chu Village. It's just nice to see if our guess is correct. After saying that, Luo Ningyu ordered Rongzi to inform the leader of the convoy of this matter. According to the original plan, they would not stop at Chu Village. Instead, they would spend the night at Redfish Hill, which was 30 miles away. After the leader of the convoy heard this, although he was a little confused, he could only agree to it since Luo Ningyu had already said so. A red glow appeared in the distant sky. Chu Village also appeared in the line of sight of the convoy. Chu Village was surrounded by rivers on 3 sides. There was also a small mountain in the southeast. The villagers who had finished farming were walking toward the village in 2s and 3s. When they saw the caravan coming, they chatted for a while. When they arrived at the entrance of Chu Village, the caravan stopped, and the leader led 2 people to talk to the people in the village. First, it was to prevent the other party from feeling conflicted, and second, it was to help Lin Bai gather information. Young Master Lin. The leader returned to the caravan when it was almost dark. I asked the village chief of Chu Village, and he said that he hadn't seen anyone from the Black Cloud stronghold in recent days. Rongzi also came back late. I asked a few villagers. They also said that they hadn't seen anyone from the Black Cloud stronghold for 2 or 3 months. Luo Ningyu turned to look at Lin Bai and asked softly. The villagers here all said that they hadn't seen anyone from the Black Cloud stronghold for a long time. What do you think? They're lying. Chapter 384. Sudden changes in the situation late at night. The convoy camped at the village entrance of Chu Village was already silent. The guards had been working day and night for some time, and they were already exhausted. It was rare for them to be so generous, so they did not need to keep vigil tonight and slept peacefully. After all, what they were about to enter next was the Black Cloud stronghold. At that time, the guards would be under even more pressure than they were now, and they would not be able to relax even for a single moment. Therefore, it was extremely necessary for them to relax for a night in this village, recuperate, and relieve their fatigue. To tell the horses to run and not eat grass. In this world, how could there be such a good thing? Even if they could achieve this goal, once they arrived, the horses would have to rest and not do anything. Qi Long and the others drank quite a lot of wine with Lin Bai. Burp, I really regret meeting you. Young Master Lin's so late. Come, let us drink to our heart's content again in the future and call over a dozen beauties. We won't stop until we're drunk. Qi Long burped and his footsteps floated. His eyes were blurred, and with Rongzi's support, he returned to the carriage. The rest of the people were also drunk. Their eyes were erratic as they took their leave. Young Master Lin, we will take our leave first. Okay, everyone, please take a rest. We will enter the Black Cloud stronghold tomorrow. Lin Bai nodded slowly and watched them leave. He looked outside the carriage. In the night sky, the moon was in the clouds. Half of its body was exposed, shining with a silvery white light. The entire village was already pitch black. Most of the villagers here mainly worked in agriculture and lived a life of resting at sunset. Usually, they would fall asleep as soon as the sky darkened. There was a thick locust tree at the village entrance. Under the gentle night wind, the leaves rustled. "Little Red," Lin Bai called out softly. Little Red, whose entire body was red, flapped its wings and descended from the night sky back into the carriage. "Let's rest today," Little Red nodded. After another 2 hours, the convoy quieted down. After days of hard work and trepidation, many merchants found a moment of peace in this place and fell into a deep sleep. Outside the village, in a dense forest. "Fourth brother, when are we going up? These guys are all asleep. Moreover, I saw a woman inside. Tusk, she's so F-seeking pretty. Just looking at me makes me unable to control myself." A man wearing a black nightgown and holding 2 machetes had a dirty expression on his face. He had 2 missing front teeth, and his words were a little drafty. "Wait a little longer." The person called Fourth Brother was also wearing a black nightgown. His eyebrows were so light that they didn't seem to grow at all. There was a cross-shaped scar on his chin. He was thin and held a round wheel in his hand. The outside of the round wheel was filled with polished blades that emitted a cold light under the night sky, making people shudder. "Tusk, at this time, there are really not many people who dare to pass through our territory, and it's such a big ticket. Fourth brother, we definitely can't let go of this opportunity. That pretty girl and her servants are all pretty and rich." The bald man holding a gun on the side had a dirty expression. He stuck out his tongue to lick his lips and used one hand to scratch his buttocks. Behind the 3 of them, there were more than 40 other people who were also wearing night clothes and emitting the smell of blood. Obviously, none of them were desperados who licked blood with the tip of a knife. After a while, a figure quietly approached from the other side. "Fourth brother," it was a man dressed in black. "They have stepped on the spot. They are all asleep. It seems that they are a bunch of inexperienced people. Even the guards have gone to sleep. Hee, little did they know that the people in the village have been colluding with us for a long time. Such people are meat sent into our mouths." Fourth brother stared into the man's eyes and nodded slightly. He turned his head and looked behind him. "Divide into 3 groups and sneak over. Wait for my command, and all of you will charge forward." "Yes." A faint sound came from the dense forest, followed by the sound of stepping on grass. "Tusk, fourth brother, do you think the few of us can have a taste of that woman secretly? If I can do it once, I will die without regrets." The bald man smiled wretchedly, his eyes filled with greed. Fourth brother sneered and said, "After I have a taste." What he meant was that it was possible. The bald man and the other man laughed and could not help but rub their hands together. They wanted nothing more than to rush up and capture this group of people. Fourth brother held his breath and concentrated. He estimated the time and turned his head to look at the 3 of them. The person who had not spoken all this time nodded. After that person understood, he put his hands in front of his mouth and puffed up his cheeks to blow. The night sky seemed to be filled with the cries of night birds. The bald duo grinned and charged forward with weapons in their hands. "Brothers, let's go, try to capture as many alive as possible. The more we capture, the more we reward." Fourth brother even said that he would give us a taste of that woman. "Charge!" The bald man led his men and charged forward together. Fourth brother followed closely behind, his gaze sharp as he looked at the convoy ahead. The convoy was still very quiet. There was no reaction at all. HMPH, they are indeed a bunch of rookies. They still haven't reacted. This is going to be a huge win. Fourth brother smiled coldly, but his expression changed in the next second. According to the previous plan, as long as he gave the signal, there would be another 3 teams charging with them. But what about the 3 teams? Fourth brother didn't believe that the people from these 3 teams would be tired and lazy at such a critical moment. What was the reason? The bald man and Scarface also realized this. They didn't have a wretched smile on their faces and turned to look at fourth brother behind them. However, when they turned their heads, the 2 of them became stiff. Fourth brother? What? When fourth brother heard the 2 of them stuttering, he could not help but feel angry. After fourth brother finished speaking, he seemed to have realized something. He turned around and looked, and his body also froze. The three of them had originally brought more than a dozen people, but these people had collapsed on the ground and were emitting a strong smell of blood. They were all dead. Moreover, before they died, they didn't even have the time to scream. Clap, 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 the sound of clapping rang out in the forest. Fourth brother felt his hair stand on end. Tisk, I didn't expect you to collude with the villagers here. I really didn't expect that. I almost fell into your trap. Qilong clapped and walked out of the shadows. Half of his body was already dyed red with blood. Qilong said that he did not expect this, but his face was full of disdain. No, impossible. How could you have known in advance? Didn't you already? The bald man roared. He was in disbelief at this sudden change in the situation. Didn't we already get deceived by the coachman you arranged? Qilong smiled, but the bald man's face turned ashen. Fourth brother's face was cold. He held the round wheel in his hand and suddenly turned. Don't talk nonsense with them. Let's fight. Chapter 385. Interrogation. The round wheel in fourth brother's hand waved, emitting a sound that made one's ears feel uncomfortable. A gust of wind arose under his feet, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Qilong. Qilong waved the longsword in his hand, using a fence as defense. His feet stomped on the ground as he adjusted his body position. Bang! The round wheel and the long sword collided. The long sword was sent flying. The round wheel's momentum was unstoppable as it slashed towards Qilong's chest. Pache! A bright red line of blood was reflected under the moonlight. Qilong's face was deathly pale. He covered his wound with his hand and retreated rapidly. He never expected that he would be heavily injured in just one exchange. If he had not subconsciously hit the round wheel with the hilt of his sword, the wound on his chest would have been 3 times deeper, and he would have died on the spot. Hey, you want to run now? Where did your arrogance go? Die. The fourth brother of Black Wind Stockade wanted to seize the opportunity to pursue and attack. Ren Mu and Wu Su suddenly moved forward and blocked the way of the fourth brother. Ren Mu and Wu Su had just approached him when 2 figures appeared from the corner of their eyes. They were the bald man and the scarred face. Fourth brother, go and collect that person's dog head. We are here. Although the bald man and the scarred face were stiff just now, they had been living a life of licking blood from their blades every day. They knew that if they didn't try it this time, they would only die. Fourth brother stomped on the ground and jumped up high. The round wheel in his hand seemed to have become a full moon covered with a thin layer of clouds under the moonlight, making it hard to see clearly. Qilong's face was pale. He stabbed forward with his long sword. The sword pierced through the surrounding air, and it seemed to have become colder. The tip of the sword seemed to be wrapped in a layer of ice. His fourth brother was like a bolt of lightning, falling rapidly. The round wheel slashed towards Qilong's shoulders, intending to cut him into a dried man. Qilong's long sword had already stabbed out towards the round wheel, but in the next second, Qilong was stunned. How is this possible? Qilong's long sword stabbed towards the round wheel, but when the two collided, there was no sound of collision. It was as if the long sword had stabbed into the air. The round wheel was still unstoppable, and it swung down fiercely. Fourth brother even laughed sinisterly. Hee, this is my move. Qilong saw from the corner of his eyes that Ren Mu and Wu Su were engaged in a bitter battle. There was no one beside them, and a look of despair appeared on his face. At this moment, the round wheel was already within reach. If he moved another half an inch, he would be able to cut off Qilong's arm. Bang! But at this moment, the sound of metal colliding rang out. Qilong's body flew backward uncontrollably. Qilong lowered his head to look, and his waist had unknowingly been wrapped by a green tail. Fourth brother looked at Little Black, who had been hit by the round wheel, and a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. Heh, trying to be a hero at a time like this. After taking this knife from me, your iron. Little Black smiled like a human and waved its claws at Brother 4 provokingly. However, its back shell was undamaged, not even leaving a mark. Impossible, Brother 4 could not believe it. He gritted his teeth and waved the round wheel in his hand again. Bang, bang, bang. The round wheel hit Little Black's back shell again and again, but Little Black's face was as calm as water, and there was a hint of disdain in his eyes. That's it, Fourth brother's face was flushed red. He took a step forward and took the opportunity to kick his back foot forward, waving the round wheel in his hand at the same time. Little Black didn't panic. It brandished its cold claws at Fourth Brother's foot. Fourth Brother clicked his tongue and wasn't able to retract his foot, but he had already achieved his goal. The round wheel was already aimed at Little Black's head. He's still a spirit beast after all. Stupid. And your beastmaster only knows how to hide far away and play dirty. Wang. A dark blue glow burst forth from Little Black's body, enveloping his entire body. The dark blue glow was like a ball of water vapor. The moment it appeared, the few people present felt their minds quieten down a little. Bang. The round wheel was already swinging down at this moment, but it didn't chop Little Black's head. Instead, it chopped down on the ball of water vapor. Fourth Brother only felt as if the round wheel in his hand had chopped into a thick layer of cotton. The force was slowly dissipating, and in the end, it didn't even touch Little Black's main body. Little Black smiled, and the claws in its hand were already moving like lightning, grabbing towards Fourth Brother's round wheel. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. One side of the round wheel was cut into pieces by Little Black as if it was cutting tofu. How is this possible? Brother Four's face was filled with disbelief. His round wheel could cut through iron like mud, and it was indestructible. Now it was cut into pieces like tofu by the claws of a small beast. Just as Fourth Brother was in a daze, Little Black had already closed in on him, its sharp claws clawing at his chest. Pachai, Little Black gave this Fourth Brother of the Black Cloud stockade a heart-piercing cold. Little Black's face was full of joy as he turned his head to look behind him. Lin Bai had appeared at some point and nodded dotingly. Well done, Fourth Brother, the Baldy cried out in surprise. He had never expected that the Fourth Brother of the Black Cloud stockade would be easily taken care of by a small beast that had yet to mature. The scarred face beside him was hit by Wu Su's attack and fell to the ground. Lin Bai looked at Ren Mu and said coldly, "Capture him alive. Little Red, Little Green, go up and help." Just as Lin Bai finished speaking, a green voice and a crimson figure rushed towards the Baldy at a speed that was difficult for the naked eye to catch. Even though the bald man had wings, he could not escape from this scene and was successfully captured by everyone. "Sir, please spare my life, please spare my life." The tied-up bald man fell to the ground and begged for mercy. Ren Mu stepped on the bald man's head and said, "You guys are from the Black Cloud stockade, right? Next, if young Master Lin has any questions, you will answer them. If there is any falsehood." "No, no," Baldy shook his head like a rattledrum. "This isn't the territory of your Black Cloud scum, is it?" Lin Bai looked down at Baldy and stared into his eyes. This gaze made Baldy shiver all over, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He only felt that the depths of his heart had been seen through, and he didn't dare to say the slightest falsehood. "No, it's not." Baldy's voice was trembling. "Then why are you crossing the border so frequently and abducting so many people?" Baldy's eyes widened. He had never thought that the secret of the Black Cloud stronghold would be known by this group of people in front of him. "Don't try to muddle through. We still have some understanding of the Black Cloud stronghold," Wu Su said coldly. I'll say it," Baldy gritted his teeth. "Our Black Cloud stronghold is indeed abducting a large number of people, but I don't know why, this is all." Before the bald man could finish his words, a broken round wheel was inserted into his neck, and his head rolled to the side like a rubber ball. When the crowd saw this scene, they fell silent. Wu Su saw the round wheel and shouted, "Impossible, that person should have died a long time ago." Chapter 386, Conspiracy in the Dark Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor. Dragon Boat Translation, the atmosphere of the night became strange. The people who had already won held their breaths. A chill went from their tailbones to their skulls. Their hearts were beating non-stop, as if they were going to jump out of their throats in the next moment. In the next second, they saw the darkness in the distance clearly. One of them was covered in blood, emitting a strong stench. He stood up stiffly, his eyes red, looking extremely terrifying under the cover of the night. And the position this person was standing at was the spot where their fourth brother had died. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Resurrected from the dead? No, what the hell, I'm seeing the devil. It's over, it's all over. Immediately, a few people who were unable to maintain their composure and had unstable Dao hearts turned pale. They shouted, and their eyes drifted as they scattered in all directions with light footsteps. "Don't run!" Wu Su seemed to have thought of something as he shouted loudly and pulled the person beside him who was about to escape. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. One after another, strange sounds rang out. One after another, corpses covered in fresh blood and with disjointed limbs stood up. Their eyes were red. "Ah! Save me!" Those who had their Dao hearts broken and were about to run away had barely taken a few steps when resurrected people appeared beside them. When these resurrected people saw the living people, their eyes turned red. They opened their mouths and bit at the nearest living person. Wu Su and Ren Mu raised their bodies and wanted to save them. However, as soon as they took out their weapons, they saw a ferocious figure that looked like a wild beast charging at them. A tree that only 3 people could hug was broken in half by fourth brother. The broken trunk was full of debris, but this still couldn't slow him down. In the next second, he was already in front of the 2 people. "Not good," Wu Su shouted. He wanted to counterattack, but it was too late. He could only hurriedly raise his hand to block in front of him and use a few life-saving skills. Damn it! Ren Mu had never thought that his resurrected fourth brother would be the first to target the 2 of them. There was a humming sound at Ren Mu's waist. A sword emitting blue light appeared out of thin air, as if it had cut through the darkness of day. The humming of the sword was accompanied by the sound of waves and water flowing. It was very strange. Bang! The life-saving talismans that Wu Su had released shattered one by one. The blue light of the sword in Ren Mu's hand dimmed, and a crack appeared. Blood flowed out from between his thumb and forefinger. Fourth brother's attack had succeeded. In the blink of an eye, he swept out another leg. This leg carried a dense, baleful aura. Before the leg had even arrived, the baleful aura was already pressing down on people. Wu Su and Ren Mu vomited blood wildly. They were sent flying like weeds. After smashing down one tree after another, they fell heavily to the ground. Fourth brother narrowed his eyes and shot out a ray of blood. He felt that the 2 of them were still alive. He stomped his foot and rushed forward, intending to uproot the weeds. However, before he could take a step forward, Lin Bai lightly stepped on fourth brother's knee and removed the force from his body, causing fourth brother to freeze on the spot. "Your opponent is me," Lin Bai said coldly. Qilong, Ren Mu, and Wu Su were all heavily injured. Ren Mu and Wu Su's injuries were especially serious. Lin Bai knew that he needed to deal with this fourth brother in front of him as soon as possible, or else the 2 of them would be doomed. Fourth brother froze on the spot. His expression was ferocious, and there were already fangs growing out of the corner of his mouth. His pair of scarlet eyes glanced to his side. Those bandits who were already dead should have killed those guards who were in a daze. However, fourth brother didn't expect that there were a few small beasts fighting with the resurrected bandits and gaining the upper hand. "Do you still understand what I'm saying?" Lin Bai asked tentatively. He didn't see any emotion in fourth brother's eyes. He only saw an almost real violence. Huff! A heavy breathing sound came from the corner of his fourth brother's mouth. It was as if he was a magical beast. "He has no humanity left," a clear and elegant voice sounded from the darkness. Lin Bai immediately smelled a faint fragrance. Luo Ningyu. The 4th leader of the Black Cloud stronghold has been using a secret skill. He has become a magical puppet that only knows how to fight and only knows how to devour blood and flesh. Luo Ningyu introduced in detail. Her expression was very calm, as if she was used to seeing this scene. Devil puppets don't know pain. When they fight, they often injure their enemies by 1,000 and injure themselves by 800. You have to be careful. Lin Bai clenched his hands tightly. Lin Bai frowned slightly. "Then I'll help you get rid of it." After saying this, Lin Bai clenched his right hand into a claw shape and made a slight grab in the air. A small pitch-black cauldron that gave off an ancient and holy aura appeared out of thin air. Luo Ningyu's eyes, which were as calm as an ancient well, rippled, and the color between her brows and the corner of her mouth faded. Buzz. Lin Bai pushed his right hand forward, and the small cauldron directly smashed toward his fourth brother. Demonic chi surged around his fourth brother's body, enveloping him like armor. When he saw the small cauldron, he was confused for a moment. Then, he charged straight toward the small cauldron and toward Lin Bai. Lin Bai frowned, but his hand did not show any mercy. The small cauldron smashed into fourth brother's chest as easily as breaking a dried twig. It shattered his chest, and his bones and flesh flowed all over the ground. Fourth brother's expression did not change, and his attack did not stop for a moment. His two hands formed into claws and clawed towards Lin Bai. Demon Qi surrounded his claws, and he was the first to touch Lin Bai. However, Lin Bai was clearly prepared. His right leg had already been pulled out, and he fiercely kicked fourth brother's jaw from the bottom up. Bang, blood and teeth flew everywhere. His fourth brother flew upwards due to this force. Let's end it here. Lin Bai's eyes were cold. The small tripod in his hand had been thrown out and smashed on his fourth brother's head. It exploded like a balloon. His fourth brother's headless body collapsed on the ground. Black blood flowed all over the ground, but his body did not move at all. In the dense forest far away. Hiss! What kind of treasure is Lin Bai and that small cauldron of his? He actually killed the fourth brother of the Black Cloud stronghold with one strike? A 2-meter-tall man wearing night clothes clicked his tongue in wonder. Humph, little Doyle, we can't stay here for long. Lu, are you done? A man covered in black said coldly. He didn't care about what happened in front of him at all. Okay, heth, Luo Ningyu laughed sinisterly. Now our mission has been completed. The man in the black shadow nodded silently and disappeared in the next second. The remaining two people took one last look at Lin Bai and the others at the village entrance. The smile on their lips also disappeared. Luo Ningyu glanced around coldly. After a long while, she said softly, "There are no more survivors." Yes. Lin Bai nodded. The commotion just now may have disturbed the people in the convoy. We have to go back and pacify them as soon as possible. I'm afraid Rong Zi is already too busy. Qi Long and the other two had already been brought back by the doctors in the convoy for treatment. The doctors in the convoy were all selected by Luo Ningyu. Their medical skills were extraordinary, so Lin Bai was relieved. Chapter 387, Mutated Village Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor. Dragon Boat Translation, Rong Zi stood at the end of the convoy and looked in the direction of the village. The lights of the 10,000 houses had been extinguished. It was peaceful and peaceful. It was an extreme contrast to the mysterious incident that they had encountered previously. However, why do I feel that it's a little strange? Rong Zi frowned and smiled not long after. The people of the Black Cloud stronghold have all been chased away. Even if there are people in the village who have tipped them off, what kind of waves can they cause? Rong Zi shook his head and walked toward the guards. Many of the guards were injured. In addition to the weird events such as coming back from the dead, a few of them who were mentally weak had almost collapsed before their eyes not long ago. Such emotions would be spread to the people around them. What Rong Zi had to do was to calm the guards down so that they could calm down. Otherwise, they would not only be of no help to the rest of the journey, but they would also become a burden to the entire convoy. Lin Bai and Luo Ningyu walked side by side in the convoy. In the convoy, other than the guards, the rest were relatively calm. However, they were troubled by the fact that they did not know what had happened earlier. Under Luo Ningyu's instructions, the leader of the convoy succinctly told everyone in the convoy what had just happened. Heth, just now, the people of the Black Cloud stronghold came to attack us in the night recklessly. We have already heavily injured them. Even the fourth brother of the Black Cloud stronghold is already withered. Everyone does not need to worry. This journey, the leader's sonorous and powerful voice dispelled the anxiety in the convoy. The people who were originally gathered in 2s and 3s also dispersed to get ready to rest. Take care of the guards. Don't let anyone else in the convoy know about the news. Luo Ningyu's face was expressionless as she calmly said to the leader. The leader kept nodding his head. Although his expression was calm, there was already some anxiety and fear in the depths of his eyes. Who did they kill? The fourth brother of the Black Cloud stronghold. This group of bandits did all kinds of evil. But when it came to taking revenge for their brothers, regardless of whether it was genuine or fake, they were usually very persistent. The convoy would enter the territory of the Black Cloud stronghold the next day. At that time, one could imagine what kind of attitude the Black Cloud stronghold would have when they came to see them. The leader repeatedly expressed his opinion of taking a detour, but was completely rejected by Luo Ningyu. Before this trip, Luo Ningyu had given him a large sum of silver. It was enough for him to finish this job and become an independent family. As long as he managed it properly, he would have the opportunity to be rich and prosperous for the rest of his life. On one side was fear, and on the other side was desire. After a long period of distress, the leader's choice was obvious. The people in the convoy have been appeased, and the guards have also sealed their mouths. Although doing this will not be able to cover up the fire, my goal has already been achieved. Luo Ningyu sat upright, looking at the bonfire in front of her, deep in thought. Other than the demonic puppet, is there anything else? Lin Bai looked at Luo Ningyu beside him and asked. The light from the bonfire shone on her exquisite face, causing Lin Bai to be unable to help but take a few more glances. Luo Ningyu nodded slightly, looked around, and said softly, also, for example, the soul of a demon servant. This kind of person has the mark left behind by a high-level demon, and if the demon wants to leave behind a mark, this person must wholeheartedly submit to the demon. After that, the demonic servant will become the servant of the demon and will not have any second thoughts towards the demon. The demon even knows what the demonic servant is thinking. If the demonic servant dies, his soul will still be the servant of the demon. Hiss, Lin Bai could not help but gasp. He would not be able to get rid of his identity as a servant even after death. What kind of person would be willing to become the servant of the demon? If you join us, you'll see even more incredible things. A rare smile appeared on Luo Ningyu's face. Luo Ningyu's smile was like a melting glacier, causing Lin Bai's mind to waver. It seems like they really want me to join the organization. Then, what's their motive? Are they cherishing my talents? Are they trying to increase their influence? Lin Bai pondered in his heart, but after thinking for a long time, he still had no idea. And for what reason did Miss Luo become one of them? The corners of Luo Ningyu's lips curled up slightly, but she still did not answer. Lin Bai sighed silently. Luo Ningyu had always been very careful when it came to that organization. Many times, Lin Bai had tried to get some information out of her, but it had all been in vain. Luo Ningyu was an ice-cold beauty. She had the scheming and shrewdness that matched her, so Lin Bai did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. No, it's not good. Just as Lin Bai and Luo Ningyu were about to return to the carriage, a terrified shout came from afar. Rong Zi's face was pale, and he ran over with weak steps. He even fell on the way. Calm down, Luo Ningyu said calmly, as if nothing in this world could make her panic. Tell me in detail. All the villagers in the village came out in the middle of the night. They stood here in a daze, just like zombies. Rong Zi wiped the sweat off his forehead. His face had lost all color. Take us there. Lin Bai and Luo Ningyu looked at each other and stood up to follow Rong Zi. When the three of them came to the alley of the village, they saw the villagers standing at the gate of their own courtyard. They were dazed and stood there in a daze. Lin Bai tried to communicate with the villagers, but no one responded. This. Rong Zi's teeth were chattering as he spoke. It's not just here. All the villagers are like this. Luo Ningyu looked around the village and returned, her voice carrying a rare anger, just as the three of them were at their wits' end. The villagers turned their heads at the same time and looked at Lin Bai and the other two. Their eyes were empty and expressionless. Coupled with the silvery moonlight, it was indescribably horrifying. Rong Zi's knees gave way and he fell to the ground. Hee, the villagers laughed coldly in unison. There's actually someone who isn't afraid? Boring. The villagers spoke in unison again. At this moment, a strong night wind blew over. Every villager's flesh and body scattered like yellow sand and left with the wind. If there weren't any clothes on the ground, Lin Bai and the others would even have doubts, wondering if what they saw just now was an illusion or if this village had long been deserted. I reckon that not a single person in the entire village survived. They have long been planted with the seeds of the demon. Luo Ningyu sighed softly. It can also be said that they have long died. Lin Bai clenched his fists. His brows were twisted and there was a faint anger in his eyes. What should we do now? Rong Zi stood up weakly. After Little Red sent a wisp of aura into his meridians, Rong Zi's mind gradually calmed down. Should we take a detour? Rong Zi asked tentatively. This time he was really afraid. No, Lin Bai shook his head. Let's go and meet them. But, Rong Zi wanted to say something, but was stopped by Luo Ningyu. Don't forget the purpose of our trip. Chapter 388, Abnormal Phenomena Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor. Dragon Boat Translation, the convoy entered the Black Cloud stronghold. Everyone was anxious and uneasy. They looked around, afraid that a burly man would suddenly appear from the bushes by their feet. They did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. Some people even did not dare to breathe loudly. However, as it was nearing noon, it was a hot summer day and the clear sky was cloudless. The red sun baked the earth and even the air seemed to distort. Inside the convoy, everyone was covered in sweat and their footsteps were heavy. They panted heavily and their water bags were always in their hands. After walking for some distance, they had no choice but to find a cool place to rest. Qilong rode a group of brown, chestnut-colored steeds with obvious muscle lines. Together with Lin Bai, Rongzi, and the others, they walked at the front of the convoy. They acted as the vanguard of the convoy and used their trump cards. They kept their eyes and ears open to ensure that the convoy would not be ambushed by bandits and that no mysterious objects would appear along the way. Now that the caravan had entered the territory of the Black Cloud stronghold, based on the reaction of the Black Cloud stronghold, it was highly likely that they would have a conflict with the bandits of the Black Cloud stronghold here. Therefore, they had to maintain a high level of vigilance. They could not afford to be the slightest bit negligent and careless. It's so F-seeking hot. Qilong picked up the water bag and gulped it down. After drinking it, he exhaled a long breath of hot air. He did not have any means to lower the temperature. He had already been roasted by the red sun to the point that he could not bear it anymore. His sweat was even more uncontrollable. The clothes on his body were already stuck tightly to his body. Wu Su and Ren Mu both had methods to lower the temperature, but they were still a little thirsty and their minds were wandering. Rong Zi narrowed his eyes and looked around. He scolded, "I was a little nervous when I entered the Black Cloud stronghold, but the weather, Tesk, made me lose my temper and my sense of nervousness. This is not a good thing?" Rongzi wiped the sweat off his forehead with his sleeve, not daring to look away from his surroundings for a moment. Yes, many people in the convoy had heatstroke and had no choice but to slow down. However, in the Black Cloud strongholds area, the danger will increase with each passing moment. This is not a good thing. And yesterday, that strange incident in the village, the fourth brother of the Black Cloud stronghold rose from the dead. As Wu Su and Ren Mu spoke, they felt a chill from their tailbone straight to their scalp. They could not help but shiver. Luo Ningyu's carriage followed them not far away. Lin Bai suddenly turned to look behind him, and Luo Ningyu coincidentally poked her head out. The two of them looked at each other and communicated privately. Then, they nodded slightly as if they had tacitly agreed to something. "Little black, little green, come out," Lin Bai said in his heart. Soon after, two small beasts appeared beside Lin Bai. They blinked their clear and bright eyes and were somewhat confused. However, when they saw Lin Bai's gaze, they nodded in understanding. Buzz, buzz, two ear-splitting sounds rang out. Two ancient and simple Tao rhythm lights bloomed around Little Green and Little Black. A blue mist appeared around Little Black's body. It was as if there was a majestic ocean within the mist, and one could vaguely hear the surging waves. To people in the heat, this sound was like dew after a long drought. Qilong, who was the closest to Lin Bai, was the first to feel the change. Qilong's face, which had been irritated by the heat, gradually began to ease up. "It feels good." Wu Su and Ren Mu also felt waves of coldness. They looked at the two small beasts and said, "Magical, magical. This, why is it so cool all of a sudden? This must be young Master Lin's trick. It's so fast. If it weren't for young Master Lin, we wouldn't have been able to stand it if we continued to be baked by the sun. Phew, we can finally catch our breath." The whole convoy went from dead to happy. The guards in heavy armor were also delighted. Their armor was airtight. If they were not martial cultivators, they would have fainted in the scorching sun. Amidst the cheers, Lin Bai pulled the reins and slowly came to Luo Ningyu's carriage. Luo Ningyu soon opened the curtains and stuck her head out. She looked at Lin Bai with her bright eyes and said in a clear voice, "After entering the Black Cloud stronghold, you also felt that something was wrong?" Lin Bai nodded. "I felt a faint demonic aura. At first, I thought that there was a monster lurking, but later, I found out that it wasn't." Luo Ningyu's eyes revealed some admiration. "It was right to bring you here. At the edge of the black cloud stronghold, you could feel the demonic aura, then it's hard to imagine what the black cloud stronghold looks like. However, they didn't feel it. Lin Bai looked at Qi Long and the others. He didn't release the two small beasts immediately because he wanted to know if they had sensed the demonic qi. He used this probing method to get the answer because Lin Bai didn't want them to panic. Once they panicked, they would become a burden to Lin Bai and Luo Ningyu. Yesterday, I felt a group of people. Lin Bai stopped and looked at Luo Ningyu's eyes, which seemed to be immersed in a bright gem in a clear lake. Oh, Luo Ningyu raised her eyebrows slightly as if she was a little surprised. It seems that I underestimated you. How can you underestimate me? I'm very big, cough, cough. Lin Bai couldn't help but complain in his heart. Then, what's the purpose of that group? Luo Ningyu shook her head. I don't know, but I'm afraid that the disappearance of the people in that village is related to them. Lin Bai nodded. He also thought so. When Lin Bai finished off the fourth brother of the Black Cloud stronghold, he had already discovered that group of people hiding in the darkness. It was just that he didn't know their purpose at that time. He was afraid of alerting the enemy, so he didn't make a move on them. After that, the group of people left quietly. Lin Bai didn't pursue any further. However, this matter had always been on his mind, and he couldn't get it out of his mind. Seeing the strange atmosphere here today, he tried to talk to Luo Ningyu. If Luo Ningyu had no clue about this, Lin Bai didn't plan to say anything more. Roar! A deafening roar that shook the earth and mountains rang out. Before the convoy could react, they saw a 5-meter-tall monster rush out from the dense forest at the side. It opened its bloody mouth and tore at Qi Long and the others in front of the convoy. Is that a black jade tiger? Lin Bai frowned. No, that's not it. Luo Ningyu was a little surprised. Look at that tiger. Its body is surrounded by demonic qi. Its eyes are all black, there are even rotten spots on its ribs. You can see its bones. Bang. The tiger, which was surrounded by demonic qi, revealed its sharp claws and clawed at Qi Long, who was caught off guard. However, at this moment, Little Black appeared in time and blocked this attack. Roar, roar. At the same time, two deafening roars sounded. A giant eagle with demonic qi around its body and rotten wings that were bone-deep appeared in the sky and swooped down toward the convoy. A millipede that was more than 10 meters long appeared from the ground, breathing black gas. Chapter 389, Sudden Attack Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor. Dragon Boat Translation, thank you, thank you. Qi Long gripped the reins tightly and used his legs to clamp down on the horse's abdomen. His face was pale and his voice was trembling. If it wasn't for Little Black stepping forward, he might have been split into two by the tiger in front of him and collapsed in a pool of sticky blood. Now is not the time to talk about this. Quickly protect the convoy, Wu Su shouted. Ren Mu and Little Black were fighting with the tiger that was surrounded by demon qi. The giant eagle and the 1,000-legged worm roared and rushed toward the caravan, ready to start hunting and slaughtering. Monsters? How could there be such a terrifying monster? These monsters are all dead, but why are they moving? Why? Within the convoy, when they saw the 3 monsters that had suddenly appeared, their bodies were all rot. In some places, even bones could be seen, and they all sank into deep fear. Little Red, Lin Bai said indifferently. Random. A crimson figure flew into the sky like a rising sun, releasing rolling waves of heat. Roar! The huge eagle opened its mouth and spat out a bolt of lightning. It charged towards Little Red and stretched out its 2 claws, directly grabbing towards Little Red. Little Red flapped its wings, and its figure flashed in the air, dodging the lightning spat out by the huge eagle. Bang! The lightning struck the ground, shattering the rocks, and a deep pit appeared on the ground. Bang! Little Red opened its mouth and spat out a ball of flames, directly shooting towards the incoming huge eagle. It used a fence as a defense, forcing the huge eagle to flutter its wings and dodge to the other side. However, this also gave Little Red a chance to catch her breath. Little Red's figure turned into a red light and appeared in the sky above the huge eagle. With a flap of its wings, a fire blade hacked down and smashed onto the huge eagle's left wing, burning it. The huge eagle's gaze was savage as it howled in pain. The demonic qi surrounding its body became even more intense, causing the burning flames to extinguish in a moment. Leave this to me and your spirit beast. After Luo Ningyu said this, her figure flashed and disappeared from the carriage. The next second, she appeared in the sky, holding a thin sword and stabbing straight at the huge eagle's head. The eagle flapped its wings. The strong wave of air broke the thick tree trunk in the blink of an eye and blew Luo Ningyu to the other side, successfully avoiding the attack. Little Red took this opportunity to counterattack again, spitting out fireballs. Lin Bai retracted his gaze and pounced on the thousand-legged worm that had charged into the carriage. Wu Su tried to stop the thousand-legged worm several times, but his attacks couldn't cause any damage to the thousand-legged worm. "Leave this to me. Go and help Ren Mu." Lin Bai stood in front of Wu Su, causing him to heave a deep sigh of relief. "Rong Zi, Qilong, go and calm the people in the convoy. Don't let them escape in all directions. Now that there are 3 monsters, it means that there are still more in the forest." Rong Zi and Qilong, who were so frightened that their faces were pale, nodded and rode their horses towards the convoy. "Don't run around, it's dangerous. Get back to the carriages. Guards, come here, everyone else get back, don't go near the forest. Stay in the carriages." Rong Zi and Qi Long activated their internal energy and roared. Only then did the headless crowd quieten down a bit. Lin Bai held the cauldron in his left hand and the sword in his right. He stepped on the ground like a gust of wind and arrived beside the thousand-legged worm in a moment. He stabbed the sword in his hand. Bang! The sound of metal colliding was heard. Only the tip of the sword pierced into the thousand-legged worm's body. Not even a drop of blood flew out. Just as Lin Bai was about to stab another one, the thousand-legged worm swung its thick tail and spat out demonic qi from its mouth, attacking Lin Bai from both sides. Lin Bai tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and his body rose up high. He urged his spiritual power into the small cauldron. The small cauldron burst out a dazzling light, and immediately, a golden light smashed towards the thousand-legged worm's head. Puff, the thousand-legged worm opened its mouth and spat out a stream of bright green mucus, which flew toward the golden light. As soon as the green mucus appeared, Lin Bai smelled a pungent stench. He even caught a glimpse of the grass and trees around the thousand-legged worm, which instantly withered, turned black, and rotted. "It's poisonous, don't come near." Qilong was about to come forward to help, but was shouted back by Lin Bai. Lin Bai had a way to deal with the poison in the mucus, but Qilong did not. If he rushed over rashly, it would be harming him. The golden light smashed into the mucus, causing the mucus to fly in all directions. It stuck to the ground, the trees, and the rocks. With a sizzling sound, the ground and the rocks were corroded into holes. The thick and sturdy trees were rotting at a speed visible to the naked eye. The thousand-legged worm failed in its first attack. It opened its mouth and spat again. At the same time, a thick and strong tail slashed out from the bottom up, blocking Lin Bai's escape route. Lin Bai did not panic. He once again activated the small cauldron and smashed it towards the thousand-legged worm. At the same time, a blue figure appeared. It waved its fist and blocked the thousand-legged worm's tail. Roar! The thousand-legged bug let out a roar, and its tail was knocked away by a punch. The shell on its tail was deeply caved in, and green blood seeped out from the cracks between the shell. Bang! The bright green mucus once again collided with the golden light. At this time, Lin Bai had already landed steadily on the ground. His calf contracted and suddenly exerted force, and his body flew out like an arrow. Lin Bai brandished the longsword in his right hand and threw it toward the thousand-legged worm's open mouth. At the same time, he had already arrived under the thousand-legged bug. He surged a huge amount of spiritual power into the small cauldron, and his left hand suddenly pushed forward. At this time, Little Blue was already above the thousand-legged worm. It clenched its hands tightly, crossed its fingers, and suddenly smashed down. The thousand-legged worm spat out a huge amount of demonic qi. At the same time, it twisted its body, causing the long sword to smash onto its body. Sparks flew in all directions, and it successfully dodged this attack. Little Blue faced the huge amount of demonic qi. Its tail hooked onto the thousand-legged worm's body, and its body changed directions in the air, causing the demonic qi to pounce on nothing. At this moment, Lin Bai's attack had arrived. Bang! Along with the sound of its shell shattering, the thousand-legged worm let out a heart-wrenching scream. It rolled and twisted on the ground, finally stopping and not moving at all. Boom! At this moment, the huge eagle soaring in the sky had a thin sword stuck in its head. The rotten feathers on its body burned and fell to the ground, turning into a pile of ashes not long after. Lin Bai and Luo Ningyu looked at each other and nodded. Then, they pounced on the giant tiger. Little Black and the giant tiger were fighting fiercely, but Ren Mu was at a disadvantage. He could die at any moment. Seeing the two figures suddenly appear in front of him, Ren Mu heaved a sigh of relief. Without any hesitation, he retreated to the direction of the convoy. Little Red and Little Blue also rushed over and pounced on the giant tiger. Not long after, the huge tiger let out a deafening scream. Its entire body was spewing out scarlet and rotten blood as it fell heavily to the ground. Who? Lin Bai let out a long sigh of relief. These few spirit beasts that had suddenly appeared almost caught their convoy off guard. The most important thing was that none of them had sensed the three spirit beasts approaching. Chapter 390. Night Exploration of the Black Cloud Stronghold Translator. Dragon Boat Translation Editor. Dragon Boat Translation 10 days later. The convoy slowly moved forward. The guards were scattered in all directions, and there were two groups of people patrolling in the forest. Yesterday, they had been attacked by three mutated spirit beasts, which made everyone in the convoy panic. All of this was to prevent this from happening again. I still can't figure it out. Rongzi held his chin with one hand and shook his head. His brows were tightly knitted. At that time, we clearly didn't feel anything, but those three enormous spirit beasts suddenly appeared. I don't think that my spiritual sense has been so stupid. There's definitely something fishy about it. Lin Bai rode his horse and stood side by side with Rongzi. He nodded slightly. I didn't feel it at that time either. Although Little Red was patrolling along the border of the Black Cloud stronghold, Lin Bai had lost a pair of eyes that overlooked the earth from high up in the sky. But even so, the three huge spiritual beasts that were filled with monstrous murderous aura sneakily approached Lin Bai and successfully ambushed him. Lin Bai didn't think that under normal circumstances, he wouldn't be able to notice it. There must be something fishy going on here. Suddenly, Lin Bai raised his head and looked up with joy on his face. It's here. A bright red ball of fire swooped down from the sky and landed steadily on Lin Bai's right arm. Lin Bai took out a piece of beef jerky from his carry-on bag and threw it over. Little Red took the jerky in its mouth and moved its chin upward. With a gulp, the jerky disappeared. How was it? Lin Bai asked. Rongzi pulled the reins, stretched his neck, and subconsciously moved closer. He knew what Little Red was doing this time, and he was full of curiosity about the news that Little Red had brought. Little Red opened its mouth and began to talk animatedly. Rongzi held his breath and listened attentively, but he couldn't understand it at all. Go and hover above the convoy. Try to fly as high as you can. Once you find anything, come and find me immediately. After Lin Bai heard it, his expression became a little solemn. Little Red pecked its head, but its two claws tightly grabbed Lin Bai's arm, not moving at all. Lin Bai couldn't help but laugh. After taking out another piece of jerky, Little Red put it in its mouth and left in satisfaction. Not long ago, Lin Bai was really bored, so he gave a few spirit beasts jerky to try. The other spirit beasts weren't interested in it at all, but Little Red had fallen in love with jerky ever since. How is it? Rongzi immediately came over. Most of the spirit beasts in the Black Cloud stockade area have mutated. They have become irritable and full of hostility. Moreover, they have gradually begun to rot, and their bodies are surrounded by demonic qi. Lin Bai patiently told Rongzi about the news that Little Red had brought. What percentage is this? Rongzi asked. 70%. However, don't worry. I will have Little Red hover in the surroundings to ensure that the convoy will not be ambushed by those mutated spirit beasts again. Hearing Lin Bai's words, Rongzi's expression became slightly better. Rongzi pulled the reins, and the horse's speed suddenly dropped. He muttered, "We have to leave this damned place quickly." Rongzi came to Luo Ningyu's carriage and called out respectfully. Not long after, Luo Ningyu used her jade-like fingers to pull open the curtains and said, "What's the matter?" "Miss, it's like this." Rongzi informed Luo Ningyu of the news. When he spoke, he deliberately lowered his voice so that only the two of them could hear clearly. After all, if the people in the convoy heard this news, they would definitely fall into panic and choose not to continue forward. There would definitely be many people who would want to return the same way. However, at that time, the convoy would split into two, which would only increase the number of casualties. Therefore, Rongzi was secretly certain that this matter had to be kept a secret. Another half a day passed. Qilong, Wusu, and Renmu rode their horses back to the convoy in a hurry. Qilong's expression was quite relaxed, while Wusu was still as calm as an ancient well. Renmu frowned slightly, and his eyes flickered as if he was deep in thought. "Hey, we're back." Qilong came not far from Lin Bai and suddenly pulled the reins. The horse stopped obediently and said impatiently, "We rode for more than half a day and ran more than 30 miles. We met 4 small villages along the way. These 4 villages, cough, cough, cough. Come, drink some water. Let's talk slowly." Rongzi took out a water bag from the side and threw it to Qilong, who was coughing nonstop. Qilong gulped down the water in the water bag and wiped the corner of his mouth with his hand. He burped and continued, "Thank you. Where were we?" "Right, those 4 villages. The villagers were living very peacefully. When we passed by, we could still see them doing farming. Children and old people were sitting at the village head, laughing and scolding. They did not look like they were being bullied by the Black Cloud stockade at all. We asked about the 4 villages. They said that every 1 to 2 months, the Black Cloud stockade would come to collect some grain and money, but these were all within the scope of the villagers' affordability." And after hearing the news about Qilong, Lin Bai and Rongzi's faces became more and more solemn. These 4 villages weren't being oppressed by the Black Cloud stockade. On the contrary, the Black Cloud stockade controlled the quantity very well and didn't kill the chicken to get the egg. Then, what was going on with the Chu village that they passed by? The ambush from the Black Cloud stockade and the mutated spiritual beasts in the forest. No matter how they thought about it, these villagers should have been swaying all day long. Lin Bai raised his head to look at Wusu. Wusu said indifferently, "I didn't sense any demon qi, and those spiritual beasts didn't approach the village either." "No matter how I think about it, it's a little strange." Rongzi's brows were tightly knitted. He wished he could ride his horse and see for himself. "What's strange about it? Those mutated spirit beasts are probably killing each other and have no time to care about the village. As for the Black Cloud stockade, I reckon that the rabbits don't want to eat grass near their nest, so they've kept the balance very well and haven't aroused any resistance from the villagers." All right, we haven't eaten lunch yet. Rongzi, do you have anything to eat? My chest is sticking to my back." Qilong didn't believe that there was anything strange about this. He rode his horse and prepared to find some food. Wusu and Renmu followed closely behind. Rongzi wanted to say something, but Qilong's trip was made by 3 people. The 3 of them didn't find anything strange, so no matter how confused he was, he could only shut his mouth for the time being. The sky gradually darkened. The convoy found a waterfall at the foot of a mountain. Under the waterfall was a deep pool, which made it easy for them to set up camp here. After dinner, the rush and fatigue during this period of time had gradually calmed the convoy down. The guards patrolled one by one, not daring to be the slightest bit careless. Lin Bai opened the curtain of the carriage. Seeing that the convoy had already quieted down, he quietly walked out. The news that he had received during the day puzzled him. With how the Black Cloud stronghold acted before, it should not be like this. After thinking hard but to no avail, Lin Bai planned to secretly make a trip to the Black Cloud stronghold. He had already asked someone to investigate the location of the Black Cloud stockade during the day. Lin Bai came to the middle abdomen of the carriage. To the east was a forest path, which was exceptionally quiet under the night sky. "Master Lin, I did not think you would think the same as me." Chapter 391. Two-Faced Translator. Dragon Boat Translation Editor. Dragon Boat Translation, the cold moon hung high in the sky and silver light shone down. Amidst the low cries of night birds, Lin Bai and Luo Ningyu passed through a dense forest and climbed up the steep cliff behind the Black Cloud stronghold. The Black Cloud stronghold is easy to defend but hard to attack. It's no wonder that these bandits were able to develop into such a force. As Lin Bai spoke, he looked down and saw that there was a steep cliff below. The trees in the forest were like dotted dots. However, Lin Bai's gaze was not here. Instead, he was looking at Luo Ningyu, who was below him and was somewhat absent-minded. Luo Ningyu stuck close to the cliff and crawled steadily. A layer of sweat appeared on her face, and a strand of her hair stuck to her cheek. Coupled with her fair face, it was somewhat white with a tinge of red. As she continued to look down, it was that, Luo Ningyu noticed Lin Bai's gaze and looked up. Her gaze was a little cold. No, nothing. Lin Bai immediately retracted his gaze. There was a moment of silence. The Black Cloud stronghold is still heavily guarded at night. This doesn't make sense. Luo Ningyu suddenly spoke. They had conducted a short survey at the foot of the Black Cloud stronghold. Every few dozen meters, there would be 2 bandits standing on the watchtower on the wall, constantly scanning the area below. One had to know that it was already late at night. If this was a military camp, such tight security was considered normal. But one had to know that this was the stronghold of a group of bandits. Who were the bandits? They were either lazy people, had no means to live, or those who were inherently evil. Therefore, bandits usually had no discipline. After eating and drinking at night, they would fall asleep at a certain position. It was common for bandits to pick up scraps. However, this was not the case in the Black Cloud stronghold. They had once been at the foot of the mountain and looked at the top of the stronghold. The Black Cloud stronghold was brightly lit, but it was abnormally quiet. The stockade was brightly lit, and with the tight security, the 2 of them had no choice but to take another risk. They took a detour to the back of the Black Cloud stronghold and climbed up the vertical cliff from the back. Indeed. Lin Bai nodded and agreed with Luo Ningyu's idea. A normal stockade shouldn't have such tight security. Lin Bai and Luo Ningyu were more and more curious about what had happened in the Black Cloud stronghold. The 2 of them climbed along the vertical and steep cliff for half a day before they finally reached the cliff. Halfway through, the rock under Lin Bai's feet loosened, and he almost fell off the cliff. Fortunately, he had the quick wits to take out a long sword and thrust it into the cliff like cutting tofu, which stabilized the falling speed. Phew, we're finally here. Lin Bai wiped his forehead and reached down to hold Luo Ningyu's smooth and tender hand tightly. Then, he pulled her up. So light? Lin Bai sighed in his heart, but after looking at Luo Ningyu's plump body, he felt that Luo Ningyu was not light at all. Luo Ningyu noticed Lin Bai's gaze and glanced over. Lin Bai took a step back and turned to look at the Black Cloud stronghold. This Black Cloud stronghold is brightly lit. I didn't expect there to be guards patrolling the night. Something's wrong, something's really wrong. Luo Ningyu's footsteps were very light as she arrived behind Lin Bai. Her voice was cold as she said, "Something's really wrong." Lin Bai definitely had other intentions towards Luo Ningyu, but he pretended not to understand and asked, "Then where should we start from?" Luo Ningyu glanced at Lin Bai, then retracted her gaze and looked towards the inner side of the stronghold. That place is located in the center of the stronghold, and the architecture is more exquisite and luxurious than the others. If I'm not wrong, the stronghold leader might be there. What Luo Ningyu meant was that they should head directly to their base camp. There was no need to waste time in other places of the Black Cloud stockade. Lin Bai had no objection to this. The 2 of them avoided the patrolling guards while walking in the dark, where the lights could not reach, and stealthily approached the building in the center. Lin Bai muttered, "I remember your people saying that there are many commoners in the Black Cloud stockade. I don't know why, but we haven't seen one along the way." Luo Ningyu nodded. "After we've finished visiting the chief, we'll come and look for those commoners." The 2 of them quickly sneaked to the front of the building in the center of the Black Cloud stronghold. On the upper right side of the building, there was a raised platform. On the platform were straw sheds. The straw sheds were filled with hay, fodder, and piles of stones, but there were no livestock. The 2 of them leaned out slightly and looked at the building below. "We can't hear anything. See the balcony upstairs. Let's go there." Lin Bai pointed ahead. Luo Ningyu nodded slightly. But just as the 2 of them were about to jump out, the door on the first floor was kicked open with a bang. 3 people walked out while cursing. Lin Bai and Luo Ningyu looked at each other and quietly followed the 3 people. "Why, big brother, did you reject us? I can't figure it out. Aren't the 7 of us united? Could it be that we can't take revenge even though our 4th brother is dead?" The leader was a man with a big beard. His 2 bare and burly arms were exposed, and his face was full of hatred. "Third brother, calm down. Big brother may have his own plans." An aquiline nose followed up and patted third brother's shoulder. "Fifth brother, how can I calm down? When I think of 4th brother being killed, I can only watch." That group of people walking around our village, it's like a knife cutting through my heart. Bang, third brother punched a stone wall. The stone bricks were shattered into powder, and his fist came out from the other side. After a long time, the big, bearded third brother seemed to have made up his mind. He raised his head and looked sharply at the two people behind him. Fifth brother, seventh brother. I have already investigated the approximate location of that group of people. 40 brothers are waiting for orders. Are you guys going? If Big Brother finds out that we are going secretly like this, don't mention it. Are you going or not? If not, get lost. Let's go. Fourth brother is dead. How can we not take revenge? Haha, that's right. The big bearded third brother beamed with joy. He patted the two of them with his thick palm. This is a good brother. Big brother has too many worries. Let's set off now. After we're done. Haven't you always wanted to have a taste, Liru? Heh, I promise you. Heh, then let's go, fourth brother. Take advantage of the night and kill them all. Take back the heads of those who did it and use them as urine pots. After making up their minds, the three of them followed a small path and arrived at the foot of the Black Cloud stronghold. Lin Bai and Luo Ningyu followed closely behind. It wasn't easy to enter the Black Cloud stronghold, but it was much easier to leave. The two of them easily arrived at the foot of the Black Cloud stronghold, an empty place. You two wait here, I'll go and call over 40 brothers. After third brother finished his instructions, he turned around and walked to the other side of the stronghold. Pachai, you, third brother's heart was stabbed by a small knife. His eyes bulged out as he looked behind him in disbelief. Third brother, I'm sorry, I can only let you accompany fourth brother. Chapter 392, Ambush Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor. Dragon Boat Translation, Ba. The fifth brother of the Black Cloud stronghold spat at the bearded man who was lying on the ground. We told him to listen, but he won't listen. Then we can't be blamed for being ruthless. As the two of them spoke, they casually dug a hole and threw the third brother of the Black Cloud stronghold into it. Then they hastily filled up some soil and finished the job. This, Luo Ningyu frowned and looked at Lin Bai. Everything happened too suddenly. Not to mention the third brother of the Black Cloud stronghold, even Lin Bai and Luo Ningyu, the two bystanders, did not react in time. SHH, Lin Bai shook his head and signaled for Luo Ningyu to be quiet. Not long after, the sound of two footsteps gradually faded away from the shadows in front of them. Only then did Lin Bai and Luo Ningyu speak again. There is indeed something strange in the Black Cloud stronghold. It might be what you said. Someone is coming. Lin Bai and Luo Ningyu held their breath as best as they could and hid themselves in the darkness. Not long after, a figure sneakily appeared in the small open space in front of them. That person bent his back and looked around with a sharp gaze. He slowly moved to the side of the Black Cloud stronghold. However, the man didn't know if he realized that the defense of the Black Cloud stronghold was too tight. He hesitated and stopped in his tracks. Lin Bai and Luo Ningyu looked at each other and nodded. Hey, Qi Long, Lin Bai shouted in a low voice. You guys are here. It's easy for me to find you. When Qi Long heard someone calling his name, he couldn't help but shiver. When he heard that it was a familiar voice, he let out a long sigh of relief and quickly ran over. What are you doing here? Lin Bai asked coldly. No, it's not good, Qi Long stammered. When he got closer, Lin Bai realized that Qi Long's face was pale, his clothes tattered, and there was a blood mark on his shoulder. What's wrong? Luo Ningyu asked, a bad premonition in her heart. Just now, the convoy was attacked. A group of people came under the cover of night, and there were beastmasters inside. Qi Long steadied his breathing and finished his sentence in one breath. We weren't a match at all. After asking your spirit beast, it pointed me in a general direction. Only then did I know that you were here, so I quickly came to get reinforcements. In the convoy, when it came to cultivation, Lin Bai and Luo Ningyu were ranked first and second. There was an indelible gap between them and the rest of the group. Lin Bai looked into Qi Long's eyes and did not say a word. Before he left the convoy, he had left Little Black, Little Red, and Little Green there to prevent a night attack. Little Black, Little Red, and Little Green were much stronger than Qi Long and the others when they worked together. However, the three brothers from the Black Cloud stronghold who wanted to cause trouble for them were already dead, so who was the one who attacked the convoy in the night? Lin Bai glanced at Luo Ningyu, who was also confused. Suddenly, Lin Bai thought of the group of people who were hiding in the dense forest not far away when he killed the fourth brother of the Black Cloud stronghold. Could it be them? Let's not waste time, let's go. Luo Ningyu turned her head and rushed toward the convoy. Tell me, how many of them are there? As they sped through the forest, Lin Bai asked Qilong. As the saying went, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win every battle. If they could identify their enemies in advance, they would be able to make plans in advance, and they would be able to handle the situation at the scene with ease. 4 martial cultivators, 2 beastmasters, and over 40 low-level martial artists. Qilong didn't think that Lin Bai's question was a big deal, so he answered honestly. We're almost there. I hope they're fine. Lin Bai looked up ahead. They were indeed a few miles away from the caravan's camp. However, the dense forest ahead was dark, and only the slanted moonlight could be seen. The distant sky was also silent. Lin Bai subconsciously looked at Qilong, but he saw a savage smile on Qilong's face under the moonlight. Buzz! Lin Bai immediately took out the small cauldron, stomped on the tree trunk, and rushed in Qilong's direction. Hey, you found out? It's too late. Qilong seemed to have expected Lin Bai to make a move. Just as Lin Bai made his move, his right hand suddenly stretched out. Crack! A series of metal sounds were heard, accompanied by a series of air-piercing sounds. Lin Bai caught a glimpse of a few hidden weapons rushing over from the corner of his eye. He couldn't care less about catching Qilong, so he could only protect himself with the small cauldron. Bang! The hidden weapons all smashed onto the small cauldron and fell to the ground. When Lin Bai raised his head again, Qilong had already pulled away from them. He stood on a thick tree trunk and looked down at the two of them. Bang! 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 Qilong shook his head, clapped his hands, and praised, as expected of that Lin Bai. He actually discovered our plan so quickly, however. Why are you struggling? It's useless. There's an ambush around. Luo Ningyu's feet flashed as she arrived behind Lin Bai. The two of them leaned back against each other as they vigilantly observed their surroundings. Well done. A person dressed in nocturnal clothing appeared in the forest. His figure flashed as he appeared beside Qilong. Lord Lu, Qilong respectfully bowed. Lu, Lin Bai frowned as he wanted to see this person clearly. However, the light was too dark and he was dressed in nocturnal clothing. It was impossible to see him clearly. Lu's voice was very soft as he said, "Let's end this quickly." Immediately, among those who were hiding in the darkness, 6 people emerged from the darkness. Pairs of eyes locked onto Lin Bai and Lu Bai, and that gaze was like looking at lambs waiting to be slaughtered. They are very strong. If it's a 1v2, they still have a chance of winning. Let's 1v3, and there's also that person above whose strength can't be seen clearly. This isn't good. Lin Bai's sharp gaze swept the surroundings, and very quickly he had a rough estimation of the situation. Heh, you won't be able to escape. These past few days, I've been hiding by your side. Do you think that I've been hiding for nothing? I've long understood your strength. Qilong laughed loudly. He glanced at Lin Bai, and then his gaze locked onto Luo Ningyu. Lord Lu, this woman, do whatever you want with her. Lord Lu waved his hand as if he didn't care about this at all. Qilong licked his tongue when he heard this. His eyes were spitting fire. Do it. With an order, the 6 people who were already prepared moved out together. Bang! However, at this moment, a blue figure rose into the air and smashed heavily onto the ground. The earth shook and the mountains shook. The ground was smashed to pieces, and dust and gravel flew everywhere. The 6 people had no choice but to stop, and at the same time, they also hid the figures of Lin Bai and Qilong. What are you waiting for? Hurry, charge in, don't let them escape, Qilong shouted, asking the 6 people to quickly enter the dust. Chase, they're going that way. Lu Zi's gaze was sharp. With a light step, he rose high into the air and flew in the direction of the Black Cloud stockade. The remaining people followed closely behind. Not long after, Lu stopped not far away from the Black Cloud stockade. Lord Lu, why did they stop? Qilong did not understand. There's no need to chase. Lu sneered. Heth, they have run into the Wu Mountain and will never be able to come out again. Chapter 393. Wu Mountain Translator. Dragon Boat Translation Editor. Dragon Boat Translation, I've left a few traps behind. It's nighttime now, so they'll definitely activate them. Lin Bai turned his head and glanced at Luo Ningyu. Lin Bai didn't think that just a few traps would be enough to heavily injure the enemies behind them. With their strength, they could easily avoid the traps that Lin Bai had temporarily set up. The purpose of Lin by setting up these traps was to trigger the traps. From this, he could determine the position of the enemies and make a backup plan. The two of them traveled quickly through the forest and soon arrived at the foot of a mountain. This mountain was indescribably silent. There was not even the chirping of insects or birds. The wind blew past, making people feel a deep chill. The demonic chi here seems to be very dense, even more dense than the demonic chi in the Black Cloud stronghold. Luo Ningyu frowned slightly. She stood on a small open space and looked at the pitch-black mountain in front of her. The demonic chi at the foot of this mountain was as dense as the Black Cloud stronghold, and the closer it was to the top of the mountain, the denser the demonic chi was. Then what about the demonic chi on the top of the mountain? Luo Ningyu couldn't help but shudder. Even though she had fought many times, this was the first time she had seen such dense demonic chi. Although she was curious about what was on the top of the mountain, her intuition told her not to act rashly. Something seems to be wrong. Lin Bai turned his head and looked at the road he came from. What's wrong? None of the traps I set seemed to have been triggered, and they showed no signs of chasing after us. The two of them fell into a short silence. We'll wait here. Once there are any clues, we'll leave immediately, Lin Bai suggested. Luo Ningyu nodded slightly and did not have any objections. Time passed by minute. The mountain wind blew, and Lin Bai could not help but wrap his clothes. This was the strangest wind he had ever seen. He turned his head to look at Luo Ningyu, who was leaning against a tree trunk. She was also wrapping her clothes tightly. Could there be something strange about this wind? Lin Bai could not help but frown. He carefully felt the mountain wind, but other than this gloomy and cold wind, he did not feel anything special. After a short while, as expected, Luo Ningyu walked out from the shadow of the tree trunk and looked at the road they came from. She suddenly felt something. She took out a small sword from somewhere, waved her arm, and threw it out. The small sword cut through the night, making a series of air-piercing sounds. The naked eye could barely track it. After the small sword flew 70 to 80 meters away, it fell to the ground with a bang, as if it hit something in the air. Lin Bai had a bad premonition. He hurried to the place where the small sword fell and raised his right hand. Buzz, a soft sound came from the air. Lin Bai's right hand was isolated by an invisible barrier. He was able to enter without any obstruction, but he could not leave, no way, again. Lin Bai thought of the scenes that had happened when he revealed the city lord's true colors and could not help but feel a headache. In 15 minutes, we'll meet here. You go over there, I'll come over here. Whether there are any clues or not, we have to return in 15 minutes. After a short discussion, Lin Bai and Luo Ningyu decided to take a look at the range of the invisible barrier and see what secrets the mountain had. Be careful, Lin Bai instructed Luo Ningyu. Luo Ningyu nodded and disappeared into the darkness. Lin Bai also turned around and walked along the foot of the mountain, following the invisible barrier, straight ahead. His speed was not very fast, and he would touch the invisible barrier from time to time. If it was possible, he really wanted to find the exit like this. Suddenly, Lin Bai felt that he had stepped on something and let out a crisp cracking sound. He raised his foot, pushed aside the bushes, and reached out to touch it. Bone? He was holding a piece of white bone or a spine bone. He narrowed his eyes and saw that there were 2 thigh bones beside the spine bone, and one of the thigh bones was broken. This place, when Lin Bai thought that it was not rare to see corpses in the mountains and forests, he could not help but have a bad premonition. He quickly jumped onto a tree trunk with a good view, took out 2 fire canisters, and threw them in 2 different directions. The fire canisters fell on the ground and quickly lit up the weeds, illuminating the dark forest. Lin Bai could finally see the truth. Let me see, hiss. Lin Bai could not help but take a deep breath. In this dense forest, in the bushes, there were white bones everywhere, covering the entire ground. After extinguishing the fire that had just been lit, Lin Bai followed the tree trunk as far as possible to explore, and he still used the same lighting method. But after walking for a long while, there were still dense white bones under the tree trunk where he was standing. However, some of the white bones were stained with rotten meat and clothes. After walking for another long while, Lin Bai could only smell the strong smell of blood. Below him were dead bodies. The fresh blood soaked the soil and turned it into bloody mud. The seal here is still there. If I'm not mistaken, this seal is the seal that seals the entire mountain. Lin Bai's hand that was holding onto the tree trunk had unknowingly left a handprint on it, causing the tree bark to be deeply dented. Although I still want to explore further, 15 minutes have already passed. He took another deep breath and turned around to return to the agreed location. Not long after Lin Bai returned to the agreed location, Luo Ningyu also returned with a solemn expression. Her two thin eyebrows were tightly knitted together, and her calm eyes were filled with raging anger. It seems that you and I saw the same thing. Lin Bai clenched his fist. Luo Ningyu nodded. She opened her mouth and was silent for a while before saying, "Now, we still have to find a way out. No matter what they have in mind or what they want to do, we must do our best to stop them." Lin Bai had no objections to this. However, the formation that seals an entire mountain is still a formation that allows anyone to enter. I think it will be very difficult for the two of us to break it. Lin Bai said frankly. His knowledge of formations was rather shallow. After Luo Ningyu entered the seal, she did not notice that something was wrong at the first moment. This meant that she was on par with Lin Bai in this aspect. "I'm already prepared for this." After saying this, Luo Ningyu took out a jade pendant and held it in her hand, injecting a trace of spiritual energy into it. The jade pendant emitted waves of green light like fireflies dotted in the dark night. "I need help. I need someone who is proficient in array formations. It's very troublesome." After Luo Ningyu said that to the jade pendant, she looked at Lin Bai. "It should be a while before someone responds. Is this the communication tool of your organization?" Lin Bai looked at the jade pendant curiously. This was the first time that he had the thought of entering their organization. But now was not the time to think about it. "Then, let's go to the top of the mountain and take a look. The demonic energy there is the densest. Maybe we can find something there." "I have the same idea." Chapter 394. Array Translator. Dragon Boat Translation Editor. Dragon Boat Translation. The more they climbed up the mountain, the more Lin Bai and Luo Ningyu felt that the demonic qi around them was becoming denser. "The demonic qi on this mountain is the densest I've ever experienced." Luo Ningyu's expression became increasingly solemn. She had fought with the demons many times and knew very well what it meant for the demonic qi to be so dense. She looked down at the jade pendant. The jade pendant was dim, and no one had replied to her yet. "I didn't feel such dense demon qi even when I was on that altar last time." Lin Bai frowned slightly and looked around with sharp eyes. The closer they got to the mountain, the more they didn't dare to be careless. If they were careless, the consequences would be obvious. However, we didn't see any mutated spirit beasts on this mountain. Lin Bai had been searching for traces of mutated spirit beasts ever since he started his exploration. However, they had already reached the belly of the mountain. Not to mention the traces of spirit beasts, they hadn't even heard the voices of spirit beasts. "It's not just spirit beasts." Luo Ningyu's voice was very soft. "It should be said that after we came to this mountain, other than the grass and trees, we haven't seen a single living creature." It was just as Luo Ningyu had said. The surrounding mountains were so quiet that it was frightening. Their voices seemed to be swallowed by darkness as soon as they were heard. Only the sound of their hurried footsteps echoed in the air. Lin Bai raised his head and looked at the starry sky above. It was unknown when the moon and the stars had disappeared. He lowered his head and looked at his 5 fingers, but he couldn't see them with the naked eye. After about 15 minutes, the two of them slowly arrived at the top of the mountain. Lin Bai and Luo Ningyu were extremely careful along the way. In addition to constantly searching for suspicious places, they had spent some time. But they were already certain. The creatures on this mountain, other than the two of them, had all died in the wilderness. Along the way, they saw 3 rare and powerful spiritual beasts, but those 3 spiritual beasts were already corpses, and their ghastly white bones could be vaguely seen. Other than that, under a towering tree, they also found dead crows all over the ground. From this, they could determine that something must have happened on this mountain not too long ago, causing the birds and insects, such weak existences, to instantly die. This could also explain why the dead crows were all under that towering tree. And those spirit beasts should have been affected by this mountain bit by bit, eventually exhausting their lives. Traces of struggle could be seen everywhere on the bodies of these spirit beasts. There are no living things. To us, this can be considered good news. Lin Bai smiled bitterly. Oh, Luo Ningyu was somewhat puzzled. That means that we won't be ambushed by the things in the dark. We just need to think of a way to escape from here. I hope you didn't jinx it. Luo Ningyu rolled her eyes at Lin Bai. Look, we're at the top of the mountain. Is that a flat platform? Lin Bai could see a platform made of marble in front of him with a diameter of 200 to 300 meters. At the outermost edge of the platform, there were red stones that looked like they were dripping with blood. Blood jade stone? Luo Ningyu stretched out a finger and touched it. Let's see if we can destroy this stone. Lin Bai took out a small cauldron and was about to make a move, but Luo Ningyu stopped him. Don't make a move recklessly. You might be counterattacked by the formation. Luo Ningyu shook her head. Her jade-like hand gripped a blood jade stone tightly. Then, she urged her spiritual power to gather at her fingertip. She controlled her spiritual power perfectly, and the speed at which she pulled the jade stone increased bit by bit. But in the end, the blood jade stone still didn't move at all. The two of them tried some different methods. When Lin Bai was ready to take the risk and hit the jade stone with the small cauldron, a layer of light with ancient patterns instantly covered the jade stone, and the light layer absorbed all the attacks of the small cauldron. All the methods that can be used have been used. Luo Ningyu wiped the sweat on her forehead, her eyes filled with disappointment. Lin Bai took out 2 water bags and some jerky. Why don't we sit down first? There's no good way anyway. Luo Ningyu hesitated for a moment and nodded. She took the jerky and chewed it silently in her cherry-like small mouth. Then she took a sip of water. Lin Bai threw a few pieces of jerky into his mouth and ate them in big mouthfuls. After gulping down half a sack of water, he let out a long breath. I wonder how the convoy is doing? Luo Ningyu sat on a broken tree stump and looked down the mountain. When Qi Long first called us, he definitely didn't attack the convoy. But after they stopped chasing us, it's hard to say, Lin Bai analyzed calmly. However, my little beasts are also in the convoy. If they want to attack, they will have to pay a price. Cough, cough. At this moment, a man's cough sounded in the darkness. Lin Bai almost stood up, but when he caught a glimpse of the jade pendant on Luo Ningyu's waist flickering with green light, he sat down again. Hey, is our big Miss Luo in trouble? A young man's voice came from the jade pendant. Lin Bai saw that Luo Ningyu's brows were tightly furrowed. It was obvious that she did not like the man on the other end of the jade pendant. Her voice was cold as she said, Yes. Haha, Miss Luo, haven't you always looked down on people like us who study formations? The person on the other end of the jade pendant wanted to mock Luo Ningyu, but when he saw that Luo Ningyu did not reply, he coughed awkwardly. HMPH, all things are low grade, only the array formation is high. Today, I will be merciful and help you all. Luo Ningyu's brows tightened. Lin Bai's lips twitched. It seemed like the person on the other end of the jade pendant was the Act Tough King. No wonder Luo Ningyu's expression turned ugly the moment she heard this voice. Luo Ningyu simply told the man on the other end of the jade pendant about the situation of the mountain and the details she had found. The jade pendant was silent for a while. This mountain is an altar. Lin Bai and Luo Ningyu widened their eyes at the same time. Everything that they had just investigated was connected to this altar. This is not good, this is not good. The entire mountain is an altar. This method is not something that an ordinary person can do. The man on the other end of the jade pendant was clearly having a headache. Is there any way? Lin Bai asked. Luo Ningyu also revealed a hopeful look. Haha, you are asking the right person. Laughter came from the other side of the jade pendant, and the previous headache-like tone disappeared. Lin Bai clenched his fist, a little wanting to hit him. Luo Ningyu's hand that was holding the jade pendant also tightened. She was obviously having the same thoughts as Lin Bai. I'll tell you now. Follow the steps I tell you, and you'll be able to break the array formation on this altar easily. Ha ha ha, come and thank me when you come out. Lin Bai and Luo Ningyu's eyebrows twitched, but they could only listen to the person on the other end of the jade pendant. You guys first? The person on the other end of the jade pendant began to speak. Suddenly, Lin Bai and Luo Ningyu turned their heads at the same time and looked into the darkness of the mountain forest. A huge, thick voice was heard, wriggling and emitting a deafening roar. Roar. Chapter 395, Demon Flood Dragon Translator. Dragon Boat Translation Editor. Dragon Boat Translation, what is it? What are your names? Hello, hello? Say something, The man on the other end of the jade pendant roared curiously. However, neither Lin Bai nor Luo Ningyu had the time to answer him. That was because they could vaguely see that figure. It was a 6-meter-tall demon flood dragon that was crawling on the ground. Its tail couldn't be seen behind it. Its entire body was covered in black scales, and it was surrounded by a demonic aura that was almost corporeal. Some parts of its body were revealed with white bones and rotten flesh. Demon? Flood dragon? Luo Ningyu lost her voice as she stared at the mountain-like body. Demon flood dragon? Lin Bai frowned slightly as he continued to break his hind legs with Luo Ningyu, putting some distance between him and the demon flood dragon that was charging over. Yes, the demon flood dragon is made by demons using a special method. The demon flood dragon needs to feed on demon chi, and the more demon chi there is, the more powerful the demon flood dragon will be. After Luo Ningyu calmed herself down, she patiently explained to Lin Bai. Roar, the demon flood dragon howled, as if the entire mountain was trembling, and the sky was shaking as if it was about to collapse. A powerful demon power swept towards Lin Bai and Luo Ningyu. Fortunately, the two of them had some experience dealing with the demon chi. If it was someone who had never encountered the demon chi, they might have died just from hearing the demon flood dragon's roar. Lin Bai summoned the small cauldron, which emitted a golden light. It formed a sharp contrast with the surrounding darkness. It was like a ray of sunlight in the endless darkness, tiny and dazzling. He said, "Retreating like this is not a solution. The demon flood dragon is probably left here on purpose by the person who set up this array formation." Although Luo Ningyu did not want to fight with the demon flood dragon, she could only do so in the current situation. She said, "This is also my first time fighting with the demon flood dragon. I don't know its weakness, but the scales on its body can be broken by extraordinary items. Try to aim at the parts of its body that are already beginning to fester." Lin Bai nodded. He held a cauldron in his left hand and a sword in his right. A blue figure leaped up from behind him like a comet, smashing towards the demon flood dragon. Bang, dust flew everywhere. Lin Bai took advantage of this opportunity and took small steps. His figure was like a ghost in the night as he arrived beside the demon flood dragon. There was a 3-meter-long hole on the right side of the demon flood dragon. The hole was so rot that white bones could be seen. There was a substance-like liquid gushing out from the hole. Lin Bai channeled his spiritual power and poured it into the small cauldron. A golden light shot out and smashed into the demon flood dragon's body from the rotten hole. Buzz! The golden light destroyed the rotten flesh and shattered the white bones. It pierced through the other side of the body, causing the rotten green blood to splatter everywhere. Roar! The demon flood dragon roared. It turned its small mountain-like head and stared at Lin Bai with a pair of crazy eyes. It opened its bloody mouth and bit at Lin Bai. Lin Bai stepped lightly on the ground and jumped high, causing the demon flood dragon to miss. "Be careful!" Luo Ningyu cried out in alarm. Lin Bai heard a voice that he had never heard before. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw that the demon flood dragon was gathering demonic chi at its right angle. Lin Bai cursed in his heart. The small cauldron in his left hand and the long sword in his right hand were completely protected in front of him. Bang! The demon flood dragon used its horn to launch an attack that carried a dense aura of death. Wherever it passed, not a blade of grass would grow. It smashed into the small cauldron and the long sword. Lin Bai, who was high in the sky, was sent flying heavily. He smashed one thick tree after another, and his feet sank into the soil. His long sword stabbed deep into the ground before he managed to stabilize himself. The demon flood dragon originally wanted to give chase, but Little Blue and Luo Ningyu quickly attacked and blocked the roaring demon flood dragon. Lin Bai also took the opportunity to let out a sigh of relief. If it wasn't for the small cauldron and the long sword blocking the attack, he might have already lost his fighting strength and even died. Lin Bai wiped the sweat off his forehead and narrowed his eyes as he looked ahead. The demon flood dragon was fighting with Little Blue and Luo Ningyu. The demon flood dragon's body was huge, and its strength could destroy mountains and rivers, but it wasn't as agile as Little Blue. Little Blue dodged agilely time and time again, causing the demon flood dragon's attacks to miss. Luo Ningyu held a thin sword in her hand. Her sword technique had a faint intent that could steadily neutralize the demon flood dragon's attacks, but she couldn't deal any substantial damage to the demon flood dragon. The 3-meter-long hole in the demon flood dragon's body that Lin Bai had just attacked had already disappeared. There were even a few broken bones. Looking through the hole this time, one could see that there was a hole on the other side of the demon flood dragon's body. However, the demon flood dragon didn't seem to be affected by this at all. Lin Bai couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Little Blue and Luo Ningyu were on the verge of falling under the demon flood dragon's frenzied attacks. Lin Bai didn't waste any more time. With a tap of his toes, he appeared beside Luo Ningyu. Luo Ningyu's beautiful hair fluttered in the wind, and her clothes fluttered in the wind. Her eyes were as cold as blades, but there was an additional blush on her fair face. When the demon flood dragon saw Lin Bai approaching, it immediately glared at him with its scarlet eyes. Its thick tail even whipped over. Little Blue threw 2 punches at the tail to dissipate some of the force, and its footsteps soared high into the air. It then used its tail to wrap around the demon flood dragon's tail. Only then was it able to neutralize the attack of the flood dragon. Lin Bai retracted his gaze and said softly, "The damage I caused just now doesn't seem to have caused any substantial damage. Help me stall him for 10 seconds." Luo Ningyu glanced at Lin Bai. When she saw that his eyes were as calm as water and that his body did not suffer any damage from the previous attack, she silently nodded her head. The small cauldron floated in front of Lin Bai's chest. Streams of spiritual power flowed through Lin Bai's meridians and into the small cauldron. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The golden light emitted by the small cauldron became more and more vigorous, more and more intense, and more dazzling. The demon flood dragon noticed the changes in Lin Bai's side and felt a fear that went straight to the soul. Its tail suddenly whipped towards Luo Ningyu and Little Blue, but its body quickly moved forward. Luo Ningyu and Little Blue wanted to use their attacks to stop the demon flood dragon, but the demon flood dragon didn't care at all. It allowed the human and beast attacks to shatter its scales and turn it into a bloody mess. Lin Bai was the only thing left in its eyes. There was only madness and fear in its eyes. A ball of black light curled around the demon flood dragon's right horn. The ball of black light gradually gathered and became bigger. Dense demonic qi and death qi were contained within. Lin Bai suddenly opened his eyes. A ray of golden light flashed through his black pupils. The demon flood dragon raised its head and roared. The black light on the right angle burst out. Roar! At the same time, the small cauldron emitted a dazzling light. This light was like a red sun, smashing towards the demon flood dragon with ease. Wherever it passed, the stone slabs would be crushed into powder and the ground would sink deep into the landmarks. Bang! One gold, one black, the 2 rays of light smashed together. An incomparably strong wave of air surged, blowing down one tree after another. The stone slabs were sent flying one by one, and the entire mountain began to tremble. Chapter 396. Breaking the Formation Translator. Dragon Boat Translation Editor. Dragon Boat Translation Roar? The demon flood dragon let out a heart-wrenching scream as its body continued to roll on the ground, raising the dense forest not far away to the ground. It's settled, right? Luo Ningyu said with some lack of confidence as she quietly retreated to Lin Bai's side. When the demon flood dragon saw Lin Bai earlier, it had almost gone mad. Even with Little Blue's help, she had almost been unable to stop the demon flood dragon. Fortunately, she was still able to make it in time at the last moment. At the same time, she also knew the reason why Lin Bai wanted her to stall for a while. Although Lin Bai's attack just now was extremely powerful, the forward swing was really too long. Furthermore, Luo Ningyu's sharp senses discovered that the attack that Lin Bai unleashed through the small cauldron was not considered fast. Perhaps it was because his power was condensed within it. If the demon flood dragon had not charged at Lin Bai crazily, and if they had not delayed for a while, with the speed that the demon flood dragon displayed, they would have been able to easily dodge that attack. Little Blue let out a soft cry and propped herself up on the ground with one hand. Her petite body moved agilely, and after her tail hooked onto a branch in the air, she landed steadily on Lin Bai's shoulder. The entire process was very smooth. Lin Bai nodded his head in satisfaction at Little Blue. As Little Blue's strength increased, its advantages in agility, as well as her control over her limbs and tail, also increased steadily. This was what Lin Bai wanted to see, Little Blue's direction of growth. Whoosh! A demon chi wind blade cut through the night and attacked the three of them. Lin Bai took out the small cauldron and placed it on the wind blade. He caught it steadily. There weren't even any scratches on the small cauldron. Luo Ningyu glanced at the small cauldron and looked away. That attack just now didn't kill the demon flood dragon? Maybe that attack helped it neutralize a lot of the force. Lin Bai was quite calm. What is that thing? Luo Ningyu's cherry-like mouth grew wide. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock as she pointed forward. Lin Bai looked in the direction Luo Ningyu pointed and saw that the rolling demon flood dragon had stopped at some point. A pair of scarlet eyes seemed to be spewing flames as it stared intently at the two humans and one beast. Its bloody mouth opened wide and saliva continuously flowed on the ground. The demonic aura around the demon flood dragon had already reached its peak. The current demon flood dragon gave off a special kind of pressure. This was something it had never displayed before. Lin Bai's move just now didn't cause any substantial damage to the demon flood dragon. This thought appeared in Luo Ningyu's mind, but it was quickly swept away by her. The demon flood dragon was currently standing with its upper body upright, looking down at the three of them. On the demon flood dragon's forehead, there was a layer of scales that had already turned into a bloody mess, and fresh blood was continuously flowing out. Then why was the demon flood dragon's strength rising steadily? Luo Ningyu was already somewhat at a loss. She had a very bad feeling, and it welled up in her heart, causing her to subconsciously hold the thin sword tightly. Not only that, Little Blue was also like this. Every hair on its body was now standing up straight. Its eyes were fixed on the demon flood dragon, and it didn't dare to slack off even a little. You two step back first. Lin Bai's voice pulled Luo Ningyu and Little Blue back from their uneasy state. But Luo Ningyu opened her mouth and was about to say something when Lin Bai interrupted her. Believe me, I don't plan to die so easily. Luo Ningyu glanced at Lin Bai. Lin Bai's eyes were as calm as water. This meant that he was not only very calm but also somewhat confident. Okay. Luo Ningyu nodded. She grabbed the thin sword with her back hand and picked up Little Blue with her other hand. You won't be able to help him much here. Instead, you'll be a burden. Little Blue was originally unwilling, but after hearing Luo Ningyu's words, it quieted down and allowed Luo Ningyu to bring it far away. Seeing that Luo Ningyu had already retreated to a safe position, Lin Bai chuckled. Hess, don't really spew fire from your eyes and blind yourself. When the time comes, you won't even be able to find me for revenge. Lin Bai had already guessed what the demon flood dragon was going to do and had already come up with a countermeasure. The demon chi on the body of the demon flood dragon had already reached its peak. At this moment, it was like boiling water, rolling and surging. And every time the demon chi rolled and surged, the degree of decay on the body of the demon flood dragon became deeper and deeper. The demon flood dragon was similar to a cultivator, burning their blood essence to achieve the effect of temporarily increasing their cultivation. It was a method of harming oneself and to attack others. However, although the flesh and blood of the demon flood dragon gradually began to rot, revealing the dense white bones inside, it didn't seem to cause any substantial harm to the demon flood dragon. If the flesh and blood of this demon flood dragon rotted and collapsed, eventually turning into a demon flood dragon with only its skeleton and demon chi, would it live or die? A few questions appeared in Lin Bai's mind, but the demon flood dragon opened its bloody mouth and swooped down toward him. Lin Bai could only temporarily put these questions to the back of his mind. Lin Bai's feet swayed, and he was about to dodge to the other side to avoid the demon flood dragon's bloody mouth. But just as he took a step in the direction where he dodged, a tail wrapped in demonic chi attacked. Lin Bai turned his toes and stomped on the ground, leaping high into the air. At this moment, a black light swirled on the right angle of the demon flood dragon, and a small ball of black light flew over. How is this possible? Luo Ningyu subconsciously took a step forward, but in the end, she endured it. She did not expect that the demon flood dragon would undergo a fundamental change in the battle. This tight confrontation had completely sealed off the direction that Lin Bai had dodged to. If Lin Bai was hit by one of the attacks, with the demon flood dragon's speed, it would not give Lin Bai a chance to catch his breath. It would definitely decide the victor in one breath. The demon flood dragon's face revealed a fanatical expression. In its eyes, this ant in front of it was already helpless. Lin Bai waved the longsword in his right hand forward. The longsword shattered bit by bit, and the black light disappeared into space. However, just as this attack was launched, the right angle of the demon flood dragon once again flashed with light, and two more attacks came attacking. Not only that, the demon flood dragon's tail, which had pounced on empty air, had already come from the bottom to the top, slapping towards Lin Bai's body. Luo Ningyu looked at the scene in front of her in disbelief. She did not care about what Lin Bai said and rushed towards Lin Bai's direction. Little Blue was the same. But suddenly, a golden light burst forth and swallowed the demon flood dragon and Lin Bai. This golden light was like a sun, illuminating the entire mountain as if it was daytime. Luo Ningyu narrowed her eyes and looked directly at the golden light. She wanted to see it clearly, but it was all in vain. The golden light dissipated bit by bit, revealing a person, a demon flood dragon. Lin Bai was currently standing on the demon flood dragon's body. One of his hands stretched forward, and the place where his hand stretched out should have been the demon flood dragon's head. However, at this moment, there was only rotting flesh, dense white bones, and wild blood. Who? Lin Bai wiped the sweat off his forehead. It was really a close call just now. At the last moment, he planned to give the demon flood dragon an opening and take advantage of the opponent's attack to attack the wound on the demon flood dragon's head. Next, it's how to break the formation. Chapter 397. Escape Translator. Dragon Boat Translation Editor. Dragon Boat Translation. Phew, it's finally settled. Can you contact that helper of yours? Lin Bai landed steadily in front of Luo Ningyu and Little Blue. Little Blue climbed onto Lin Bai's body with a face full of joy. It did not care about the bright green blood on Lin Bai's body and the demon flood dragon's minced meat on his body. All right, I'm fine. Lin Bai could not help but laugh. He rubbed Little Blue's head hard. Behave yourself. Little Blue revealed a satisfied expression as Lin Bai rubbed it. Only then did it jump off his shoulder and onto the ground. Luo Ningyu? After Lin Bai greeted Little Blue, he looked at the silent Luo Ningyu with a puzzled expression. Luo Ningyu suddenly felt a warm current in her eyes. She turned her body slightly, and in the next second, she turned around. Her face was as calm as water as she said, "Okay, let me contact him." Luo Ningyu took out the jade pendant again. The jade pendant was like a glowing beetle, shining in the darkness. Finally, there is news. What happened just now? What did I miss? Damn it, I missed it again. Spiritual power surged in Luo Ningyu's hand, and she was about to cut off the communication with the jade pendant when the man on the other end of the jade pendant shouted, Tell me about the situation on your side. I'm also a little curious. You don't have to cut it off so easily, do you?" The man's voice was rarely serious. Luo Ningyu said softly, "Let me tell you. The situation on our side is not very good right now. Up until now, the leader of the enemy has not been seen." As Luo Ningyu spoke, Lin Bai took out a set of clean clothes and came to the tree behind Luo Ningyu. He threw away the dirty clothes on his body, and a ball of fire appeared in his palm to burn them into ashes. Lin Bai took out another water bag and washed away the stinky blood on his face. Only then did he feel refreshed again. "Hess, I didn't expect that the great Luo Ningyu wouldn't meet the enemy behind the scenes until now. If I were there, humph." The man only acted half cocky this time. "Continue." Only then did Luo Ningyu tell the man everything about her and Lin Bai sneaking into the Black Cloud Stockade, being ambushed by a group of people, and finally entering the mountain. She also told him everything about the mountain and the demon flood dragon. The other party was silent for a long while. Not only was he thinking of a plan, he was also in a state of shock. After a long while, the other party finally uttered a few words, and a weak voice sounded, Flood dragon? A demonic flood dragon? Cough, cough, I once killed a demonic flood dragon as well, but that was all in the past, so I won't bring it up. I mentioned before that the mountain you're on is an altar, right? Luo Ningyu nodded. Yes, do you have a way to break the formation? It would be best if it can sabotage their plans too. Luo Ningyu saw from the corner of her eyes that Lin Bai had already arrived beside her. He was completely focused on the jade pendant, and his eyes were filled with contemplation. Of course I do. It's a good thing that I'm here to help you guys. Haha. Long story short, you guys know a law, right? Luo Ningyu frowned slightly. She did not like this kind of suspense. Lin Bai was very straightforward. He shook his head. I don't know. Well, it doesn't matter if you don't know. After all, I haven't said it yet. That law is that when things reach their extreme, they will turn against each other. When things reach their extreme, they will turn against each other. Luo Ningyu frowned even more. Didn't you say that the demonic aura on that mountain is the densest place you have ever seen? I want to use this as a point to help you break the formation. It just so happens that you've killed a demonic flood dragon. With the demonic flood dragon, breaking the formation will be much easier. There should be an orb contaminated by the demon chi in the body of the devil flood dragon. Take it out and break it into small pieces first. Listen carefully to the next steps, don't make any mistakes. Lin Bai endured the stench and stuffed his hand into the body of the demonic flood dragon, fumbling around. Why did I have to change my clothes just now? Lin Bai couldn't help but feel confused. Fortunately, it didn't take long for him to grab a round bead and pull it out. A pitch-black bead that seemed to swallow all the light appeared. As soon as the bead appeared, the surrounding demonic chi formed a cyclone with the bead as the center. It continuously surged into the bead. That's it. Lin Bai nodded. Luo Ningyu was also ready, holding 16 small flags in her hands. Soon, Little Blue was also carrying a dead spirit beast the size of a mountain, heavily throwing it on the ground. Then, according to what the person on the other side of the jade pendant had said, they built another formation with 16 small flags on the inside of the formation at the top of the mountain. I'll say the details again, you have to confirm it without any mistakes. First, the man on the other side of the jade pendant also became serious. No problem. Lin Bai nodded after confirming it again and again. Then the last thing is to put the pieces of the devil pearl on each flag. Lin Bai did it silently. Finally, throw the flesh and blood into the center of the array and drop 3 drops of blood essence. Little Blue placed the huge body in the center of the formation while Lin Bai poured out 3 drops of blood essence. The final and most crucial step, following the instructions of the jade pendant, Lin Bai left the mountaintop with quick steps. Is it useless? Why isn't there any reaction? Luo Ningyu looked at the mountaintop, but it was completely silent. There was no reaction at all. How can there be no response? No, even if there is a response, it's you guys. Suddenly, the entire mountain was filled with hundreds of millions of howls and howls. The demonic chi at the top of the mountain was as wild and violent as a turbulent flow, filling every part of the mountain. Lin Bai hurriedly channeled a trace of spirit energy into the small cauldron. With a buzz, the small cauldron emitted rays of golden light. The golden light enveloped the 2 humans and 1 beast, preventing them from being eroded by the demonic chi. The flowers, plants, and trees began to wither, and the soil became dry and cracked. Soon after, the withered flowers, plants, and trees were dyed with a layer of black. They gradually swelled and grew, and their branches and leaves continued to grow. The cracked soil was also dyed with a layer of black, and it shattered into pieces. Crack, crack, crack. Crisp cracking sounds came from the direction of the mountain peak. Not only that, there were also visible cracks in the sky. Moonlight poured in from the cracks, revealing bits of the starry sky. It's broken. Lin Bai heaved a sigh of relief. Even though the appearance of the mountain was getting more and more strange, even though the demonic chi on the mountain was dozens of times more vigorous than before, they could finally get out of the array formation. No, look, Luo Ningyu cried out in surprise. The cracked sky was gradually repaired, and the moonlight disappeared bit by bit. The dome gradually disappeared into the darkness. Let's go. Lin Bai grabbed Luo Ningyu's hand and ran toward the nearest direction. On his way out, Lin Bai saw a few dead spirit beasts. The bodies of these spirit beasts were trembling slightly, as if they were about to come to life. This made Lin Bai feel extremely uneasy. There, Luo Ningyu pointed ahead. Not far away, there was a crack that was about to close up. Lin Bai suddenly exerted strength under his feet. The 2 of them and the beast escaped from the formation in the nick of time. Chapter 398, Teleportation Formation Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor. Dragon Boat Translation. As soon as Lin Bai stepped outside, he immediately looked behind him. The crack that they had just escaped from had disappeared, and the mountain behind them, just by standing outside, they could feel a demonic aura that reached deep into their spinal cord. Under the night sky, the whole mountain seemed to swallow all the light, and it was the darkest one even in the dark night. How is it? Did I break the formation? Haha, thank me. Luo Ningyu, remember to bring a good bottle of wine to thank me when you come back. The jade pendant let out a hearty and confident laugh. Luo Ningyu's voice was cold. We escaped, but we escaped when the formation had a crack. Now, the formation has become intact again. As expected, if I make a move, all of you will be able to escape safely. Ha, wait, you said that the formation is intact again? That's impossible, impossible. The voice from the jade pendant was filled with disbelief. What's the situation now? Tell me everything, don't leave out any details. Lin Bai and Luo Ningyu's understanding of the array formation was very minimal, so they could only tell the person on the side of the jade pendant everything. The jade pendant was silent for a while, then suddenly cried out, "Run! Don't stay by the formation, run!" Lin Bai and Luo Ningyu looked at each other, then quickly raised their legs, intending to run away. But just as they took a few steps, the patterns of the formation appeared under their feet. In the next second, they only felt darkness in front of them, as if their bodies were crushed and flattened. With a blinding light, Lin Bai finally opened his eyes. He subconsciously looked to his side. Luo Ningyu had just returned to her senses and was standing beside him. Under their feet was the dizzy little blue. Hey, did you guys run? What's the situation? A worried voice came from the side of the jade pendant. Phew, Luo Ningyu let out a breath. We didn't run out. It seems like we triggered some kind of spell. Before Luo Ningyu could finish her sentence, the jade pendant dimmed. Hey, the voice from the jade pendant stopped abruptly. Lin Bai and Luo Ningyu looked around. Familiar buildings, familiar stockade, familiar stench, black cloud stockade. Lin Bai quickly turned around and saw that not far away was where the chief of Black Cloud Stockade lived. They had actually been teleported here. Hee, are you finally clear-headed? A voice rang out in the darkness. The voice was very sharp and ear-piercing, as if someone was constantly scratching the blackboard with their fingers. Lin Bai frowned. Who? Hee, just now I really had to endure it. I almost couldn't help but kill all of you directly. You actually almost ruined my business. The voice in the darkness got closer and closer. Then, a 2-meter-tall, muscular man with a layer of demonic chi on his face appeared. Lin Bai urged his spiritual power to gather at the acupoints around his eyes, but he still couldn't see the real face of this person through the black chi. Then, another person walked out from behind the burly figure. There was a shocking scar on his face, from his temple to his neck, and half of his ear was cut off. Luo Ningyu cried out in surprise, Black Cloud Stockade leader Lang Zhuo. The person who walked out from behind was Lang Zhuo. Lang Zhuo glanced at the two of them indifferently and stood respectfully behind the burly figure without saying a word. There are still more people. After saying that, Lin Bai looked behind him warily. In the Black Cloud Stockade, other than the third and fourth brothers, the other leaders were all standing behind them. However, apart from them, Lin Bai also saw two figures. One of them was Qilong, and beside Qilong was the man in black, Lu. Heh, you guys are really lucky. You actually didn't die on that mountain. However, it's good that you escaped. It's good. Qilong looked at the furious Luo Ningyu and licked his lips. His eyes kept darting around his body. Qilong opened his mouth again. He wanted to say something, but when a gaze swept past him, his forehead was covered in sweat. His face was pale and he quickly shut his mouth. The burly figure sneered, You can call me C. I believe that this human girl has already seen through my background. I didn't expect that my territory would be discovered by you so quickly. It seems that we have underestimated you. Lin Bai didn't need to think to know that C was talking about the organization behind Luo Ningyu. As for you, C looked at Lin Bai, it was you who ruined our plan in the city. It's not bad for an outsider to do this. C glanced at Little Blue again. Little Blue immediately grabbed Lin Bai's pants and didn't dare to let go. Si retracted his gaze and took a light step forward. As he took this step, the entire black cloud stockade trembled. I'll give you two choices. First, submit to me and become my slaves. As long as you don't go against me, I can spare your lives. Second, die. C's tone was extremely calm, as if he was talking about everyday life, but the content of his words was extremely overbearing. Qi Long opened his mouth once again. He wanted to say something, but ultimately did not say it. Before that, I have a question. What about him? Who is he? Lin Bai said coldly. He turned around and looked at the man dressed in night clothes beside Qi Long Lu. Heh, C laughed. Your gaze is still quite sharp. His identity is indeed not simple. However, this is not something that you can know unless you submit to me. Lin Bai looked at Lu's eyes. Lu's eyes were as calm as an ancient well without the slightest hint of emotion. Lin Bai and Luo Ningyu's eyes kept wandering around, as if they were trying to find out the other party's strength, comparing the difference in strength between the two parties. Heh, you still want to resist? C revealed a disdainful laugh. Then I'll also make you give up. C raised his head and looked up. He placed one hand on his waist and raised the other hand gently. Suddenly, the aura on C's body rose steadily. As the aura rose, waves of air waves rolled in all directions with him as the center. Among the brothers of the Black Cloud stronghold, two of them with lower cultivation were directly blown to the ground by the air waves. Then, the stone slabs under C's feet were directly shattered into powder, like fine sand. Lin Bai suddenly widened his eyes. He did not look at C, but at the mountain on the other side of the Black Cloud stronghold. That mountain was where Lin Bai and Luo Ningyu had been trapped not long ago. At this moment, the demonic qi in that mountain seemed to have a connection with Cu. The demonic qi in the mountain was acting on C's body, giving C the power to destroy mountains and destroy the earth with every move he made. You can absorb the demonic qi in that array formation? Lin Bai's expression was incredulous. After Luo Ningyu heard Lin Bai's words, she revealed an even more surprised expression. She subconsciously took out the jade pendant and stared at the jade pendant with a doubtful gaze. Ha ha ha, you are not too stupid. Chapter 399, Backup Plan Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor. Dragon Boat Translation, however, if you want to blame someone, blame your helper. Haha, he mistakenly thinks that he's very smart, but he hasn't even investigated the essence of that formation. Although C could lie here and say that the helper that Luo Ningyu had invited had already betrayed her. But C's pride didn't allow him to do so. Moreover, he felt that for the two people who were about to die or become his subordinates, he did not have to choose any small tricks. After all, Lin Bai and Luo Ningyu did not have a choice and he did not need to do anything. This was his pride as a demon. Idiot! Lin Bai cursed angrily, his face full of anger. The demon qi in the mountain had been increased by dozens of times by Luo Ningyu's helpers. This meant that the demon qi in C's body was also dozens of times more than before. C glanced at Lin Bai, his face full of satisfaction. Then tell me your choice, I don't have enough patience. Haha, did you hear that? Our lord is talking. Lin Bai, what are you still struggling for? Qi Long laughed out loud. This time, C did not stop him. Not only Qi Long, but a few leaders of the Black Cloud stronghold also laughed mockingly. Hey, little lady, wouldn't it be a pity if you died just like that? Why don't you live and accompany us brothers first so that you know what it's like to be a god? HMPH, do you guys still have a choice? Don't get your hopes up. Little Blue tugged at Lin Bai's pant leg, and Lin Bai bent down to pat its head. Lin Bai looked up at C. All right, we already have a choice. Luo Ningyu nodded at the same time. Oh, C glanced at the two of them and slowly placed a hand behind his back. So what's your choice? Our choice. Lin Bai stared at C's face, which was shrouded in demonic qi and couldn't be seen clearly. The third choice, Buzz. Lin Bai took out the small cauldron. The small cauldron glowed with golden light and a gust of wind blew under his feet. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of C. Lengzhu snorted and took out a large saber. He hacked down from above, and the surrounding light dimmed as soon as the saber came out. Luo Ningyu had already arrived in front of them. She brandished the thin sword in her hand and smashed it against the large saber again and again, dissipating the force in Lengzhu's hand bit by bit. Damn it, let's go too, Qi Long cursed and called out to the remaining leaders of the Black Cloud stockade. They swarmed towards the two men and one beast. Little Blue had unknowingly arrived in midair. Suddenly, a black and gold light circulated around his body. In the next moment, his figure was like a blue comet, smashing directly towards the landmark. Bang! The ground caved in deeply, the stone slabs shattered, and the soil flew in all directions. It continuously trembled as it blocked Qi Long and the others' attacks. Those who tried to stop Lin Bai had already been stopped by Luo Ningyu and Little Blue. At this moment, Lin Bai had already successfully arrived in front of Si. The small cauldron in his hand was emitting a golden light that could not be looked at directly. Lin Bai looked at Si. Si was still standing in his original spot, not even moving an inch. "Ignorant," Si said calmly. Then, the hand he put behind his back waved towards Lin Bai. That hand was surrounded by demonic qi. Go to hell. Ants should have the awareness of ants, not wishful thinking. To be able to die under my demonic hand is the highest glory of your dim life. Si looked at Lin Bai's expression. He went from putting his life on the line to despair. Si could not help but feel relieved and wanted to laugh at the sky. However, in the next second, he saw a smile on Lin Bai's face. "Is it really like that?" Lin Bai said with a smile. Boom. At this moment, the earth shook and the mountains shook. Deep ravines appeared on the surface of the black cloud stockade. Si subconsciously looked to the left and looked at the mountain that was devouring the light. He started to curse. "When did all of you, damn ants, damn ants?" The formation on Mount Wu suddenly collapsed for some reason. The demonic qi in it spread out in all directions, and the array formation inside it also collapsed bit by bit. As a result, Si was severely injured. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and the palm that was slapping at Lin Bai slowed down. Lin Bai seized the opportunity and took a light step to the right. He pushed out the small cauldron in his left hand, and a beam of golden light full of Tao breath bloomed and smashed into Si's chest. Si flew backward and smashed through one house after another. Finally, he crashed into a cliff and his body sank deep into it. "You, cough!" Si's angry curses and coughs were heard. The corner of Lin Bai's mouth twitched. How could he speak? He felt that he had underestimated the life of the demon. Luo Ningyu and Little Blue landed beside Lin Bai and asked, "How is he?" "You should be seriously injured or not dead," Lin Bai said in a deep voice. "Ha ha!" Luo Ningyu's jade pendant lit up again. "You owe me a lot this time. If I didn't see through the formation, you would be dead by now." "Thank you." Lin Bai was not stingy with his gratitude. "When we meet, I will definitely thank you." Not bad, not bad. You have a better temper than some people. You are a good junior." The person on the other side of the jade pendant said in satisfaction. He even mocked someone present. The person on the other side of the jade pendant had sensed that there was something strange about the formation from the beginning and pretended not to notice that a small formation had been set up inside the formation. Si and Lu saw all of this. But what they didn't know was that when the small formation was just set up, the person on the other side of the jade pendant had blocked Si and Lu for a while. And in that very short moment, Lin Bai and the others set up a detailed plan. It was to let the person who set up the formation suffer a backlash. This way, Lin Bai and Luo Ningyu would be able to turn the situation around. "However, I won't be able to help you guys from now on. You have to come back alive. Otherwise, won't my help be in vain?" The jade pendant dimmed in the next second. Qi Long and the others came late. They looked at Si, who was deep in the cliff and bleeding crazily. Sir, are you okay?" "Lin Bai, how dare you? Our lord will not let you go." Qi Long pointed at Lin Bai and gnashed his teeth. It was as if he was not beaten by Lin Bai but his father. Lang Zhuo appeared and blocked the only escape route for Lin Bai and Luo Ningyu. "Lu!" Si suddenly shouted. Lu, who was wearing a night suit, sighed lightly. "Lord Lu?" Qi Long went over and was about to flatter him, but he froze on the spot. A bloody mark appeared on Qi Long's head, and Qi Long looked up. But the next second, Qi Long's skull was opened, and his body began to shrink and wither. Eventually, he became a mummy. Chapter 400, Lu's Power Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor. Dragon Boat Translation, Lord Lu, what are you doing? Qi Long was a well-rounded person who knew how to interact with people. He had already connected with the Black Cloud Stockade's leaders and called them brothers. At this moment, the leaders of the Black Cloud Stockade were shocked when they saw Qi Long become a dried corpse, and the one who attacked was still their lord, Lu. Do you think there's no one in my black cloud stockade? The second brother's eyes were red and bloodshot as he roared and charged forward. A layer of green chi surrounded the second brother's body. With a series of cracking sounds, a long spear appeared in his hand, and the tip of the spear was pointed at Lu's glabella. The moment the long spear was pointed, the entire black cloud stockade dimmed, and only the tip of the spear shone. Before everyone could react, the tip of the spear was only an inch away from Lu's glabella. In the next second, the tip of the spear was about to pierce into Lu's glabella and crush his brain. However, this second became extremely long. The fierce killing intent in second brother's eyes turned into confusion and finally turned into endless fear. Beads of sweat kept dripping down second brother's forehead. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva dryly. "Ha! You think you can make a move on me?" Lu sneered and glanced at second brother. Second brother maintained the posture of thrusting out his long spear. He could not move, but his expression and pupils revealed extreme fear. Second brother only felt that what looked at him was not a human, but an ice-cold deep pool, an ice mountain that would never melt. A terrifying existence in human skin at this moment. Among the leaders of the Black Cloud Stockade, two people looked at the leader and asked for help. "Big brother, how can you bear to watch this outsider make a move on our brothers?" When the remaining few people looked at the stockade leader, they seemed to have sensed something. They glanced around to make sure that no one was paying attention to them, then quietly hid themselves and turned around to run. However, before those few people had run a few steps, their eyeballs bulged out and they turned their heads back shakily. They opened their mouths but could not make a sound. Gradually, they turned into dried corpses that were no different from Qilong's. The scene changed so quickly that the people from the Black Cloud Stockade were stunned on the spot. A second ago, they were still looking at Luo Ningyu with lewd eyes, and they had all kinds of fantasies in their hearts. But now, they had become fish meat on the chopping board. They didn't even know why they had become like this. Leader of the stronghold. "Big brother, why, big brother? You are my brother in vain," in a series of hoarse voices. Everyone, including the second brother of the Black Cloud Stockade, turned into dried corpses and fell to the ground. Everyone's dark eyes seemed to have endless unwillingness and resentment as they looked directly in the direction of the chief of the Black Cloud Stockade. The chief of the Black Cloud Stockade, Leng Zhuo, indifferently glanced at the people lying on the ground. He was calling these people brothers yesterday, and yet he didn't have any emotion in his eyes. It was as if the people who died in front of him were just ants. Lin Bai glanced at Luo Ningyu. Luo Ningyu nodded slightly with an affirmative look in her eyes. Leng Zhu was definitely a character above the devil puppet. He was already the servant of the sea and Lu in front of him. However, Lin Bai didn't understand why Lu needed blood essence. If one wanted to temporarily increase their cultivation, then the blood essence of others wouldn't work. If he wanted to rely on the blood essence of others to permanently increase his cultivation, then the cultivation of the leaders of the Black Cloud Stockade would also be of no use. He would need hundreds of people with similar cultivation levels as the Black Cloud Stockade. However, Lin Bai did see the streams of blood essence appear in the air and pour into Lu's body. Then, what was the reason for Lu's thirst for blood essence? "Who are you people and what is your purpose?" Lin Bai asked faintly. "You don't have the right to know," Lu said with an overbearing tone. Si pondered for a moment and said, "Haven't you already encountered it before?" After saying that, Si left Lin Bai with a smile that was filled with evil. Previously, Si had used the demonic qi of the Wu Mountain to flood his body, but because of Lin Bai and the others, he was eventually devoured by the formation. Although he was smiling, he was actually trying his best to use his cultivation level to repair the injuries on his body. The injuries from the spell formation's backlash couldn't be compared to other injuries. Some of the injuries even affected his meridians and primordial spirit. It wasn't something that could be healed in a day. Si should have already lost the ability to fight. Then, what Luo Ningyu and I need to deal with is this Lu who's wearing a night suit? Whoosh. Just as Lin Bai was in deep thought, Lu's figure flashed on the spot and appeared behind Luo Ningyu in the blink of an eye. Lu's eyes were sharp, and his body was filled with killing intent. His palm was ruthless and decisive as he slapped towards Luo Ningyu's back. This palm contained endless demonic qi. The moment it struck out, it was as if the starry sky had dimmed. Luo Ningyu's eyes were dazed for a moment. However, in that instant, this palm was about to land on Luo Ningyu's back. Buzz, a blazing and holy golden light flashed. It stuck onto Luo Ningyu's back and smashed towards that palm. HMPH? Lu snorted coldly and forcefully retracted his palm. His feet moved slightly and his figure disappeared once again. Luo Ningyu felt as if she had been through the gates of hell. When she saw that Lin Bai had helped her force Lu back, she heaved a sigh of relief. "Be careful!" Lin Bai cried out in alarm. At the same time, the small cauldron and longsword in his hand struck out with a bang. Luo Ningyu's expression changed drastically. Who knew that Lu's attack would fail? After pausing for a moment, he launched another sharp attack. Lu appeared above Luo Ningyu's head and struck out with his palm. This palm strike was sinister and vicious, with a tricky angle. Lu glanced in Lin Bai's direction and saw that Lin Bai's attack had already arrived. However, he did not retreat like last time. Instead, he increased the strength of his palm. Just as Lu's palm was about to strike down, Luo Ningyu felt something tied around her waist, and her body retreated rapidly to the right. At the same time, Lu's palm landed on the ground. Boom! The entire black cloud stockade shook. The few buildings closest to them collapsed and sank deep into the ground due to the cracks that spread out from the ground. Who is it? Enemy attack, enemy attack. Go and call the chief. Big brother, there's an enemy attack. The ordinary bandits of the Black Cloud Stockade woke up from their dreams. They were like flies in the stronghold until they saw Leng Zhuo and the others standing at the top. Luo Ningyu's face was covered in a thin layer of cold sweat. A strand of her hair stuck to her face and a few drops of sweat on her white neck. She looked at Lin Bai gratefully. Lin Bai nodded slightly. "Hey, I didn't expect that you could force Lu to retreat." Si smiled meaningfully. "However, it's all in vain." Lin Bai looked at Lu, who was already beside Si. Lu was also looking at him. Lu's eyes were very strange. They were filled with repression, murderous intent, rage, calmness, and all kinds of complicated emotions.